Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. We got a full house today. Today is April 25th, 2023, and this is our regular 1 p.m. business meeting for the BOCC. At this time, I'm going to ask Commissioner Holly Davis to lead us in the invocation, and Phil Watson, I believe. Did I see Phil? Hi, Phil. Well, you're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you're able and you're willing, please stand and join us. Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, today we give special thanks to our Citrus County animal staff, volunteers, and the generous donors as we appear to be on the precipice of finally getting us a new animal shelter to honor our staff and all of your creatures. We would like to ask for you to help bless our wisdom today, that we may make decisions for the benefit of this community and for all of us, staff, electeds, citizens, for all of us to work together to create a harmonious society for the benefit of us all. Please look out for our first responders, most especially in this community as we're looking at yet more mental health and anger issues that seem to be spilling over into our daily lives. Thank you for this glorious day in our earthly paradise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Watson, for your service. At this time, Madam Deputy Clerk, if you would do the roll call.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 25th day of April, 2023. And attendance are Chair Ruth Lee Shabaugh, First Vice Chair Holly Davis, Second Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Diana Finnegan, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Line.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, before we get a motion for the approval of the agenda, is there any additions or deletions?
There are. E13, if we could please pull that, the Florida Department of Transportation, Section 5311, Rural Area Funding. Also, there's an additional item into attendance at NACO conference. Also, just additional information was for H6, the MPO PowerPoint presentation was updated. That's all, please.
So E13N,
N2 and H6.
and then I would like to move E2. Did you already say that? Before regular business, please, so that the architect and the engineer can go on their way.
That'd be great.
Thank you. So, Board, I'm looking for approval of the agenda with these additions and deletions.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
did you say E13 is pulled?
Yes.
E13 is pulled.
Okay. Motion to approve the agenda with pulling E13, addition of N6, H6, and moving E2 as soon as possible.
Yes.
And N2. N2, H6.
I said add N2, H6, and move
Okay.
E2 to as early as possible.
Thank you. I thought you said H2. Okay,
Chair?
very good.
I also received additional information for O1. It also said NACO. Is that a different item?
Oh, no, you're right. Good catch. Yes. 01 and the addition of 01.
Amy, we very much appreciate you. And the addition of 01.
Thank you. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any additional comments from the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. 4-0. And as you noticed, there's only 4 of us up here. Commissioner Kennard was not able to attend. Okay, so consent agenda. Board, what is your wishes?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
might be a good idea for someone to pull out B15. I will not be voting on B15.
Very good.
Madam Chair,
Pull for discussion.
motion to approve B1 through B14.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan for B1 through B14. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 4-0. B15, set a public hearing for a workshop on SV 22-02 Stillwell for Finnegan vacate roadway, set hearing A and B. The public hearing will be May 23rd, 2023 at 1:30 PM. And I'm looking for,
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
thank you. Motion from Commissioner Bays to approve public
Second.
hearing. Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further board comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. We have a 3-0-1 recused. Thank you very much. Proclamations, C1 through C4.
Madam Chair, motion to approve C1 through 4.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis. I heard Commissioner Bays first. Is there any board discussion about the proclamations? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 4-0. If you ladies, if you'd like to join me down front, please.
Could those people representing the Risk Manager of the Year Award please come forward?
Just real quick, I want to say I represent Preferred Insurance, which you guys have your surplus insurance with. Mary and I work very closely together. We are so honored to be able to work with Mary. She does such a great job. She's actually even been a mentor to a couple of our newer city risk managers, and I appreciate her help very much. I have a very large territory, and to be able to work with somebody that is so, has so much control over her job, which is very difficult. People really don't understand it. And she manages the claims beautifully. We never have to step in for anything. So I am very pleased to award you with this, because it is my pleasure and Preferred's pleasure to work with you. You've done a fantastic job.
I just wanted to say one thing, if you don't mind. I wanted to thank PM so much for your kind words. I have to write this because I'm nervous. I truly appreciate the honor, and I'm very humbled and appreciative of this award for the job that I enjoy doing each day. I am lucky to work with incredible people such as Pam Hancock and Paul Dawson, who are our insurance companies. My bosses, Erin and Barbara, from Management and Budget, but most especially for Jennifer Palmer, who's my risk coordinator, who works hard each day and supports me. I'm truly blessed to work with great people. Thank you, Commissioners, Mr. Howard and Ms. Lynn, for having me today. Thank you. Thank you.
So Mary also does a great job. We award our cities for doing training or whatever. We have a reimbursement fund, and every year Mary puts it in, and she receives the $5,000 back to the county. So we are so proud to be able to support you guys with reimbursement funds. Do you guys want to take a photo?
Would those individuals representing Citrus County Trash to Treasure art exhibit please come forward? Whereas each year, more than 230 million tons of solid waste go into the nation's landfills and waste-to-energy facilities, and whereas in order to focus the attention of our students, employees, and the local community on the importance of recycling, University of Florida IFAS Extension Citrus County, in conjunction with Citrus County Solid Waste Management, is sponsoring the 3rd annual Citrus County Trash to Treasure Recycling Art Contest for Citrus County middle school students, high school students, and adults. And whereas artwork must have an environmental theme and be comprised of at least 70% used or recycled materials, the artwork will encourage recycling and be on display from April 17th to April 28th at the Citrus County Courthouse, that's here, in Inverness, until being moved to the Lecanto Government Complex for the UF IFAS Extension Citrus County Earth Day celebration on Saturday, April 29th. And whereas winning artists will receive prize money from generous sponsor donations, a total of $555 in cash prizes will be awarded to those entries that show the most creative expression and innovation in their use of recycled materials. And whereas it is the hope of the exhibition sponsors that recycling awareness shall be significantly increased by students and employees, as well as the community, through the display of thought-provoking artwork. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby recognize and encourage participation in the Citrus County Trash to Treasure art exhibition, welcomes the special showing of the entries, and commends the sponsors for promoting this extraordinary project in our local community. Executed this 25th day of April, 2023.
So the art displays are out front in the lobby area. So if you can all go out there and vote for your favorite People's Choice, we'd really appreciate it. Come on out to our Earth Day event on April 29th. It's at 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock at our extension office in Lecanto. We'll have a lot of vendors, some food trucks, and we'll just have a good time. So we'd like to see everyone out there.
Will those individuals representing Fentanyl Awareness Day please come forward? Whereas Citrus County, Florida supports policies of the Florida Department of Health to highlight the dangers of fentanyl within our community. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is 100 times more potent than morphine. And whereas fentanyl-related complications are estimated to cost Floridians $6.4 billion from 2016 to 2018, fentanyl is being added to illicit drugs as well as counterfeit prescription drugs without the user's knowledge. And whereas fentanyl is equivalent to 3 grains of salt can kill. In 2022, 71 Citrus County residents died of substance overdose, with 71% of those deaths attributed to fentanyl. And whereas the state of Florida, including Citrus County, is responding to an increase in fentanyl overdoses, the Florida Department of Health in Citrus County, in partnership with the county, has assembled a task force and developed a work plan to address drug use and addiction within our community. Partners and community members can work together to ensure that Narcan, a life-saving medication that can prevent overdose deaths, is available to all. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida does hereby proclaim May 9th, 2023 as Fentanyl Awareness Day and encourages all government entities, businesses, students, parents, and residents within the county to become aware of the dangers of fentanyl and the signs of an opioid overdose. Executed this 25th day of April, 2023.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your proclamation. Illicit manufacture of fentanyl and its dangers, while well documented by health professionals and law enforcement, are largely unknown to the general population, and even more so to those most vulnerable populations, our youth and young adults. According to the CDC, fentanyl is involved in more deaths of Americans under 50 than any other cause of death, including heart disease, cancer, and all other accidents. This is a national public health crisis. People are ingesting illicitly manufactured fentanyl without knowing it and dying at alarming rates as a result. Fentanyl is very cheap and extremely addictive. Drug dealers are dangerously mixing illicit manufactured fentanyl with and disguising it as other common drugs like Oxy, Percocet, and Xanax to increase profits, and as little as 2 milligrams of fentanyl, which is about 2 grains of sand, can kill a person. The practice of cutting drugs with fentanyl is relatively new, so public awareness is low. What can you do to help? Learn the facts and start the conversation. If you are a parent, talk to your kids. If you are an educator, talk to your students. Don't stigmatize drug use. Be prepared. Know the signs of an overdose. Carry Narcan. Please spread the word. Thank you.
Thank you. We have quite a few time certains today, so I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public, but I will be stopping at 1:30. So if you want to get in line and get in the queue. Just a reminder, y'all are old pros at this. You get 3 minutes to speak. If you're registered as a group, you'll have 5 minutes. All comments are directed to the chairman. Please state your name and your address for the record. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Andrade. This is very difficult.
It's okay. Take your time. Stop the clock for a second.
Sorry. It's okay.
You're fine. Take the time. Doug. Give it 3 minutes. Okay.
My child died of a drug overdose.
I'm so sorry.
But I want you to know Troy was a good person. He owned Lighthouse Computers in Inverness for 10 years. His father died of hemochromatosis, and he was there every night with me to make sure I slept so he would take care of his dad at night. He inherited hemochromatosis, and he had 4 hernias. When he lost his business because of his illness, he had no insurance, and he had no way to pay for anything. And he owed the hospital money, so he wouldn't go there. So he came to me one day because he had been given meth and oxycodone from the doctors for his illness. He went to the cancer center, and they did phlebotomy to help with the hemochromatosis. And he came to me one day. You're doing great. He came to me one day, and he said, "Mom, I'm taking meth because that's what the doctors gave me, and maybe it'll help my pain." Well, he became addicted to the meth. And they came to my door one day, and I would take him food. I would help pay his bills, even on my Social Security. And they came to my door one day and said, "We found your son dead in the yard, in his yard." And I went there, and
You're doing great.
and I held my son in a body bag. And I told him how much I loved him. When the officers responded, he had on flip-flops, a pair of shorts, and he had on a support band that I had given him to hold her knees in. His shoes were left at the scene on the porch. He was taken to the medical examiner's office, and I had a heart attack that day. I was in the hospital for a week. The coroner didn't know where I was. The funeral home didn't know where I was. So they just shipped my son's body to the morgue and the funeral home. And I just felt like even the coroner didn't know the color of my son's eyes, because the stigmatism of meth and drug overdose is so bad. People don't realize that these people are loved, that these people need help. And it's up to you. I'm sorry. It's up to you to do something to help. Not just find a cure, but to find a cause. A lot of these people don't choose to be where they're at. And they don't choose to have the condition that they have. And they need help. I thought about going in the streets and telling them about my pain and what it does to the families. I lost my husband. I lost my oldest son in a fire in Hernando. I'm sorry, I don't have anyone left. So please help them. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your story.
Thank you. It's very difficult.
Well, your family should be proud of you. You represented them well.
I hope it helps one person to overcome the meth addiction. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to follow that. I'm sorry, Mr. Sharp.
All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Nathan Sharp. I live in Crystal River. Commissioners, last Wednesday, I had the privilege of making my first trip to the state capitol during a legislative session, and I encourage the same folks that come to these meetings and speak every 2 weeks to do the exact same thing. Spend some time wandering the halls, meeting your legislators, seeing committees in action, and watching the floor debate. It is definitely an eye-opening experience. As the supermajority in Tallahassee continues to erode home rule, we can no longer afford to ignore what happens in Tallahassee and the consequences of whom we send to represent us. Today, I want to provide an update on one of the bills I spoke about 2 weeks ago, and also talk about another preemption bill, because it is the session of preemption. HB 439, SB 1604, this is the Land Use and Development Regulation Bill. It is on the second reading in both chambers. This is the bill that would prevent the county from denying a land use change for the Sweetwater development in Sugar Mill because the infrastructure to support it doesn't exist. So let's take that in. Tallahassee is making it so you as a board won't be able to keep developments that our community doesn't want out. So they're taking that power away from you. The legislation was deemed, the legislature has deemed that this was also the appropriate bill for the government to punish a business for speaking its mind. So it's all but certain to pass, unfortunately. HB 1515, SB 170, this is the local ordinance bill. It forces counties and cities to spend tax dollars to defend ordinances that address the unique needs of their communities and pauses those ordinances while the matter is before a court if they are challenged by a business entity. The bill also adds a requirement that a business impact assessment be added to certain types of ordinances. This is potentially time-consuming and expensive for local governments that are already financially strapped and limited on resources. It could delay and impede the ability to respond to the needs of our citizens. The bill passed the Senate and is on the second reading calendar in the House. Last meeting, it was mentioned that finding a way to reach our residents when these bad bills were in process was important. Broward County issued a press release and other communications to businesses and community leaders regarding the public construction bill. I'll send that out to everybody so they have a copy. But finding a way to work with the county administrator to do something like this before the next session will be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My sympathies go out with this lady right here. I'm sorry for you. I really am. My name is Ray Kolofsky. Give my address, a phone number.
What area do you live in?
In Citrus County, in the county. Yeah, 34452.
Thank you.
I'm mainly here to talk about not having my taxpayer dollars going for sexualized tourism. I know that Ms. Davis has proposed this, and I think it's very discriminatory against the people in Citrus County. We can advertise for boating, for hiking, fishing, but not for one particular group. I embrace everybody. Let them do what they want to do, but don't force it on our community. We have a wonderful community here. They're family-oriented, God-loving people, and to promote something like this is going to be a detriment to the county. You see what happened to the Busch beer commercials. So let that sink in. Nobody wants to come in a situation like that. And that's all I have to say. God bless you all. May you make the right decision.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Actually, could you all know the queue that you're in? This will be our last speaker until our 1:30. So just know your position in line.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sabrina Watson. I'll be speaking for the Exceptional Life Project today, so I'll take 5 minutes, please.
Do you have that on file?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
In the spirit of education, I would like to read from the Constitution of the State of Florida today. Article 2, Section 8 talks about ethics in government. A public office is a public trust. The people shall have the right to secure and sustain that trust against abuse. To assure this right, any public officer or employee who breaches the public trust for private gain, and any person or entity inducing such a breach shall be liable to the state for all financial benefits obtained by such actions. The manner of recovery and additional damages may be provided by law. At the last Board of County Commissioners meeting, I spoke about the monkey business that, or the corporate welfare, as some people call it, for Monkey Island. During that time, Ms. Finnegan implied that I was telling tales of fiction. So I brought the complete information today so that everybody can see the clear tale. Let's start over here with Florida Limited Liability Company, Monkey Island Riverside LLC, whose manager is listed as Matthew Lohman on sunbiz.org. That organization gave $350 in campaign donation money to Ms. Finnegan while she was running for office. And last meeting, Ms. Finnegan, who did not recuse herself, voted to give Matthew Lohman, again, $98,000 under the name of the Historic Monkey Island, Inc. as a nonprofit. She also mentioned that there was actually a plan in case that nonprofit were to be dissolved. I'd like to read everybody that plan. In the event Historic Monkey Island, Inc. is dissolved or makes any conveyance of the Monkey Island property described above, the Monkey Island property shall revert to and thereafter become fee simple real estate owned by grantor Monkey Island Holdings, LLC, its successors and/or assigns. So for the people who don't actually know what that means that should they decide to dissolve the nonprofit after the county has given them $98,000 that Ms. Finnegan voted on, that property would indeed go right back to, Matthew Lohman as Monkey Island Riverside, LLC. And Commissioner Kennard, in some emails, indicated that people were talking about this and not giving the whole story. So I want to make sure everybody gets the whole story, including the part about the taxes, because yes, it is a bed tax. It is still a tax that these funds are coming from. But what people need to understand is that those taxes could be used for things other than corporate welfare, such as, I believe it was mentioned, shoring up shorelines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, sir, you'll be next in line. We're going to do our time certains. So we are going to jump to H1.
Director Eric Head, please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce Taylor Cox from Inverness. He has done a study of our transportation system. That was the scope of work through the MPO.
Good afternoon. As Joanne mentioned, I'm Taylor Cox with Inverness. Here to present the comprehensive operations analysis with First Citrus County Transit. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Just stand in front of it. I don't think you have to lean down. Just be kind of in front of it.
We'll go next.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with the COA, it's a short-term data-driven analysis to improve transit over time. Looks at improvements to efficiency and effectiveness. As you can see, there's a few processes to go along with this. Is the goals and objectives, market analysis, public outreach, meet with the operators, and there's a lot of improvements that go involved with this, which we'll talk about here shortly. The goal of the COA we've identified here is to minimize impacts to existing ridership, increase operational efficiencies, preserve route coverage, but realign resources where, okay, go next. Start over there. So minimize impacts to existing ridership, increase system operational efficiencies, preserve route coverage, realign resources where they're negatively impacting ridership and transit, reduce route redundancy, and but better utilize resources elsewhere in the system. Streamline routes by removing a bunch of network overlap, and we have the potential to use on-street bus stops. And last but not least, implement a new technology called Mobility on Demand, which I'll refer to as MOD throughout this project. Next. Here's your current route system. The 4 routes, you got Hernando, Floral City, Beverly Hills, and Crystal River. Next. And this, I'll get more into the data-driven analysis based on our time constraints right now, but we have, for this project, we reviewed average daily ridership at the stop level for weekdays. So this gives you an idea of what stops have the highest number of ridership. We did this for 2019 for pre-COVID and 2022. The most important map is on your right, and that it's kind of small right there, but it identifies the stops with the, on average, 0 boardings. Next. So, and this is a map of the 2022 operation, and the map on the right, as you can see, it gets a little more red. And this obviously identifies the stops that have, on average, 0 boardings on a regular basis. So we look at this to identify where stops need to be served as we make improvements to the system. And for the most part, in 2023, these may fluctuate a little bit, come back to normal, but more or less these are going to be your stops with the lowest number of ridership. Next. This is important component to our project. We look at operational analyses, what we call latent demand, or our populations with the highest transit need. This includes zero vehicle households, low-income households, 65 and above age groups, and 15 to 24. These are most critical folks that need transit on a regular basis that don't necessarily have access to a vehicle. Next. And we compile this into a data component called the Transit Orientation Index. And it provides a score to each one of these components. And these are your areas that have the highest transit need, which we focus on heavily for the project. Next. This will kind of go through quickly. It's your current route system and some of the pros and cons that we've identified in the field based on our analyses, meeting with the drivers and the members of the public. So on the left, you have your Beverly Hills, and the right, you have your Crystal River route. As you can see, they provide coverage, but they meander a lot, which is not necessarily the best way to effectively provide transit. And then another thing we look at is how many loops are being served. Those typically cut people off, and it kind of impacts some of the ridership. One more thing I'd like to mention, it's kind of difficult to see on the past few slides. On the Crystal River route between Lecanto and the Publix on 44, there's on average 0 boardings. So that's that diagonal route you see on the
Zero what?
0 average daily boardings. Yeah, so there's no people boarding there. Next. This is your Floral City and Hernando routes. These are nice streamlined routes, which we like to see for transit purposes, but unfortunately there's significant overlap on US 44, so we like to look at this as a way to preserve resources, but realign them to other more productive stops in the network. Next. This is a component we use to identify MOD zones, our mobility on demand, as I mentioned. And we take the paired transit origin and destination pairs and identify where they're going to more often. And it identifies the areas that have the most origin and destination pairs to help us identify ways to design the network. This on the right, you'll see me talk about this in a few moments. This is their Beverly Hills MOD zone. Next. So for the project, the recommendations we propose, which I'll get to a little bit more, is the streamline cross-county connections on 44 to get away from some of that meandering in the loops. Streamline north-south connections on 41. Mobility on demand in Beverly Hills, Homosassa, and Citrus Springs, which has been identified in a few of your plans, and we think would be beneficial, so we'll get to that here shortly. Remove route redundancy, and introduce bidirectional service to the areas of the highest ridership. And this is, again, based off all of our analyses, meeting with the people in the public, the operators, and reviewing past studies and some of our operational metrics. Thanks. This is our recommended network. There's 2 streamlined routes, provide bidirectional service to all the highest ridership in the network. It provides, I'll get into this next, but it provides coverage to most of the areas that have highest latent demand, which are highest transit need. And it also provides 2 MOD options. Next. So this is your streamlined cross-county connector. We can rename the convention when they implement this, but this is a bidirectional, very streamlined route, and it provides connections to major development around the Walmart areas in Inverness, and also provides new service on Forest Drive, which currently lacks service. There's multifamily housing there. And yeah, but it's a very attractive network, and it's much more streamlined than what you have today. Next. This is your Inverness and Floral City route. It's pretty much the exact same route you guys have today, except it takes off that 44 and applies a 44 connection to the route I just showed you. So this is the north-south streamline connection, provides coverage of all the major stops, provides new bidirectional service to Old Floral City Road and the Floral City Public Library, as well as what we've heard from the operators just north of the airport. There's a lack of service, and that's an area that's going to have a high pocket of population, so we'll be serving that as well. Next. This is your MOD option, Homosassa, Beverly Hills, and Citrus Springs, which is an area that lacks service and connections to other parts of the county. This is a on-demand service that we're seeing a lot happen throughout the country. A lot of transit agencies have introduced this. It's cheaper than paired transit on a regular basis. Sounds like it would be operated in-house. And yeah, it's a 15-minute app-based service that provides connections to folks in the network and to the fixed route. Next. So the benefits are streamlined bidirectional routes, reduced number of transfers, retains your 4 vehicles, improves headway from 90 to 60 minutes, which is a huge improvement. Expands coverage for major trip generators, introduces MOD options, and extends the span from 5:20 to 6:30, and introduces Saturday service, which is lacking right now, which is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. That can be expanded or subtracted. Next, this is the most critical graphic you see here. So the blue graphic on the left, the bars are your existing network over a 6-year period with inflation. That's what it costs today. The green is over a 6-year period with the COA network. Most important component is to the right. It's kind of hard to see where you are, but the state and federal funds are in purple, or in blue, sorry, and then the local contributions in the orange. You'll see the highest jump in contributions in 2025 and 2026. But overall, the local contribution is significantly less to introduce all of this. We would highly recommend this to be introduced all at once, but based on fiscal capacity. But overall, this is a very attractive network, and I think it would increase ridership. So with that, I'll answer any questions. I think Joanne is here as well if she has any questions to answer, but hopefully you agree with some of these changes.
Thank you. Board, any discussion, questions? Commissioner Bays?
I love what you've presented, but I feel like maybe we need to take it one step further.
Yep.
I think maybe if we potentially worked either sending a letter out to some of our employers, particularly more in the retail, fast food, to find out from the applicants, do they have transportation?
Right.
Would transportation benefit them for a different bracket of hours?
Yeah.
Or we could actually maybe work that even through our chamber network as well. But I think that would help us.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some of that. I've had
Yeah,
people in Floral City, they don't realize that they can get a bus.
Right.
It's not, necessarily on a route, but you have to call, schedule an appointment to get it. It may not be for those working hours, but I think this is another way that maybe we can help with getting people back into the workforce is by providing this transportation, but we need to know
Exactly. Yeah.
who needs it and where it needs to go and what hours are best for them. So I think we just need to
I
kind of
agree.
hone in on that a little bit more.
Yeah, so once this, kind of introduce some comment on that. So we did a operational analysis as a part of this, but we also looked at the on-demand component of that. So we introduced some of the questions to riders, as you hear me mention, also to the operators. So if this gets implemented, there's going to be adjustments in the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's definitely some leeway involved in that, and I would encourage that once it gets implemented to make sure that's a component that gets addressed. And it can either be easily be done in a survey, via an app, or anything like that. We've done that in the past on a few of our projects.
So there's an app for it?
Yeah, we can introduce a SurveyMonkey app that gets sent out to some of the employers. Either be passed along to their managers and they can send it out to their employees, or it could be posted through how we've done it with the transit agency on their online, or you can even do another more advanced survey where we could go out and see some of the folks at some major event or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, I would highly recommend, as this gets implemented, definitely reach out to make sure the timeframes are correct once the scheduling gets solidified. So
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I thought it was a great presentation. I kind of nerded out over, realigning everything to be a lot more efficient. It was
it's hard
really
to do in 10
good.
minutes.
Yeah. To piggyback on what Commissioner Bays said, there's also been some discussions about making sure that our youth, because we're a pretty spread out county,
Yep.
and we have 25-26% childhood poverty,
Mhm.
that our youth that are below working age have the ability to get to, for example, YMCA
Right.
is in the center of the county, the big one, but then there's also one in Copeland Park and
Yep.
Crystal River, and they're opening one in Inverness. And so having a place where kids can go do something that's really fruitful in their lives would keep
Right.
them out of trouble and engaged and more likely to do well in school. But then there's the big problem of the juniors and seniors in high school who are trying to make money and
Yeah.
they don't have a car and all of that, so it gets difficult. And
Yep.
so I think that that's a good thing for us to continue having this conversation.
Yes.
But this is a great start. Great
Yeah,
start.
and again, I think it provides significantly more coverage than what you are today. If you heard me mention, it's actually, I don't know if 60, so it goes from 90 to 60-minute headways.
Yes.
With no brakes. So if you were to board a bus, just for an example, at 10 o'clock in the morning, you have to wait 90 minutes. This is just repetitive, so it's a lot more improved network. And then if the population gets to an amount where it could be down to 30 minutes, then there's no changes that need to be made to the service. It would just be adding additional vehicles, and but that's later on down the road.
Great.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan? Finnegan?
Efficiency is good. Thank you. Great presentation.
Yeah. Everybody loves
Madam
efficiency.
Chair.
Commissioner Bays?
So on page, well, you have it 898, and that was 19, and 899 was updated on the average weekday boardings.
Let's see. You're talking about the APC data for the average weekday daily boardings is between 2019 and
sir.
2022?
Yes. So do you know what that total number is for people using the system?
I don't have a total number off the top of my head, but I know it's increasing. A lot of agencies we see around the network are starting to, around the country are starting to get to that like 75% mark from pre-COVID. However, with these changes, it should increase that a lot, especially providing more coverage. I'm not exactly sure how many zero boardings there are stop-wise on the map in relation to the total boardings. So I can't 100% answer that question, but.
And then just for public, 75% of this is state and federally funded, and then it costs local county tax burden is 25%, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the document will be published, so some of that ridership information will be available in the
Okay.
document. It's just too large to include in here, I think. So,
Thank you so
any
much.
other questions? I can.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the work that went into this. I know that you only touched on about less than half of this whole report, so it is a very interesting report. I would encourage any of my fellow researchers or readers to dig into this. It's very helpful. I, of course, love it because with the traffic burden that we're feeling now with our found growth, if we could get more people riding buses, it's less vehicles on the road, less chances of accidents. And like Commissioner Davis touched upon, there's a lot of children. We're going to be opening up a lot of service industries right in the center of the county, and it would be great if some of these children, these young adults, can get efficient ways to and from work. So I really appreciate it. I enjoyed reading the report, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. If there's any more questions, feel free, and not, I appreciate you giving me the time to present this today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, H2.
All right, this is an application for a street vacation. This is a request to vacate an alley in the Homosassa Unit Number 1. And this is a location is on the southwest corner of Halls River Road and US 19. The east-west there that you're seeing, that is an alley, and the north-south are drainage and utility easements. So this is what the alleys and easement looks like. They're very hard to see on site, but they are there. This is a big part of the easement itself. There are some drainage areas here, and I'll show that in a moment. This is the alley. You can see that the adjacent property owners have kept their fence out of the alley, so good for them, but it's clearly not being utilized at this time. And this is some of the drainage structures that were in the drainage and utility easement. So you see in the staff report, the applicant had a lot of hoops to jump through because of these existing drainage easements and drainage structures.
Our Public Works Department worked very hard to look at an underground vault that was there and had to do some TV videoing and stuff. I am not an engineer. I just know it was very complicated. They have concluded, however, our Public Works staff, that they have no concerns now with this particular vacation. It will not affect drainage in the area. They are going to add a condition of this particular investigation on this building permit before you. This is for a proposed 7-Eleven on the site, which is what's necessitating the vacation. So staff has no concerns on this particular application. Utility companies in the area have also expressed no concerns. There is a recommendation of approval from staff and state health staff.
Thank you, Joanna. So this is the public hearing portion of this agenda item H2, and I need to open it up to public, see if anybody is in favor or against this project, SV-22-3. Would anyone like to speak on this? Either for or against? Going once, going twice. Close the public portion of this. Board, what is your
Madam Chair.
wishes here on H2?
Motion to approve SV-22-03 Logan vacate easements and alleys. Authorize the chairman to execute the resolution and record it in the public records.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis. Looking for a second. Second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment?
Ma'am, you don't need to.
Not again,
No.
okay. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes 4-0. Very good. H3. Joanna.
H3 is also a street vacation. We're trying to vacate a portion of West Garden Street. This is located in the town site of Crystal Park. So this is it on paper. You can see on the paper, definitely West Garden Street is there, east of North Bay Avenue. There's Turkey Oak on the north side there. This is what it looks like from the aerial. It certainly is not developed, and you'll see that here. That's the street. You would never know a street is here. The applicant is the house to the left side of this picture, and they understand that half of the road, if this is approved, will go to the adjacent lot on the right side of this picture. So there are no concerns with this application. Utility companies have also expressed no concerns, and staff and state health staff are recommending approval.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on SV-23-01, vacating a portion of West Garden Street? Welcome.
My name is Rachel Irvin. I live on Bay Avenue. And I didn't understand what this meant when I got the letter, but what impact is that going to have on more traffic coming down Bay, which is a dead-end road? So are they, is it to open it up and make it go from Bay over to Olive? I mean, what is the purpose of vacating it?
And do you have any other questions? And what we'll do is I'll have Joanna address your questions.
Okay.
You're done.
And is it going to, is this for further development later? That was another question.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Please step forward. You fill out a green card and you get 3 minutes.
I'm Kathy Adams. I'm the owner of that property on the left, my husband and I. To answer your question, Rachel, the reason we're vacating that is so that there cannot be a road run through right next to our house. It'll help us in the future. And no development is proposed. Just what you see is what it's going to be. It's just so that there can't be a road by our house.
And
ever.
and you can't really develop on that half of
No,
it.
it's 20 feet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Got to get out and see your neighbors more. We're too busy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of this agenda item H3. Chair, Board, what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair, motion to approve to authorize the chairman to execute the resolution for SV-23-01, clerk to record the resolution in the public records.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any further board comment? And did you get all your questions answered? Okay, very good. Thank you. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 4-0. Congratulations. H4. Is it 145? Yep. Okay. H4. CHW presentation on County Road 486 IMA boundaries. Hello,
Hi, Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Landon.
Commissioners. Just here to introduce CHW, who is our consultant that will discuss the 486 interchange with the new Parkway extension. And they're here to answer any questions and lead discussion. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Give us a second to do the change over here. I'm Craig Brazier with CHW. This is Benoit Paniker with Ayers, part of the consulting team. Also, members of the team who aren't here today are Avis Craig, who's a local planning consultant, as well as Chris Donnelly Architecture. So with that, we can start the presentation. So the project at hand is the County Road 486 interchange management area. Obviously, the parkway is being extended. There will be an interchange here. The county has hired us to look at comp plan policies and land development regulations to address future growth along this corridor. As expected, the new interchange will likely increase traffic along this corridor. So the idea of the policies that we're going to propose to you will increase the quality of development along this corridor while still bringing economic development and job creating uses. Up until this point, we've been focusing a lot of our attention on the public outreach and public participation component of the process. We want to gather as much information as possible from the community. You're the local experts. We're the ones who are hired to then take that information and create these policies and development standards based on what we hear from the community. So at this point, we had one open house workshop, which was well attended by more than 250 people. Then we also held more focused smaller group stakeholder meetings with the development community, with the institutional uses, with landowners, with city staff, because county staff, while we have worked closely with growth management through this process, we also wanted to make sure we were hearing from engineering, public works, parks, all the other departments as well. So we've gathered all this information, and we kind of wanted to come to you today to give you an update on that public outreach and public participation process, and as well as show you the boundaries of the area that we're considering and get your buy-in and get your feedback and get your input on that so that we can move forward and get into the more specific uses and standards of the project. In addition to the in-person public outreach and meetings that we conducted, we've also got an active website which Benoit and his team have been monitoring, and they created and they updated. And so everything that we've done at the workshops, we replicated on the website so that if you weren't able to attend in person, you can go to the website and fill out surveys, visualization preference surveys, give us feedback, just open comments. And to date, we've had over 900 people go to the website, and we've had more than 300 people download information from the website. So we feel that there's been good use of the website, and we hope that that will continue because the website will stay active throughout the life of the project. We'll continue to update it. On there now, you can find a series of maps about the property and things that we were looking at, things that we've taken into consideration. You can find minutes from all of the workshops and stakeholder meetings that we've had so far. You'll find an overall schedule on there. And then there's a general map where people can go on and just place comments and give us information about what they know. Because that's one of the most helpful things is the more information we get put in, the more we have to work with, and hopefully the better the output will be. So with that, this is a map here. This is an example of some of the information you can find on the website. This is kind of taking in everything that we know to date and tried to show it all on one map. So if you want me to, I can give the specific website address for this page, but also you can go to the growth management website, and there's a link directly on the growth management landing page. But one of the things we really wanted to look at today were the proposed boundaries for the interchange management area where these policies and development standards will apply. So we're looking at a couple of options. Here's one that's linear focused along the 486 corridor. And we know that there's a lot of development that's already planned and in the works on the north side. However, we felt that it was important to include that in the boundaries so for in the future, if this development were to stall out, if some development orders were to expire, or if redevelopment occurs at some point in the future, the comp plan and the policies and the land development code standards that we're creating last, much longer than projects do sometimes. The other expands a little bit because we think there is some opportunity and a pocket created by the Parkway extension in the southwest corner of this red area here that we're looking at to create some what we're calling employment center type uses focused on economic development and job creating that may be better positioned to take advantage of the Parkway and the transit options that it offers, because a lot of those light industrial, light manufacturing, research, laboratory type spaces need close access to long distance, for highways, for transport. And we feel that there is some opportunity there in that section. So as Benoit continues to show within the boundaries, whichever we choose, we're looking at two different types of uses. One would be a mixed use, which would be focused along the 486 corridor. And this is a mix of residential, non-residential, office, commercial, retail type uses, kind of in a town center form is what, our initial feedback was what we were hearing that is kind of a desired development style along this corridor. The second part of that would be the employment center focused uses, which would be a little bit to the western end of the interchange management area. And like I said, in that pocket created by the Parkway itself. And then the next one would look at that expanded boundary. And this is the one that we would probably recommend moving forward with so that you can take full advantage of the opportunities created by this new interchange. So we were hoping today to just open up the discussion with you as the end decision maker, get your feedback or any questions that you may have, and then we'll return to you in a few months. And I believe the next slide is a schedule. If you wanted to go one more slide, kind of showing when this started. And if not, we started back last summer. We plan to go well through this summer and into the fall. So that's kind of a very general, and we'll continue to update this schedule as we move through the process. But there again, the website, which is countyroad486ima.com. And that's County Road spelled out 486ima.com. Or you can find a link directly from the growth management landing page. But all that information, pretty much everything I showed today is on the project website, and we'll continue to add information and keep that updated as we move forward. But be happy to answer between myself and Benoit. We should be able to answer whatever questions you have.
Thank you. Mr. Brashear?
Brazier, yes.
Brazier,
Yeah, it's
thank
okay.
you.
I get it all the time.
I'm Slaywall. It's really hard, yes. Sir, could you put your slide 3 on for me? I think it's going to be the same. Project objectives.
Yeah, I think somebody has to put the presentation back on for us. There we go.
So go, I want to see the picture. Oh, you can't see the picture.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of white. It's more whitewashed
See,
on the
on ours, you can't read the words. You can
Okay.
see the picture.
Yeah, I understand.
So on
Yeah, it prints
ours,
differently.
and I've always felt, this is my district, I've always felt Native Floridian. I saw this happen in my neighborhood growing up there in Sarasota. And what they did by the hospital is they had shops, and then above that they had the shop owner could live above it,
Sure,
and it kind of looks like that. And is that what is that part of like is that in your plan at all with the mixed use, that opportunity?
Yes, I believe so. That is well, from what we were hearing, from some of the feedback that we were getting, that is a desired development form. One of the specific uses or specific development that was used as an example was the town of Tioga, which is in Alachua County, which we're very familiar with because our office is in the Gainesville area. So we've done work all in that area. I'm very familiar with Tioga, and it's a project that's turned out wonderful. It's beautiful, and everyone who sees it says, "Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we're looking for." So yeah, we're trying to do a few things with these policies. Obviously, we want to respect the development rights that people currently have along the corridor. We want to encourage, enhanced development and elevated development style, and then offer some incentives for going beyond that and, creating even more publicly accessible uses and benefits in this area. And those are the kind of details that we'll work through when we get into crafting the policies. But yeah, that is the type of mixed-use town center concept that we're working for along the corridor. And that picture itself was an example of what we used at our workshop. So we had a visual preference survey. So we had different things that affect development, such as building placement and building form, which that picture was likely taken from, as well as landscaping, as well as parking and parking location and what parking lots can look like. So we wanted to get people's feedback on what they liked and what they didn't like. So, not all the pictures were nice,
Right.
but it was important to us to find out what people didn't like about certain development styles. And architectural form was one of the categories for the visual preference survey. And if there are people who would still like to provide input on that survey, each one of those categories is on the website as well, so you can go and give us feedback.
Well, I appreciate that. This is literally in my backyard.
Okay.
Right in my backyard. So I obviously, I've known this was happening. When I bought my home, I knew this was coming eventually. 25 years ago, we knew this was happening. I just would want it to be as painless and as welcoming, be part of the community, not, obviously I don't want a paper mill in my backyard, which we're not going to get, but I love that you have already reached out to the community. Having 200 respond the first time is fantastic. I appreciate all the work that you're doing, and if you're looking for a consensus from me, like I said, it's in my backyard. I would like to see option 2, where we incorporate that Duke Energy easement and sanction road.
Okay,
So thank you, sir.
All right.
Board?
Yes, ma'am. I too would like to see option 2 included as well.
Okay.
I do want some points of clarification. I believe I know the answers to all this, but for public record, there is, I blew up on Google Maps and really looked at that. Looks like there's basically mini farms, sort of farmsteads. And then there's that one triangle that looks like an actual neighborhood. So what happens to all of them when we do the overlay?
And there's some discussion about, especially as it relates to also the Pine Ridge neighborhood to the north, how you treat development adjacent to existing neighborhoods. That will definitely be something that's incorporated, and there will be buffers and compatibility standards that may also include building height within certain distance. There's a number of techniques we can use to enhance compatibility between new and existing development. So that will definitely be part of the draft that we bring back, and we'll be looking for your feedback and your direction at that point as well. So this is early on. We wanted to make sure before we got too far down a road with the 2 different types of uses being the mixed use kind of, this town center development as opposed to something that's a little bit more employee focused, such as, like I said, light manufacturing, light industrial, laboratory and research type uses that can take advantage of the access to the highway, which may have a little bit different development form and different development standards associated with it, but it won't be as visible and as upfront on the corridor.
Well, I assume the other commissioners got this email because it's not my district and I got it. I think he's in your district. He said he lives near Sugar Mill and he had, I think, 90 decibels on the sound meter with the Suncoast. And that's what the state is the one that decided where it was going and did the planning and the installation and all that. And, I have to say, it's a tough pill to swallow if you're not getting eminent domain, but you're living right next to it, so
I understand.
light industrial and employment center is spot on perfect for next to a freeway. It's perfect.
And that was the feedback we were hearing, especially from the business and the development community, is that would, understanding some of the difficulties that come along with the Parkway extension, but there are some opportunities created, and that is one that has been identified through our public engagement process.
And I'm sorry to the residents for that. I mean,
I understand.
Again, it was the state, but the only upside is that commercial property goes for a lot more than residential.
And
So,
if there is a silver lining, hopefully there's a benefit down the line for some property owners who don't.
This was a
who
tough
wish to change.
conversation to have publicly, but I wanted it out there.
And the workshop, the initial workshop was those conversations, we understand not everybody was happy. And we were trying to explain the role that we were, here to play. And the point that the county was actually trying to get ahead of, the future development that is going to result from this extension. And, and as time has gone on, as the project goes on, and we hope to keep that engagement and that conversation going so that still, if there's anyone who doesn't understand, in addition to the workshops and stakeholder meetings, we also have had a number of direct emails and a number of direct calls where we've had the opportunity to talk directly to citizens and hopefully help them understand a little bit more about the process and where this is going.
Yeah.
And that we still got quite a ways to go, and there will be much more public engagement as we go forward.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Thank you. You answered my questions about buffering. It seems like we really, in the mixed-use area, want a high-end look. And I love the idea of the employment center. I was just wondering, do you have that vision to keep that high-end look with landscaping, or how? I would like to see that kind of flow in. Do you kind of have that plan?
That's the details that we're going to get into, but
Okay.
we definitely wanted to make sure that y'all were on board with that approach before we got too far down that road.
Yeah.
So, I do appreciate that very direct feedback. But there's just a difference in the nature, right? Just the functionality of some businesses and these employment type uses is different than a mixed use residential, commercial, retail, office development.
Sure.
So we can factor in and we can utilize landscaping and even building signage. Absolutely. Signage was something that we heard a lot of from all angles that can be incorporated. And but there are some benefits of exposure from the parkway that those types of uses will benefit from that actually are detrimental to residential, like we were talking about. But those uses can actually see it as a benefit because of some skillfully placed signage and landscape standards that make it look nice. Because one of the things, that we've always looked at as a goal here that's driving this is, now with this new interchange, we understand that this may be some people's first encounter with Citrus County. If they use the parkway and they get off at this interchange, it may be their first experience. And that's what we were hearing from the staff, is that they wanted it to be a positive experience, obviously, and to have quality development around this interchange. And that's really one of the driving goals of what we're trying to achieve. And I assume that that's the same discussions you've been having around the other interchanges as well.
I mean, I'm only one of 5, but I've seen light industrial look very nice, like a park area with the light industrial, and that would be more my vision, is to just keep everything. When someone drives by this, even an employment center, they say, wow, Citrus County did this right.
And which is specifically why we included an architecture firm on our team, is so that when we get down to crafting that level of detail in the development standards, we hope that that's what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. Anything further? Commissioner Bays, do you have anything?
You ready?
Hey, how are you?
this is probably some for you and some for staff, but I like to look at things maybe in a little bit bigger picture. What I'd like for us to look at is demographics that currently exist today. How many households are already developed? How many vacant lots do we have in some of those areas? I'd like to look at traffic patterns, taking into consideration what's going to be built down 486 and how people will traverse. I think it's also important to look beyond that. We have a development that's going to go in over on Rock Crusher Road. I kind of eat, sleep, and breathe transportation.
Mhm.
So I had Walt today. We sat down. We really kind of looked at it. If we think about the intersection on 44 and Suncoast Parkway, and we have an IMA going around that, I'm a little concerned when I look at what's going to happen between that going west down to 486 and how people are going to travel. And how we tie in. I know we're going to have some other, transportation discussions later today, but I think we have to really take into account developments, the capacity of the road. I'm very concerned that 486 is 4-lane right now. We only have a median in there that we can take out, and frankly, it would look ugly if you take the median out, but that's the last chance we have is to make that and expand that road. So if we do this, either we're going to have to teach people how to slow down a little bit, enjoy life, but we need to be very careful in this planning. And I think the way that we go about it is we really do the deep dive. We look at where people are. Do they have 1 car, 2 cars? Are they retired? Are they of working age? Really go into the nitty gritty details of all of this. I think about the expansion of the other roads that collector roads that we're going to have to increase the capacity. And for those that are sitting out there, I want you to listen very carefully. 19, 44, 41 are state roads. They fund those roads. They fund the capacity and they fund the maintenance of them. So every time you come to us and you say you want us to expand a road or you want us to put a new road in, we have to come up with a 50% match. That's to build it. And then we have to come up with the money to maintain it. So when you think about this Suncoast Parkway going in, and it goes all the way out to 19 when it's done, and how you're going to move in and about this county. And I'll take it one step further. When you get on, right now there's a 60% discount if you're using that with frequency on your tolls. I think we should take it further to the governor and say if you're using it within your county, it becomes free.
Amen.
This will reduce our burdens for maintenance and for expansion. We have an estimate to widen 491 all the way down to 200 because that's an evacuation route. It's $165 million. And that's on our backs. We have to come up with 50% of that. Now let me tell you, I've taken my heels and I've gone all the way to Tallahassee. And I'm like, you put the evacuation sign up there, we would certainly like your help with this. So I'm saying all of this because I think it's really important. I hear it loud and clear every day when I go out and I talk to the people of the county and the citizens, and they tell me, we don't want growth. Well, growth is here, it's coming, but we can plan smart. And we need to be very cautious in how we develop our collector roads and develop our businesses and what they're going to look like and how we're going to pay for it. So we're going to do this right. I've heard you. We're going to do it right. We're not going to stop growth. It's coming. It'd be no different than one of you sitting out there with a house and you've got 3 people living in it. And I've said today, I'm going to create an administrative regulation that when you sell it, only one person can buy that house. You're only going to allow one resident to live in it. Well, it just doesn't work like that. People buy land for investments, they put things up, but we can have a plan on how we want them to develop and invest in our community. And I think that we want the highest and best use for every single piece of land that we have, because nearly 50% of our state, our county, is protected. So I'm excited about what we're doing, but I really, really want us to look at all of those other roads, all those things, all the way people move throughout this county and how it's going to tie in. I don't think we can just look at these individually. I don't think we can look at 486 individually. I don't think we can look at 44 or Cardinal or 495. I think we have to take the map, we have to lay them out on the bigger picture and know who the people are here currently, know the developments and what we're attracting and how we can best serve. I'll leave it with one final thought. We need industry. Industry and job opportunities beyond retail is what we need. In 2010 to 2014, your tax burden from Duke, they were a contributor of 45% of your tax base. Today, they're 15%. And it's going down further. So we have got to shift that back. We have to have opportunities to keep our young people here and to create jobs, because jobs is what transfers the burden away from the residents. So we've got to be very serious and very directed as we're planning this county out, that we're going to create job opportunities that have more of an industrial or light manufacturing component to it, because that only creates a 30-cent per dollar burden on us. Madam Chair?
Did you get all that?
I did.
Told you it was going to be long. I warned you.
And I don't know how much is in your control, but if you can get that list checked off, I'd really, really appreciate it. I agree with.
And if you didn't get it, they're coming up later. I'm going to say it all over again.
I do want to say, and I'm just going to say this. It is in my backyard. I have known it was going to be in my backyard, just like most of us citizens that have lived here more than 25 years. So I'm not saying no, not in my backyard. I'm saying please be cognizant of us neighbors that are there and that we do it properly. Like Commissioner Bays said, I also would like to see some of the pressure off of, in my district, I have the smallest district. I have the most people. I have some of the most vulnerable people living on very, very, very fixed incomes. And if we could take some of that pressure off of these people so that we could pave the roads and take care of them, that they would have the quality of life and that their Social Security could not be spent so much on taxes and things, I would love to see it properly done with light industry. I've said this since 2018. I don't know. Food industry is a light industry. I would love to see a chocolate factory in my district. It would make it smell so delicious. But that, I'm being fresh, but those are light industry jobs that pay well. Quality jobs with insurance. And with that, when we bring that in, like you said, and we know how we're going to move them around, let's move them around on the Suncoast Parkway. Take the burden off of our roads. Take the burden off of our wallets. Commissioner Bays she can go to church on some of this stuff. She'll preach to you and she'll say it, but she's right on a lot of it. And I hope you heard her. And all of us know growth is coming, and we just want to do it right. And I want it to look pretty. I want it to look like that building belongs there. It fits in with the nature coast. It is not some big eyesore. So thank you, and you've got a big job on your hands. And I encourage every one of you here today to go to the website and vote and take the control back. You know, we're like Commissioner Finnegan said, she's one vote, I'm one vote. And but you all, the citizens of Citrus County, can say, this is what I want, and help us out. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. We appreciate the direct feedback and the conversation, and yeah, I would echo that. And please go to the website or contact us in any way. Know that not everybody has direct access to the internet, and that's fine. You can pick up the phone and call us, and we'll be more than happy to talk to you or find a better way or another way to get your information.
And I did not get your preference, Commissioner Bays, of option 1 or 2, and I don't remember if I got you. Did you?
2, yeah.
Okay, thank you. 2.
Okay, absolutely.
So you got
loud and clear.
4-0. There you go.
All right, that's good. All right, we'll see
Go
you soon.
forth and prosper.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Got a consensus there. Okay, so now we are on H5. Time certain. Thank you, sir. Aaron? Donna, can you want to take that out there? So, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Erin Doran, Management and Budget Director. We're here today to present the CIP for 2024 to 2028. I just want to say real quick that this is not possible without the management and budget team, specifically staff. Barbara Wilkins, our Assistant Management and Budget Director, and Nicole Burns and Georgette Brock are in the back. They are budget analysts. I also want to say thank you to the department. Every year we do this. We look 5 years out in this particular document, and all of the departments try to convey to us the projects that they want done. Then they try to convey their budget. We try to understand it. We try to make it fit. Then we try to convey all that information back to you. It's a lot of back and forth, and it's a lot of information. Then we try to make it accessible and transparent. So it does take quite a bit of work.
Aaron.
Yep.
Gentlemen, there's some seats up front if you'd like to sit down. You've been standing back there. If you would like a seat, I keep looking at these empty seats. So, sorry. Thank you,
No
Aaron.
problem.
Just feel bad for them standing out there.
So just quickly, the total budget for the 2024 CIP is almost $79,892,282, so slightly under $80 million. And then this is just for the year of 2024. At this time, we're not asking you to vote or approve the CIP. That is done in September when we bring you the budget. This is just for you to look at those projects that are requesting funding in 2024. Make sure those are still the projects that you're interested in, that accomplish your goals, that nothing's missing. This kind of briefly goes over what we put in the capital improvement program. So it's an expenditure over $50,000, and it usually has a useful life of 10 years or more. Sometimes that can vary depending on the projects. It looks at projects and equipment. It allows for evaluation of the needs of the departments. We also look at financing. So do we have the funds in their current budget? Is it something we have to go out and get financing for? It also fulfills a requirement of a state statute. and it serves for public relations and economic development tool. The first department is the general fund. So I'm not going to read over every project unless you would like me to. These are the projects, however, that are being requested for general fund taxes. There are a few that I wanted to point out. County transit buses, that is totally grant funded next year. That's $600,000. We also have some debt service. So in all of the slides, the debt service is in blue. So that's an obligation. We have to pay that. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Every project listed in green as you go through the slides are all new projects that are being requested. So we have constitutional officer renovations of $480,000. On that particular page, you will see that various constitutional officers have made requests, what they've requested, and the total for those projects. We have an emergency operations chiller that needs additional funding. Judicial infrastructure replacement, that's actually funded by court fees. On the next slide, we have the Lecanto Government Building Chiller number 2. That is actually an ARPA project, and they are actually requesting additional funding. So it's going to be more than they thought last year when it was in the budget. After that are all projects that were added this year to the general fund. A lot of them are refurbishments for HVACs. There are some that are part of your strategic plan. The Lecanto Government Building Space Needs Study, that lists $15,000. New Courthouse Space Needs Study, that was also part of the strategic plan. There's the morgue. I know Commissioner Davis has been speaking with you all about that. This is what was budgeted on the high side, and it would be over 2 years, at least at this point, until we get further information.
And may I?
Oh, sure.
Just to be clear, because that's a 6-county project, that's also more or less mandated, like we can't not do it. So.
Yes, it's part of the medical examiner, and we have an agreement with them, so.
Yes. But if we did, so point of clarification, since you're the budget director, if we do the build to suit with a leased option, to buy later, that would reduce the capital outlay, would it not? Wouldn't it just end up being a higher fee?
Well, it depends on how they choose to fund it, because remember they had like 5 different options. Are we going to fund it for every person we send that has an autopsy? Are we going to do it per county divided up? So we'll have to see what the board chooses
But
to
in
do.
any event, this is our worst case scenario.
Yes.
Thank you.
Continue, Aaron.
And then there's a communications plan that was also part of your strategic plan. That is $200,000. And then just so you know, any of these projects that are listed in fiscal year 24, when you actually look at the CIP book, they could have been funded in previous years and cash carried forward, or this could be the first year of funding and they could need additional funding like the morgue. We did that over 2 years because we know it's going to take them a while. The next slide is public buildings. This is just all the debt service that we currently have on our buildings. I know when the financial advisor was here, she kind of went over that debt service when that was coming off and how that was secured.
Aaron.
Oh, yep.
Board, and I'm not even going to look this way at Commissioner Bays because she'll have a lot to say about this, but I'm going to throw it out there. Wouldn't it be nice to look at all the needs that we have with the county, and instead of doing piecemeal, let's address this and come up with a real plan? Because this, as soon as this building was built, evidently it wasn't, we were building it because the taxpayers say, oh, we only want to spend this much money. So we built it to that moment in time. We can no longer build things to today's moment in time. We have to come up with a broader plan. And what are your thoughts about that? And I'll go ahead and start with you because I bet you have a lot of thoughts. And they're all good thoughts, mind you.
Well, I will just tell you, I have heard plenty that there's never enough space for constitutional officers. The judges want more space. I am not for putting another dime into any of this. I think we have to have a master facilities plan throughout the entire county. I would like to see us work with the city of Inverness to talk about how we can redesign all of our government buildings, houses for efficiencies under one roof. That means we would find a location here, put everybody under it. That would then put the sheriff's office and the Stovall's building, that would put them back on the tax rolls. It would also put the clerk's building back on the tax roll next to the Publix up there. And I think we just have to work the numbers. We have to figure out what we're going to put back on the tax rolls and what's going to be generated out of that offsets action and the scales of efficiency, putting us all under one, and stop putting Band-Aids on this. I would also say that we should look at trying to integrate the resource center back to Lecanto and combining our workforce in one place. I think we've got a couple of different options on the table to potentially for reuse of that building. One, either maybe that can become our mental health facility, or two, I know that the Veterans Village is looking, we've been in negotiations with them for a contract up there on the hill to build that. Maybe we sell that building to them, which is another option. So that's those. That gives us a west side, east side, and that gives us our center of our county. And I think we start to consolidate, and we have the scales of efficiencies of operating collaboratively together and not spending this money just shuffling the deck, you know, as they say, putting lipstick on a pig.
So if I can clarify, do you mean when we're looking at like the Lecanto government building spacings and the new courthouse spacings, putting everything together?
No, I'm saying here in the city of Inverness, if we take the sheriff, the Stovall building, and what the clerk is using over by Publix, and this area that we're in, and we build one facility here, somewhere in downtown Inverness, we need to work with our partners in the city of Inverness to come up with a plan for that. We have no idea what they're even planning for their city, but we need to work collaboratively with them to figure out what their vision is, what that looks like. But that gives us the opportunity to put these buildings that are setting the sheriff and the Stovall building and the other one back on the tax rolls. Because I do believe, this is my firm belief, that I believe that if we do that, between the sheriff and the Stovall building, I think we would get a really nice hotel over here on the lakeside.
Okay, so
I think that gives a real opportunity.
So then work with putting those entities into one building, but still go ahead with the projects for Lecanto.
I don't have a problem with the Lecanto government building.
Okay.
But I think what we need to do before we start doing roofs and things at the resource center, we need to see if how our space needs are in Lecanto, potentially moving that group of people to the Lecanto government building, and then either figuring out if that works for a medical center or the mental health center. So we're not building one. Maybe it's something we can repurpose. And if it's not that, maybe we can sell that building to the Veterans Village group. That could be a possibility. I just think we need a master facilities plan. We have no idea what we're doing. We're running in the dark here. We know that our sheriff says he needs a new facility. His lease is running out. We have growing pains, and before we just keep putting money into buildings that are functionally obsolete, we need to have a look at this.
Okay, are there any other projects that you all?
I just have really one quick question
Okay.
on here. I'm a little confused when there is currently radio debt service of $721,755. And I don't know what the page number is, but on the next one, you have radio equipment replacement of 362.
Right, so the previous debt, and it is on number 5.
It's on the.
We did,
Yeah.
that was back in 2014. So we replaced radios, but we also upgraded the radios and got an additional 6 simulcast remote site in Inverness. The new one is coming off in November of 2024, and they're saying that radios are going to need to be replaced. So the last one is and that is on page 51, is a radio equipment replacement. And so that's 130 mobile radios and 150 portable radios over a 4-year period. So I think they're just trying to not get behind again.
So here's my question. What is the lifespan of a radio? What's the life expectancy of a radio system?
Barb is motioning to me, it's 10 years.
They said the radio equipment was 10, portable radios.
And then how long do we finance them for?
Well, this new one, they're not looking to finance, they're looking to save the money over a 4-year period.
How long was the last finance period?
It started in 2014, so it appears to be 10 years.
Because at one time we rolled a bunch of bad debt. We were upside down in 2014 because I voted on that. We rolled bad debt into that. And that's the one thing that I'm going to tell you. If we have something that has a lifespan on it, we should be able to figure that debt out and pay for it on the lifespan and not be rolling upside down debt into it.
Yeah, I don't know what was rolled per se, if something was rolled into that. I can just tell you it was October 28th of 2014 and it matures November 11th of 2024.
Folks, could you keep the crosstalk down a little bit, please?
So
Thank
it's
you.
10
Yeah,
years.
which is fine. But I want to be very clear that when we've got a capital investment, whatever the lifespan is, we shouldn't have debt that extends beyond the cap or the lifespan of it.
Yes, and when the financial advisor was here, that was one of the things they had mentioned as well. So anytime we go out to do debt, that is something they look at. So I don't know what that debt was for or what happened then. But we want to make sure when we bring you that proposed budget in July, it doesn't have any other projects you may want to wait for. So other than that, the community center re-roof, are there any other ones that you may want to wait for that facilities plan to be completed before we budget for that?
Well, I want to piggyback on that because I actually had in my mind and I was thinking about this with the Parkway. We can do this right, or we can put lipstick on a pig. I've added up about $5 million, and it's 3 different buildings. 3 buildings that are not on our tax rolls, and we're just going to keep doing this and keep doing this, and people are going to say, I don't have enough room, I need to expand this, and it obviously all falls on the backs of us taxpayers. So at what point do we just say, okay, wait, can we take a moment? And this is great, I really appreciate this report, but this is the first opportunity we as a board have been able to say to you, hey, that $5 million this budget cycle, and then next year another $5 million, and the next year another $10 million or whatever, can we actually get a plan together and get rid of some of these buildings? There's some constitutional officers that are in 3 separate buildings. And, because previous boards decided this building was going to go, let's get a plan, let's figure it out. And that's what I would like to see with our CIP. What is the plan? Again, not just for today, what's the plan for the next 10 years? So I really appreciate what you're saying about getting some of these buildings off the tax, getting them back onto the tax rolls. We've got buildings sitting on that lake. That it's a beautiful lake. Let's do something with that and generate something that will help us, rather than just letting. I'm gonna stop talking. But, so that's where what I would like to see. I don't know if that's something we can accomplish in the next few months, but there's 3 buildings I'm counting just with $5 million.
So do you want us to, I mean, because obviously we can add a project in there, we could get quotes for a facilities master plan. Do I know that it'll be done in a few months? I can't imagine that it would be. But we can go out and get a quote for that. We can add it into the CIP. But again, we don't want to bring you a proposed budget with anything in there that you may want to wait to do. If you feel like you're going to get rid of a building or you may want to build a new one, that is just going to add costs. Like you said, for the taxpayers, that won't pay off in the end.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bates.
Well, like in here, I see constitutional officer renovations at $480,000. We've got, and I'm also, I want to ask, West Citrus Central roof coating. I mean, we just did that building. So in 10 years, I mean,
I would have to ask facilities. They're the ones that entered those projects. I don't know if they went out and looked at it and it wasn't good.
I just think that's worthy of, I mean, we spent a bunch of money renovating that building. I don't know what was done to the roof at that time, but you've got the judicial infrastructure replacement. That's $201,600. You've got, which is this building. You've got you got 3 new courthouse refurbishments at $70,000 each. You've got 1, 2, 3 more roughly at $70,000 each for this building. You've got $580,000 into resurfacing the resource center parking lot. I just think it's time. I mean, we may end up doing it. It may not be feasible, but what I'm saying is it's time to look before we keep putting money into air conditioners and roofs and paving lots and changing out stuff. Let's look to see what we can get done and what it means to put these buildings back on the tax rolls.
Madam Chair. Are you done?
Yeah.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I appreciate having a master plan because I know sometimes if there's always space needs some renovation, we may look to go bigger. But before we completely go down a rabbit hole, if we are giving up buildings, we have to build one first. So that all goes on the taxpayers. So we have to figure out where we're going to get money. I'm okay with a long range plan if that's, the wishes of the board, but that's going to be wildly expensive. In the meantime, we can't not replace air conditioning and take care of our roofs and take care of our buildings because, let's face it, it's going to take us from inception 3 or 4 years to get an animal shelter built, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine how long it's going to take if we're talking about putting all of these government entities in one space. And I don't see that being in Inverness. I'm going through my head where property could be, maybe. But you can't start selling off buildings if you don't have any place to put.
Oh, no, I understand that part. I'm just saying that I think if we look at a master plan, I think there's a way to get this accomplished.
So, if that would be the desire of the board, planning is always great. But I realize how many years that's going to take, and there's no way, Aaron, I understand you can't have a price for a plan in a couple of months because that would take who goes there and engineering and how much space and what's the property going to look like. I understand that. So in the meantime, we're going to have to take care of the things that we need to take care of. Now, I had this conversation in my briefing the other day. I mean, I don't know. I would have to go visit and talk to a lot of people. I don't think that the description of the need of each one was enough for me. Like, I can't verify if some of these things, do they need to be done now? Can we push it off next year or 5 years? I'm not really sure. That's a little bit more digging that we're going to have to do. Planning is wonderful, but it's going to take a long time to get a whole master plan.
Right. And like we discussed in the briefing, if there are certain projects, and sometimes they don't necessarily have all of the information, they just know per se it needs to be done or it needs to be looked at, or we start saving for it, we can always go back to the department and ask for additional information, whichever ones that, you know, you need that for. But yes, we just want to, when we bring you back this proposed budget, that it doesn't have something in it that you don't want, that you're spending money on, and then you ultimately tell us that's not what we want to spend the money on this year. Not saying you can't do it, not saying we can't still budget for it, and if you want to pull it out, you can. But if we know now, that's up to you all. Or if you want additional information, let me know. If you want information on these projects, we can get that for you as well.
And I think that what I'm saying is, obviously, we have to fix a roof. We have to fix air conditioning. What I'm saying is this board needs to be the board that looks at this hard. Because if we don't have this conversation, it's just going to keep going down. Somebody has to make that step. And I was doing the calculations. Like I said, there's $5 million. $500,000 of that is refurbishing. Some of that refurbishing, you know, can be put off. New carpeting, things. We've got $2 million for the Koch building. There are $3 million for the Koch building. $500,000 for courthouse refurbishments. We have to have that discussion. Do we want to continue going the next year and a half for me, the next 3 years for you, of just keep adding to the repairs instead of saying, let's take a beat, let's figure out a plan and come up with it. Now, I know when I threw that out there, it was a conversation that can't be brought, just miraculously happen before this budget, but I needed the conversation to happen. Because if there are some refurbishments, $500,000 that aren't really necessary in this budget cycle, and we could figure out a plan and put that in that bucket of future space needs, that's what we need to do. But again, I'm same mindset. I don't know what, new courthouse OHU 131 refurbishment is. Is it new benches? Is it carpeting? Or is it something like, there's plumbing leaks? I don't know. A little bit more information would be helpful, but I definitely agree. We just have a lot of buildings that we own that are not on the tax rolls, and they're getting older and older by the day. So I'd like staff to fix this.
May I?
Commissioner Davis.
So I really appreciate what you've put together, and I very, very much appreciate my colleagues for being forward-thinking. I always like to be out there forward-thinking as well. And just think of the government inefficiencies of us being spread out all over the place, all over the county. And Commissioner Bays said it absolutely. I've always wondered why we don't have a central complex for everything. It just really makes sense for us to do that. And I do agree with her as well that this can all be figured out. To your point, Commissioner Finnegan, we can't sink the ship while we're trying to figure this out. But I think all of us up here, and I really do appreciate my colleagues, I'll say that again, all of us up here are looking, and I think, at least I can't speak for them on this, I would encourage staff to think that long ball. I know our new administrator absolutely does, and paint that picture of what are we going to do to make this more efficient and more attractive. If you have a nice master planned government complex, then it's a lot more attractive. Is Mr. Rubio still in the audience? He brought up, there he is, the back wall. He brought up, making sure we have some sort of, modest statue or art element in the new animal shelter. So making it pretty and a nice place to go without going overboard, of course. So anyway.
What else would you like from us?
And I do have one other question. I'm sorry. Where is County Road 491 from Beverly Hills to 200, where the widening of that, where is that in the master plan?
I believe that is on the 5 to 10 year project list. What Commissioner Bays had mentioned, that $165 million. That was the one I had emailed the attachment for.
I thought that was 41.
No, that's 491.
Oh, 491, okay.
And I don't know. That's why I had said I didn't know if that covered the entire area you were looking for,
Mhm.
but it does. I believe it's Pine Ridge out to 200.
Right.
So that is the $165 million, and
We're going to have some bad wrecks on that road. So that needs to, somewhere.
And I know Mary Jensen was discussing adding a project. Because this is a living document, I can tell you we've changed it today. We've already got grants for projects that are in here. It continues to live. So there, I'm sure, will be more projects in here and probably some taken out by the time you go to approve it in September. And we let you know what those are. So we were discussing adding something in here for that project. What that is, I don't know, because it is a lot of money and how we go about acquiring that or when we start that project. I know it's something she said they had also talked to the MPO about.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
So is there anything, and we can go back to staff and we can ask them if there's anything, and we do kind of when we're having the meetings, if there's anything they can push that maybe isn't absolutely necessary for that next year. If you want, we can go back and have that conversation with them again and say, hey, can you take a second look at that? Is there anything, would you like that done? Or is there anything you absolutely would not want to see budgeted for fiscal year 24?
I would like to see more information on a few items.
Okay.
And I would like staff to think, okay, if in a perfect world we were able to have a government complex in 10 years, what could be pushed towards that goal? What could get us one step closer to that goal? Commissioner Finnegan.
Yeah, I was gonna say more descriptive. I think if something's on this list, it needs to like sell it like your life depends on it. But what else I'd like to see is, like I saw pole barns on here. Well, that may be very necessary. Maybe there's nowhere and our equipment's getting ruined. I don't know that, but or maybe they're forecasting. So not only sell it, but we absolutely need it this year, or we need it within the next 3 years, or is there a timeline? Because I'm sure some of these things they know, like, hey, I really like it done this year, but, we need the roof redone. But it's not really a problem now. It's just getting old. It might last us another 3 to 5 years. I don't know. The ACs, how old are they? Are they really not keeping up? Or is it just, we feel like they're timing out? So that's the type of information I want to see, because maybe there's a project that's pretty important, but it maybe just doesn't have to be done this year.
Okay, we will go back to the departments, and for those projects that don't, especially like the HVAC projects, we'll have them put in, if I know years ago there were some that, the repair costs had exceeded the cost of replacement. So we'll have them look at that, add that information in, and, we'll send that back out to you. We'll also ask them, to consider if in 10 years we had a new space, would we need this? Could it wait? So can the roof really wait, or is it going to cause damage to the building?
And, and we can talk about it later, but, there's a $94,000 for soccer field lighting. Again, these prices kill me. Perhaps we could even reach out to Duke Energy, that'll be their client, and see if, they can be a better community partner with us about certain things. And maybe get some of these, that just jumped out at me, $94,000 for soccer field lighting.
Yes, and if you want, do you want me to go through the rest of these slides, or
do you want to?
I was going to real quick just to point out some, and then if you have some comments. Under aviation, we just wanted to let you know the Inverness Airport Business Park, that is part of, your strategic plan. They put that 375 aside every year, just to keep going, just to put some money away for that. Also, airport landscaping signs, that was part of your strategic plan as well. I believe this first year is kind of like a design. They're going to be coming to you looking for some guidance as to what you all want to see from that. Parks and recreation, the barge canal boat ramp, that first one, that's also part of your strategic plan, and it does have some cash carry forward that you will see in the final book that comes to you in September. The artificial reef enhancement number 1, we were just notified that we did get that $1.2 million award. So we've got that. Further down, we just wanted to point out that there is a Fort Island Trail Park floating dock and a Fort Island Golf Beach floating dock. Those are 2 separate docks. And then the Beverly Hills Master Plan, that is part of your strategic plan. And we're looking to fund that with impact fees. Let's see. The next one is stormwater. And just that first project, that's the watershed management plan that we do with Swift Mud. It's an ongoing project. We pay 50%, they pay 50%. So we continue to do that every year.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Bays. I'm not sure exactly what the Castle Lake flood mitigation is, which is $500,000 under stormwater.
It looks like it was a project that was identified for flood mitigation. It was documented by Swift Mud staff and county staff the summer of 2021 when we had flooding, and it was prioritized due to the impact it had on the infrastructure.
I'd be happy to work with you. I met with Congressman Bilirakis' office, and there is a ton of money for flood mitigation from the federal level.
Do they have that is that going through him like the other ones, or is that an actual grant? If you'll let me know and I'll look into it.
Yeah, you and I can go meet with them because
Okay.
I mean, there's various buckets of money from what I understand, and it's pretty much, this is like one of their number 1 things that they're after, and there's a lot of money
I think
for
I got
it.
an email on it. I'll look for it and I'll forward it to you.
Okay,
and then you
that would be great.
Forward it
Yeah.
to Commissioner Bays.
The next slide is for transportation. We wanted to point out, obviously, annual road resurfacing, that is part of your strategic plan. And you all had decided to do that 0.4 of a mil from transportation tax to add to road resurfacing. And then they also have a SCOP grant where we're getting about $1.6 million to help do that road. We are going to try to fit all of these projects into their budget. However, generally we collect about $9 million in gas tax. And outside of the extra funding we're getting, the projects come to about $13 million. So we're going to look and see if they have any additional funds left at the end of this year. Maybe a project comes in under, or they get a really great bid. If we can't make it all fit, we will let you know when we come to you in July with that proposed budget. If there is something on here after we speak with them and give them your direction that they still say they need but can't be funded, they don't have the funds, if you all want to fund it at that point from general fund, you could.
And you said that we collect how much per year?
About $9 million.
Okay, and there's a lot written about that. Our gas taxes, what are they doing with our gas taxes? Well, if we collect 9 million, but for fiscal year 2023, 2024, we have $18,750,000 on the books. So do the math.
The next slide is for libraries. That first one is just debt service for the Floral City Public Library. The next one is the Lakes Region Library renovation. The library actually has $300,000 that is going to be donated to them for this renovation. And we were looking to see if the board might be willing to consider ARPA funding for that other 300,000. The library can only levy 0.3333 mils. So for them to collect and reserve that kind of funding to match that, to get that renovation completed, it would take them quite a bit of time. So we have that for your consideration, and we do have to bring ARPA back at some point to you to discuss some of the other projects we've heard you say you may or may not want to continue with.
Do you want a consensus today, or?
That would be great if we could have that.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion for a consensus. I guess it really doesn't even have to be a motion, but I will lead the consensus on that. I think
You're
ARPA
for
funds
it.
would be perfect.
And I agree.
Agree.
Mr. Finnegan?
All right, thank you very much.
See how easy that was?
Thank you. Solid waste management is next. As you know, they're looking at a landfill expansion. So that project went up about $2 million per year because they're having to acquire some land. There's the dozer and the compactor lease. That's just, payments that we have to make. And then the citizen service area, that is also, they're going to have to renovate that when they do the landfill expansion. So that was just recently updated last week. That will be about $5.1 million when all is said and done for the new citizen service area. Utilities, water and wastewater.
Where's Ken Cheek?
Yeah. He should have to do this. His is the
hello.
most fun.
I just like to eyeball him when we do this.
So, as you know, utilities gets quite a bit of grant funding. They do have some debt, so that is on here in blue. They have those septic to sewer projects. You'll see some of those say loan/grant, and what that is basically they're looking to do the assessments through the SRF program. So that way utilities don't have to front the money. They don't have to be the bank. SRF will do that, and then as they pay the money back, obviously we will make the payment to SRF for that.
Very good.
They have a few on here that are new. The Imperial Gardens, that was another grant we just received. And Annapolis Avenue Force Main upgrades, that is an ARPA project. So other than that, they're just doing every other project everywhere.
And very successful at grants.
Yes.
If something happens to Ken, we're just going to stuff them and stick them in that office, and because
Be like Bernie on vacation.
Yeah. Because I don't know if the public $26 million, and mostly it looked like grants.
They do a fabulous job of that, and their projects, it's one of those when you see it, it also makes you feel good because that it's a lot of it's really helping the environment. So public safety is on the next slide. This is our fire and our EMS, extremely important. They have some things on there, new fire station 8. For next year, that is just the design. They'll be looking at moving that station. The fire apparatus equipment capital lease, again, some debt service we have to pay. And then their two new projects are the fire training center air pack replacements. That is equipment that has to be replaced. And then the fire safety house replacement.
We all know how I feel about that. Let's try to find some grant money.
So the next slide is your strategic element summary. These are the projects that we've identified in the CIP that relate back to your strategic plan from your meeting in January. It says at the bottom, additional funding in future years. Obviously, some of these, it's just the beginning. I'm going to say all of them, it's just the beginning. And I'm sure as time goes on, there'll be probably more in there.
Mr. Bays, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
The next is a project summary. This just compares next year, 23-24, with this year, 22-23. And these are just all of the various departments or really sections we divide the projects up into. So you can kind of compare and look at them. The last slide we've kind of already done this, but any projects that you don't want or that you feel need to be incorporated, let us know. We will then, like I said, try to tie it all into the budget, try to get it all to fit within the guidelines you've provided us previously. We will bring that back in July. And then hopefully it's everything you want. We can get you that additional project, and then it will be with the budget in September for adoption.
Erin, thank you.
Thank you. And because I was the next one up, I was tagged because apparently during the time certain H1.
Yeah, we got to vote on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to circle back on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And H5, H6, Miss Mary Jensen, Walt Eastman, presentation, regional travel and road impacts. While they're coming up, board, we heard the presentation on H1 and I was remiss in not calling for a vote. I need a motion to accept and approve the comprehensive operation analysis draft final report. Looking for a motion for H1.
Madam Chair, motion to approve H1.
And I'm looking for a second from Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on our transit H1 presentation that we saw earlier? Seeing none, is there any further board comment on H1? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. H1 passes 4-0. We are now at H5, H6. H6 presentation. Hey Bob, how are you doing? So we have Walt Eastman, Bob Esposito, and Mary. No Mary? Just Walt.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. We're going to continue the theme of traffic and transportation and impacts. The first map you see on the screen is a map of the county. As was discussed earlier, we have several roads of the county that are designated as evacuation routes. If you look on the map, you see the roadways indicated with like a blue outline. Those would be our evacuation routes in the county. One very significant one is County Road 491. Also on this map is not just a color code of the roadways showing roadways that are being impacted or either at or over capacity, but you also need to look at the line width. The thinner red line means that those roads are approaching capacity. Once the road gets a little thicker red, you're definitely at or over capacity. And just to kind of give you some background, the numbers with traffic, this is traffic not just within the county or just local traffic. This also includes traffic from any kind of tourism, which we love our tourists, but there is an impact. But we're also seeing impact from outside our area. For example, to the right side of the page, you see I-75. That is the elephant in the room. It fails repeatedly, almost daily. And when that happens, those travelers either seek alternate routes or their phones tell them alternate routes. And most recently, when the truck hit the bridge and 75 closed, we actually felt those impacts here in Citrus County. They found their way across through Pasco County, across to 41, 44. So those outside areas are impacting us as well. With that, we started looking not just at our county and just our neighbors to the south, which Hernando County is part of our MPO. We started getting concerns about outside influences. And I'll bring up this second map.
Okay, can I ask you a question? The
Yes.
two red dots on 491?
Yes.
What is that?
Those are traffic count stations.
Oh, okay. It's impossible to.
I know, it's but yes, those are traffic count stations.
Thank you.
Yes. And now I'll bring up a second map, which, see if I can zoom out here.
Wow.
Okay, now this has the same roadway network, but now you're also seeing hotspots of densification of population. And you can see the areas within Citrus that kind of matches what makes sense. The Center Ridge, those areas are growing out. But if you look to our neighbors to the north, Alachua County, to the east, you have Ocala and the Villages. Of course, to our south, Pasco County, Spring Hill areas. Those are all generating traffic. And you can see on the map, SR 200 is approaching capacity. 75 again is over capacity and fails. State Road 44 has times where it is over capacity. So also to add to that, I recently just saw a video on Marion County. Marion County is about to invest almost, I think it's $290 million in infrastructure. One of those projects is an off-ramp off of 75 to a roadway over to our 200, which is going to be the home for a Buc-ee's.
Yes.
So all of this is going to, again, generate traffic. They're going to look for alternative routes.
Walt, on the
Yes.
legend, it says total population. What are those numbers there?
It didn't give a number, it just gives density.
And what does it say under total population? It has yellow and then the red.
Yeah, it just says dense. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit more. It's sparse and dense.
Sparse and dense. Thank you.
Yes. So the timing of this was kind of ironic because recently, Bob, Mr. Esposito with the MPO, they just recently completed a study with the Suncoast and looking at impacts to roadways here in the county. And I don't want to steal Bob's thunder, but one thing I do want you to notice when we get into this presentation is the impact to County Road 491. You'll see in a presentation that the piece from Pine Ridge to 200 is going to go to level F.
Yes.
So we're definitely going to pay attention to that roadway. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bob.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
You want me to pause?
I've heard this. I need to take a rest.
Well, before you leave, Madam Chair, I'm Bob Esposito with the Hernando Citrus MPO, the Executive Director. Thank you for County Board for having me here today. Thank you.
I can hear you, Bob, so don't worry.
It's a long-running joke.
And you know where to find me.
It's a long-running joke that I asked to have a speaker put in the restroom so we wouldn't miss a moment.
There you go. Great idea.
Efficiency.
Right. As Walt said earlier, the MPO did a corridor study, did a phase 2 on the Turkey Oak bypass study. And basically the second part of the study, and the county requested the review of the Suncoast Parkway impacts to specific roadways. And that's the left map on your screen right there. Since the study started construction of the Suncoast Parkway north of County Road 486 to US 19 has been accelerated. We really didn't anticipate the Suncoast Parkway being accelerated so fast, but it's actually going to be up to red level north of Crystal River probably within the next 6 to 7 years. It's going to move that fast. So really that's going to be the natural bypass for the folks in Crystal River, the Suncoast Parkway. And as you can see on the right map there, we're actually getting to the point that Florida Turnpike Enterprise is getting ready to start that project as we speak. And on the last portion of it, they actually moved. They were way ahead of schedule, which was great. Next slide, please. Using the FDOT's regional model 2045 forecast, there were 3 alternatives prepared. As you can see, the scenario A, Suncoast Parkway terminus at 486. B is the terminus at 486 plus improvements at US 19, adding dual southbound to eastbound left turn lanes. At Citrus Avenue, left turn lane, right turn lanes on each approach. and at State Road 44, westbound to northbound right turn lane and dual southbound to eastbound left turn lanes. Recommended that we focus on Parkway to County Road 486, and B, Parkway to US 19 be the focus of today's presentation. Alternative B included improvements to the Turkey Oak and did not significantly change the results of the analysis. Remainder that the purpose of this phase of the study was to identify which roadways would be most impacted by the Suncoast Parkway related traffic to at which may become deficient. The volumes presented are order of magnitude volumes and are not meant to be definitive volume forecasts. For Suncoast Parkway volume forecast, please consult with the Florida Turnpike Enterprise and we can reach out to them, or maybe the board can reach out directly. Next slide, please. Today, again, we're going to focus on the corridors of the greatest concern. The first is County Road 491, as Walt mentioned earlier, and that's been brought up earlier, from Cardinal Street to Grover, Cleveland. Alternate A, it's 7,800 trips, and it's a level of service F. Alternative C is 3,000 trips, and it's a level of service E. Note, some of the Suncoast Parkway trips are local and not diverted regional trips. Those may have used US 19 or other roads. Next slide, please. The second is County Road 491 from Lecanto Highway from Pine Ridge to State Road 200. Again, alternative A is 5,000 trips, and it's a level service F, and alternative C is a level service E. The recommendations are to continue to seek funding for State Road 44 and Turkey Oak Drive for intersection improvements. Seek additional corridor funding and improvements for County Road 491 and State Road 200. And the 2050 Long Range Transportation Plan, coordinate with FDOT and forecast external station volumes on US 19. Update forecast population employment to address Suncoast Parkway, and update assessment of the Suncoast Parkway impacts. Any questions or comments?
Commissioner Bays? I know that we have traffic counts on the Suncoast Parkway, but I would specifically like to have an origin destination study that identifies where those people are coming from and going to, that are entering and exiting, so that we can tell by their license plates where they're from. I think that's going to be highly important to us. And then the next thing is, I would just say that from a state and an MPO level, I would like to continue the focus on getting some help, since the state's identified 491 as an evacuation route. And we know that 19 is a high coastal flood area, and the likelihood of that being closed down in an evacuation, that's probably not going to be an alternative. So if 491 is our evacuation route, I'd like to work with the state closer on that to find more additional funding that's not directly on the back of Citrus County at 50% at $165 million.
We can look into that, absolutely. Just so you all know, I did ask Commissioner Slaybaugh and Commissioner Kennard are on the MPO board, and I asked them months ago, 6, 7, 8 months ago, to do additional counts on State Road 200 and US 41, mainly because we know those roads are failing, and if it comes back that we can prove to the state that it's failing, maybe we can get some additional monies for those roads. So the counts should be wrapped up as of hopefully this week, and we should have more data hopefully at the next MPO board meeting.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bays.
Walt touched on a little bit earlier. The governor fast-tracked that interchange on 75 for the Buc-ee's, which is also the bypass that Marion County is planning around the World Equestrian Center, and it's my understanding it's going to come out somewhere about top of the world in 200. And if 75 has an incident on it, people are going to get on their phone and they're probably going to use that, get on 200 and find their way down 491, which is going to have additional impacts on us.
Right.
That's one issue. Second issue is they've got to do something to address that bridge on 200. That is a disaster.
I would agree with that. I actually talk regularly with my counterpart, Rob Bomas from the Ocala Marion TPO, and they're only 6 miles from the Citrus County line. So those are why we're looking at trying to find additional fundings for State Road 200. We know this whole area is problematic, and we do know that as we had a meeting with Florida Turnpike Enterprise last month, that they're going to start doing a more holistic regional study for the area, and I believe it was from almost Gainesville down to.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to mention, as you've heard, some things we can control here in the county. It's at our doorstep, but a lot of what you're hearing is outside our region, even outside our MPO. So we have approached the state DOT to ask for them to participate in a regional traffic model to help us better determine what impacts are coming our way and what we can do as a group, the state and the county, what we can do to put ourselves in the best position to grow and develop responsibly and protect our capacity on our roadways.
Basically, on a regular basis, I'm begging District 7 for as much money as we can get. They actually were kind enough to give us about $2.3 million additional dollars from working with work program towards US 41. So anywhere we can find money, as I say, roads don't build themselves.
Right.
I would just like to add one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
A few months back, Commissioner Kennard had brought up a stoplight at Gospel Island on 44. And recently, the state put funding into repaving from 44 out to 75. And so I thought, oh, this is the perfect time to ask. And at that time, when Mr. Kennard or Commissioner Kennard had asked, they wanted us to have about $100,000 to add to that. And the state has come back now and they're going to fully fund that light. So I'm very pleased. And again, I've sent my email off thanking them, but I want to thank you for pushing that along.
You're welcome. Yes, I reached out to the folks at FDOT, and they were kind enough to agree to put a traffic signal in there, and they are not cheap. So you're welcome. Another thing, yeah, hey, if it's not your money, it's a good thing, right?
That's right.
Also working with FDOT traffic safety, I know they were wanting RRFBs, which are rectangular rapid flashing beacons along the Withlacoochee State Trail over here in Inverness. And there was some discussion back and forth, and I was able to get DOT to acquiesce and do the study, and they're going to supply the RRFBs, but the Inverness is going to have to install them and maintain them, and that's typical. So anything else?
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that you put into this, your contacts. As you know, chair of the MPO, I sit with and work with you a lot, and I've heard a lot of this, and we're heading in the right direction. We're moving forward. Board, is there any other questions for Mr. Esposito? We do have a presentation I have got to get to, not to cut you off short, but if you have any questions, make it quick. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Walt.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have to jump, and I'm so sorry. This one a little longer than we thought, but H2, no, what number? E2? E2. Make it quick, so, yes, we did. E2, we're jumping all over the place today, is the new animal shelter. We select the preferred new animal shelter conceptual design, and I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to say, Board, I would like to make a motion to approve A2, and identifying this funding sources is through debt issuance. I'm making that motion. I will be looking for a second. Thank you.
Don't have my mic on.
So I have a motion made by Commissioner Slabaugh, A second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on the animal shelter? Please come forward on E2. Fill out your green card.
Thank you for a very productive morning.
What's your name?
Oh, you know who I am. Donna Rummel, Inverness. Again, I thank you. I'm very glad you came to this decision, but I'm here to send major kudos to Commissioner Bays.
You know we're talking
for-
about the animal shelter, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Na, 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 na. I just want to throw it out there.
Oh my God, the new girls get all the attention.
She asked a very pointed question about breeding and ordinances in Citrus County. So I don't get lost. Our animal shelters and their employees and their charges, they deserve a safe, updated, and comfortable environment. I believe there are more animals than there are homes, and I put a lot of the blame on breeders for profit or from ignorance. We need prevention. Unwanted animals, the throwaways, and the abused are why we need expanded shelters. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Wanda Moak, Citrus County Foundation for Animal Protection. Just wanted to say a major thank you to this group. This has been so needed for so long, and you are the ones who are doing it and becoming part of a very important part of Citrus County history. What you vote on today will last us for the next 50 years or so. And I was very encouraged that you see the need for the larger shelter, the larger option. And I can't thank you enough for all your work. And you're amazing, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wanda. Thank you for everything you do. Hello.
Hello. My name is Alice Weir. I was unable to get to the workshop this morning. However, I've got a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I went to the website last night, and all I could see was maybe 4 rectangles with different rooms in them. And I was wondering, the price tags, let's say the $6 million price tag, does that include fixtures? Does it include a washer, a dryer, a sink? Does it include an exam table? Does it include the things that are cages? Does it include anything except the walls?
We will answer your questions. Is that all the questions you have? When everybody's done, then we'll answer the questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Are you for the shelter?
I'm sorry?
Are you for the shelter or against the
I am
shelter?
definitely for a
Okay.
shelter, but I am also definitely appalled at the amount of money for what apparently we are getting. And I find that that is appalling, shall we say. You can build a 2,600 square foot house with lanai and porch for $300,000. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, living room, dining room, kitchen, etc. But it includes those things. It includes a sink. It includes cupboards. It includes paint. It includes insulation. It includes all these things. And I was wondering also, is this going to be, there was no description of the outside. Is this going to be a metal building with a metal roof? If so, I'm not at all sure, but what type of insulation are you going to have, are they going to have in that metal thing that will prevent it from sounding like a war zone every time it rains hard? I have a metal roof on my barn. My barn is open, but it's got a metal roof. I cannot imagine if it was enclosed with a metal roof and very little buffering, shall we say.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Diane Liptek again, Hernando County. I want to thank you for taking the time to actually very carefully review all the angles and aspects that are involved in an animal shelter. I mean, these are the animals that are lost to society. But the people who are taking care of them are also the people who have extended their hearts and their souls to taking care of these animals. And it's a big endeavor. They come in all different conditions, and what has happened at this particular place is it has so long since outgrown its ability to function properly that the staff has become lost. It's just very difficult to keep up with it. So the fact that you're actually considering doing something that is going to provide the right size, the right equipment, the right space, the right, air conditioning and clean facility is laudable. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Okay, I'm going to close the public portion of this. I just want to say this is not a metal building with a tin roof, and this is also not a home. I do appreciate what you're saying about the cost. We have raised $3 million in donations. I think that's the tip of the iceberg. We have commercial property. I have a motion on the floor for the A2, the $9 million building, which is what we asked for from the architect and the engineering firm. And I don't mean this in any disrespect, but this is a hospital that is being built. And my home, yes, it is, say it took 150, 200, I don't know what they go for now, but say it's 200 a square foot. This is 350 a square foot. It's a commercial hospital building. And my guests don't defecate and urinate on my floor. And that's why you have piping, you have sanitary measures. You're cleaning these floors 2-3 times a day. So that's why you have to have the proper drainage and sewage system through these things. But is it a sticker shock? Yes, it is. But I'm going to tell you, this is important, and it's never going to be cheaper to build this building than it is today. We have put it off for 20 years. I have spent the last 2 years, I got a 3-2 vote from the previous board. Commissioner Davis has been there with me from the beginning. If we had built it 2 years ago, it would have been considerably less expensive. But I am so glad. I have a motion on the floor. We have taken public comment. Is there any additional board comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So part of your motion I'm in agreement with. I agree to go with option 2. I think for those of you that missed the workshop this morning, I don't agree with the numbers, but I do agree with the building. And just because the numbers are here, a $9 million building, it doesn't mean that's what will be bid on. It could definitely come in much lower than that. We've got a great staff that's looking after this, and they understand what prices should be, and they're going to be watching out for that, as will we all. The part I'm not with you on is securing the loan, because we gave Betts Farm all that extra time, which should be coming to a head. And with the money that we have, you said this morning that you have $1 million donors ready to go. You add that with what we have Betts Farm. I don't know that we're gonna need a loan. I hope that we wouldn't need a loan, and then how much to secure if we do. So I would like to see the money come in.
Well, I said we have to say where funding's coming from. It doesn't matter if it's going to be $1 million or $9 million. We don't know what it will be until we get this step taken. So I said through debt issuance. So that could either be loans, bonds, donations, sale of land. That's why I said debt issuance. Very clear, because we don't know until we get this out to bid and we see more donations that come in. But we have to do this step in order to even go to the next step. We can talk about it for another 2 years, but we have to identify the funding source. So again, I agree with you. It could be much less, but debt issuance is where it would be the funding source.
Well, I think that was my point. I didn't want debt because if we sell this property, everyone says we're going to sell this property. Everyone had faith in this person that we're selling this property. Don't we wait a couple months before we get debt issuance? And Aaron, I don't know, or Steve,
We
if
have to
that's
Mr. Howard.
allowable to
Let Aaron come forward, please.
how the timeline on that works for debt issuance. If this motion goes through, Aaron.
So we wouldn't necessarily go right now because we don't have the costs that we need to issue. So that would come back to you. It's something we'd get with the financial advisor on. We'd look at the interest rates, and depending on how much you need to borrow, or if you wanted to look at possible other projects, would it be better to go with a loan or a bond? So this doesn't mean that you're going out tomorrow and getting the debt. It just means that these are the funding sources we're going to use. And if you all want to wait another however many months on Betts Farm, I know we talked about earlier, we're still only at like 30% design. So they need to finish design first.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it would always come back to you, but it's just, we're looking at it as, is it just going to be cash funding, or is it going to be donations and some type of debt issuance at some level, regardless of what that is when the time comes?
And I would say that would work for me if we said, moving ahead, because we have a while to go, with cash on hand, and then in the event that we don't reach this estimated cost and it costs that much, then we move to debt issuance. Are you comfortable with that?
No, the motion on the floor is A2, and I've, and through identifying sources through debt issuance. I didn't mean that no so hard, but no, that's what's on the floor, and you can vote what you feel on that motion.
I understand.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you,
Yes.
Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Just as a point of clarification, value engineering will happen after the bids start coming in, right? Which hopefully, as you've said, will hopefully reduce it. And second, this is the step necessary to get the train to leave the station. It doesn't mean there's not another station where we get to vote again on whatever funding ends up needing to be dealt with, okay? Bets closes, all these other things. So I remain hopeful that we'll be able to do it without debt. And that would certainly be, I think, all of our preference. Does that help at all?
Yes, I just feel like you further made my point.
Yeah, but we
but the
have to
train
do
has to leave the
this step
station.
in order to go to the next step. And that's why, it sounded very hard, but it's 2 years I've been talking about this. We just have to move forward. We don't even know what we're going to be getting with the debt until we go to this next step. So I have a motion on the floor, a second. I would like to call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that passes 3-1. We are moving forward, people. Thank you so much. Very good.
And Madam Chair, I just want to point out that if I wasn't cut off and I had something further to say, I may have went ahead with that, but
Well, I
seem to get cut off.
I'm
a lot.
sorry you felt you were cut off. I asked if there was more comments and you were quiet, so.
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, very good. I don't believe I've cut you off, though. I'm so sorry you feel that way. I will be cognizant of that. Okay, so now we are going back to open to the public. And if you can remember the line you were in, I believe the gentleman in the garnet shirt was first here. And you're the only one I could remember that was first. Okay, folks, I need you to quiet down a little bit so that we can hear the next speaker. Thank you, sir. You got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I moved to Citrus County 47 years ago because it was a beautiful place. It still is a beautiful place. When we talk,
I'm sorry, I need your name and where you,
oh, I'm sorry. My name is Len Kelly,
Lynn Kelly.
and I live in Citrus County on Bismarck, on Brandon Street. I've been in business here since 1980. I came in 76. Since 1980, I've been a builder and a realtor, and I've had to live under all the federal regulations against discrimination of race, creed, sexual orientation, just as we all do. And I agree with every bit of that, that we should not discriminate against any of that. The flip side of that coin is we shouldn't promote based upon sexual orientation. I think we can all agree that LGBT, that acronym refers to sexual orientation, not color, not creed, not race, but sexual orientation. Consequently, if we shouldn't discriminate against sexual orientation, we shouldn't promote sexual orientation. We shouldn't promote against white Christian, because there's a whole bunch of black Christian in this county, not just white. And we should not promote based upon my sexual orientation, whatever that might be. I don't care what someone else's is, and I don't care what you to know what mine is. But I don't want to promote this county, the beautiful county that we have here, with all the changes we talked about. 486. When I came to Citrus County, 486 was a dirt road. I hung out with Norval Bryant. But I don't want this I resent the fact that we are going to spend tax money collected from tourism to promote tourism based upon someone's sexual orientation. I think it's wrong. I think it's morally wrong. And I question whether it's legally right that we can promote and take tax dollars and spend it on someone's sexual orientation to get them to come here. When you show a picture of this beautiful area and someone in a kayak, I don't know what that person's sexual orientation is. I can't tell whether that person is gay or heterosexual or lesbian or anything else. I'm promoting the county and the beauty of the water and all that stuff. That's what we need to promote our tourism about, not spend our dollars on promoting someone's sexual orientation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I do want to say, I'm going to give everybody their time to speak. Obviously, I would never take that away. But I think there's been something written, email sent out that we were voting on spending money on this DEI. And this has not been something we voted on, and I don't see it on the agenda in the future. So just so you know that, we have not voted on spending any money to promote that. It was pulled from the agenda. So I still want to hear what you say, but
It was pulled by me.
It was pulled from the agenda.
it was pulled, and it's not,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's a
So
good
all
thing.
y'all who are
Yes,
here to be
yeah.
mad
That's
at
a
me.
good,
Yeah, and the person that actually wrote it, I don't see them in the audience. So it's just it's almost like, let's divide us a little bit more and go but I still want to hear everybody's, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Margaret Fry. I live in Greenbrier of Citrus Hills. And I am here to ask for you to use your authority to help us. We have a problem in Greenbrier with a tremendous amount of landlords buying our houses and turning them into rental units. And there is no law against it. I'm asking you to use your power and your authority. Meadowcrest, which is next to us, has rules against how many limited rentals are allowed. And when you buy a home there, you're only allowed to have a certain amount of rental properties. We do not have that. And so in Greenbrier 1 and Greenbrier 2, we are inundated with landlords. We have 4 of them on our board of directors buying up houses as fast as they can, and there's no law against it. However, you as your authority could appeal to developers, or perhaps make it a rule that when they do our condos, in the declarations that they write, that they could write a limitation on the amount of rentals are allowed. I think you're able to do that because some younger, more intelligent developers are putting it in, and some of the developers are not putting it in. And if we had a rule that said that in Citrus County, you cannot have too many rentals, then we can keep the landlords out. Do you think you can do that?
When you're done, we will answer all your questions. As soon
Okay.
as everybody's done, we will
All right,
answer.
I'm finished.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Ma'am, could you turn in your green card? Ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Leland Ship, Floral City, and I'm glad I got to sit here and listen today because the men that gave the last presentation, the Walt and Bob show, I think that they are definitely waving a huge yellow flag for us. I changed what I'm going to say. I just want to ask a question. What is the board's solution of getting the roads resurfaced and fixed? Because I think we're going to have a serious opportunity. And so I'm not even going to go any further, except for to say I would probably notch that up to the #1 priority spot because I just see it as a disaster. I think that we need to take the attitude of come heck or high water, we're going to fix those roads before we get inundated with all this traffic. And that's not to mention when you start building shopping centers, and I can speak to that, I've been around that, the amount of heavy trucks and things that are going to be coming, not including the influx of workers, you're going to be putting a lot of strain on these roads. And I really think that we need to put this fixing the roads baby to bed before it's old enough to collect Social Security. Thank you.
Thank you, Leland. Next speaker.
I'm Les Lovejoy from Beverly Hills, and I simply want to say I'm just glad that the proposal for the spending on the advertisement, it was pulled, because I find that that's, to me, unconstitutional. We've worked very hard in this country for everybody to be treated equally, which means also people coming to our county should all be, we have too many things to promote in this county. We have rivers and just the activity. It's a wonderful county. I love this county. I've been here now 10 years, and I came from DC. It's a cesspool. I love this county. I really do. I'm just glad to hear the fact that it's been pulled, that we're going to advertise that promotes everybody, because we are a very loving community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you have a very good name for being a loving community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi. I'm Dr. Carmen Kubicek, Inverness Village IV. I would like to say hello to all the commissioners, Madam Chair. The reason I'm here is to ask, I know Commissioner Davis will be speaking later on, but we were supposed to have a workshop, and that never came about. I see Mr. Walt Eastman here. I see Mary Jensen here, Mr. Howard, and then Lynn. And I'm requesting that this be done because there's a lot of misconception, misinformation being distributed among the residents, and this all needs to be cleared up so that we're all on the same page. I really think this is very important. One of the other residents, I think in one of the previous meetings, wanted for signs for speeding to be put up, at least to slow down. My next door neighbor had to call the sheriff because one of the workers was speeding down on Crestwood, and we have children that play out in the street, and this is a disaster waiting to happen. They're very inconsiderate. There's always dust going everywhere. You know, I have to vacuum my house at least twice a day. I'm sure all the other residents as well. So something really needs to be done. I know you're trying. I really appreciate that the board is trying. I just wish I had more results, you know, that I can go back and tell the residents. But I do appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, ladies. I'm Brad Benson from Connect County below you, Hernando County, back to talk about the Baker Act boondoggle. And I just want to say I was at our board meeting this morning and asked about it, and they say it's now they're all waiting for you to do something. And and then I asked the deputy to Mr. Rogers, our county administrator, if she's the one charging the project, and he looked over at her and saw who was asking her and told her, no, you know, he is. So seems to me like something is going on under the table again. I have more trust in you than I do in our own people. That's why I came here today. Wish you wouldn't make us wait so long. The public comment thing could be taken care of real quick because I've got yet another meeting to speak at tonight. Last but not least, on the idea of transgender tourism, I would just say for anybody that would entertain that idea to take a look at what happened to Bud Light and what is about to happen to Fox News for firing Tucker Carlson. When you do something that stupid, you get what you deserve. If you want to have no tourism, then I would say go ahead and do it, okay? But if you want tourism here, that ain't the way, because the people down here don't buy into that nonsense. Now, on the Baker Act thing, I find it interesting.
Folks, please, it's hard to hear him when there's crosstalk out in the public. Thank you, sir.
I'm a funny guy.
Oh, is that right?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
Finally, I'd just like to say, find it interesting that Ms. Finnegan is willing to spend all kinds of money on these Baker Act facility and 40 new beds, and is over here hugging all the doctors that pushing this thing, but can't quite support an animal shelter. Now, I know people are more important than animals, but we're not really taking care of these people that are Baker Acted. We're drugging them and taking them off the streets. It's a bad idea all the way around. The Baker Act itself is a bad idea. A new facility is an even worse one. And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you all letting somebody from Hernando come up here where we have a interested BOCC, and ours isn't. So I'm glad you afforded me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Zielinski, 3411 West Krieger Court, Lecanto. I'm here representing PaveRight Incorporated. I serve currently as its vice president. We have been Citrus County for 32 years now in its current state. We've also done work here for the county in numerous capacities over the last 32 years. I have to give you a backstory first because it involved the previous board. The previous board was faced with giving us an extension on a road resurfacing project back in November of 2022. At that time, there was material supply chain issues that we were dealing with that happened throughout the state, throughout the country, and we had difficulty. Our supplier here in Lecanto making asphalt had difficulty getting the aggregate. There were times that we would go a day, a week, 2 weeks that he just didn't have any aggregate to make the material. So we would be shut down. We'd find out that morning he has nothing. So we asked for extensions of time. We are granted an extension of time at the November 8th board meeting. Unbeknownst to us, also on that slate was to ban us as a contractor to bid on or be awarded any more work for Citrus County until the words are until all outstanding projects are complete. So we had that project that we had finished up the work that we could do on, as well as Turner Camp Road. There's an upcoming agenda item today that'll close out Turner Camp Road. We finished the actual work on that the beginning of March. Our impression was that when the work was completed, that we could get back on to bid and work. Come to find out that no, all the paperwork needs to go through, that including today's agenda item. So it's pushed us back and we're missing bid opportunities. We had bid a job in September prior to being banned on November 8th. That wasn't awarded until late November. Well, it was awarded to the second low bidder because we were then banned. So we missed out on the parking lot project at the Inverness Airport. We also bid on a Cardinal Drive sewer project, which we were the low bidder, and that is on your agenda today. And we're $229,000 roughly lower than the contractor that you're considering recommending the award to. We're done with all our current work with Citrus County. We've missed out on other opportunities through the utility department, some other road maintenance departments to do work because we've been banned. We don't know anyone, nobody's talking to us from the county side. All of our communications have been us reaching out to county people to find out what's going on. And we're just getting nowhere, and we don't know what it's gonna take other than keep moving the goalpost back and getting drug out, so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ken Hinkle, 1027 North Short Line Way, Inverness. Several things. Y'all are doing an excellent job. I know you get a lot of critique from everybody, but it's part of the job. I love the forward thinking that Ruthie is explaining, and all of you are doing. Forward thinking. $5 million for renovations every year seems a little bit excessive to me, and putting everything under one umbrella would be the best thing. And of course, I like Rebecca's idea of putting it in Inverness. Since I was on the city council for 18 years, we want to do that. To me, taking the old Inverness shopping center and putting a complete project right there would be phenomenal. And away with that animal shelter. If people don't understand, go out to the current shelter and you see why we need it. It's disgusting. Really, I'm here because I live in Cambridge Greens. You'll be voting on the bid award for I think it's around $10 million. It's a bargain, but almost everybody out there is retired and they're on fixed incomes. And I brought this before. Inverness just got a $10 million grant on top of a $16 million grant. And I went to the city manager and I said, okay, how'd you get another $10 million? And he says, well, you reapplied to FDEP. And he says, so many people are turning the money back in because they don't have the money to do the project. He went on 50-50, whatever the match is. So I would suggest Mr. Cheek is doing an excellent job. See about if they can reapply for more grant money for the 22, 23, or 23, 24, because this project's not really going to finish till 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker, please.
Hello, people. I'm Frank Papson from Arrowhead, and my thunder has been shot out from under me, so I'll go on two other things that I listened to here. One, I hope you had success in Tallahassee getting the money that you were looking for. That's number one. Number two is the consolidation of City Hall. When you keep saying consolidation, I keep thinking of Washington, D.C. and all the traffic that it generated. I also think about the fact that you're going to building that's going to have additional employees that have to park somewhere. And then you're going to have additional people, public, coming to this building, and that they're going to need to park, and they really don't need to walk blocks and blocks to get there. So you're going to have to do something about the parking. That's one. The other one that I'm thinking about was the project on 486, 491. I hope you turn around and make the builders put in traffic lights where they're going to need it, because you're going to have a lot of people going in and out of there. And the turn lanes, I want you to make sure that they pay for that too, because that's an expense that the builder should be paying for. All right. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'm going to close open to the public. Board, is there anything you would like to address?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bays.
So PaveRight, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know exactly all the details. There's always two sides to every story. I will tell you, this is the second instance that I've heard this with two local companies. And I'm very concerned. I don't know what the deal is, why the prior board preempted local businesses from doing business here. But when it comes down to awarding bids between a business that has brick and mortar employees that's within our county, and we can't get it resolved, I think that's a tragedy. Well, whoever it was. It was the board. So I'm asking for staff to really dig into this, really look at it, figure out what's going on. I mean, I've heard some bits and pieces back and forth. I heard it from another company that we have in the county that they weren't able to do work here. And I know that when I worked with them previously, they were an excellent partner. It was a printing company. So, and this on roads, I would like to see this resolved. It concerns me that we're shutting out local businesses from being able to do work here. So maybe there's a good reason for it, but I would like to have answers.
Yeah, I would like the minutes pulled from that, when that was decided, because I remember, recall that I was not in agreement of stopping a local person from doing work. But the administrator was saying they were overwhelmed with work and weren't getting work done. So I would like to see those minutes. That it?
Sorry.
Is that it all? That's the only?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Finnegan?
Well, since you started with PaveRight, I also asked the question actually in my briefing. I don't know where the PaveRight guy went.
All right.
And they did have a reason, but it's my understanding that you are caught up. And my response was, I'd like to save over $250,000 and also with a local company. So I would be in agreement if we can somehow work that out. They did give me a reason. I don't know that it's my place to, to bring all that up now, but I would say if you don't have the reason, everyone needs to start talking. That would be my hope. I think a lot of these people are gone. For Miss Fraught in Greenbrier, I don't know if we could, we can't give that, but I would have to get with our attorney to know what we are allowed to do as a county. I'm not very familiar with Greenbrier. Obviously, it's not a HOA, so it must just be in the county. I've been in places that apartments have HOAs, and yes, they have rental stipulations, like once every quarter you could rent. And I feel that's the way you're going. I just don't know. We'll have to punt that off and maybe try to get something back to you later.
I've talked to several lawyers, and the first thing they said
Ma'am, sorry.
I'm sorry. I know you're not allowed to comment back, but you could email me if you'd like. And I think just, thanks to Mr. Hinkle and Mr. Papson and all of those that had something to offer in the forward thinking. And, there's a lot of fiction that gets said too. So I just want to, before everything goes sideways in comments, just because I voted nay on one vote does not mean I'm not for the animal shelter. I think I've made it very clear that as with all board members, we're all on board for the larger size animal shelter, and I'm happy that it's moving forward, and I think we'll get it accomplished. I just had a question about incurring debt, and I think in the future this board will work well together to hopefully not incur debt, but that's just a way that the board wants to move forward right now, and we're all good with that. So, thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Pave right. My understanding or my memory, I would like to review those minutes as well. My memory is pretty much exactly as yours. You're overwhelmed with work until you get caught up. You can't, but clearly you're caught up, and I would share the dismay, the outrage that we would not allow a local company. By the way, my father always really thought you guys did a great job at Crystal River Airport, and especially to save taxpayer money. So hopefully staff can figure out a way to work that out. Mr. Shipp, Mr. Papson, I'm going to throw in roads, turn lanes, and all that in together. At our board retreat, we discussed looking at concurrency, which is what means that the developers have to pay for what they're doing right in their area. Impact fees, we're going to look at that. We're looking at alternate funding sources for getting the roads paved. So we are working on all that. Mr. Shipp, I know you wanted to be the first priority, but we have about 10 first priorities, so bear with us as we chew through that. Speaking of all of the heavy lift on our plate, I think we've already put the DEI thing to rest. That I just want to say something, and you said it best, Chair, so I'll try not to screw up with additional comments. I read in Wall Street Journal that today, I think, that China just got busted for manipulating social media to cause dissension within the American public. We already know that Russia has been doing that. Okay? We are so focused on being angry at each other, and make no mistake, we have bad actors within us as well. I work in media. I hear a lot, follow the money, follow the money. Sure, I know some politicians are crooked. They've got to be out there. I can only speak for myself, but I would bet that none of us are, okay? But follow the money. Your eyes, your attention are worth a fortune to companies, media companies. I remember being raised with 3 channels and you had to get up to go turn the channel, okay? Think now you have uncountable channels. You've got YouTube and you've got 24/7 to fill. So the more they can enrage you and make you turn around and go, that Commissioner Davis, she's insane, and then just start telling all your friends. And then it goes around and around and around. And it's just really sad. Just reach out to me. I am an open door and an open book. If you think I've done something boneheaded, then please send me an email and say, what are you thinking? I need to know, or get in touch with me through our assistant. And I think all 5 of us would ask you to do the same thing. And I will always tell you the truth. IV4, doctor, obviously that'll come up in a little bit. So I have some ideas. I think I got everything.
Thank you. Now, the very first speaker, a woman that talked about her son and mental health, and I mean, that was very touching. It was a long time ago that was said, but I am very, very aware of people losing children and the loss of a child. Doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter if your child's 60 years old. But we, as a board, know that this is an issue with our mental health. People don't choose to be drug addicts. People don't choose to have mental health problems. But this board, the sheriff, our health department, we're all trying to figure that out. And I do appreciate the gentleman, Mr. Benson from Hernando, saying that Hernando's waiting on us to figure out what we're going to do. They don't need to wait on us to figure out. I don't really understand what they're waiting on. We're trying to figure out where the facility would go, who's going to pay for it, and how much it's gonna, be and what area it's gonna be. So, I don't know what to say about Hernando waiting on us, but, Pave Right, we're gonna look into it. I would like to see what's it gonna take to get them back on Citrus County's, job sites. They're a local company, appreciate what you bring to our county, what you've done for our county. Also a subcontractor, so I'm very aware of bidding for a job and being the low bidder, so thank you for that. Mr. Papson, you were very nice today, thank you. It felt like Christmas. Traffic, yeah, I don't, believe me. 486 and 491, it's my district. The traffic lights are there. The turn lanes are the developer. There's one at 491 and 486, and there's one right there at Walmart. Turn lanes are there. Developers taking care of that. So we have a great growth department, and they're right on there dealing with them, making sure that takes the burden off of that road. But believe me, there's going to be a lot. There's a lot more coming to that area, and we got to get ahead of it. Cambridge Greens. Now, Mr. Howard, could I ask Mr. Cheek a question?
Absolutely. Come forward, Mr. Cheek. Maybe he's got like grant money.
Yes.
He's able to get.
He's so wealthy.
He's got one of those Brinks trucks he keeps.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question.
Yes, ma'am.
This Cambridge Green bid is a very, very good bid. That's why we want to move forward on it. But say we move forward on this and we get going. Is there anything stopping us, because it is going to take several years, of getting more grant money towards that project?
Not as far as I know.
Not as far as you know.
Right.
So there is a possibility.
Well, typically they like to see the project, they like to fund it before it starts. But in this case, with the fact that we have a grant in place, we could probably amend it if we can get some additional funding, either through a state appropriation or Springs money. We have both of those.
Okay, so there is hope.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
One thing we can guarantee is the number that we originally quoted, it will never go beyond the $6,000 if we never got any more money with this bid.
And that's with the hookups and the plumber and the.
We have $4,000 to apply to that, over and
Okay.
above what we got in this.
So there'll be 6,000 for the homeowner, the connect.
No more than that.
No more than 6,000. And if we could get it lower across this county, then I'm all
Either
for
saving
it.
money during construction or getting more grant money, yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm all for that, getting it every area, Homosassa, Cambridge Greens, all of the areas. Try to get as much as we can from feds, from
And
the feds.
From the staff perspective, we are too.
Yes, I know, yeah, 26 million this year already, so very good. I think we covered the DI, the workshop for Inverness Villages that will be coming up. The Greenbrier, Margaret, that you would need, that's out of our purview, what you're asking. You need a HOA or a POA. The county commission has no jurisdiction over that. I also don't know if, in my neighborhood, for instance, if somebody buys a house and they want to rent it, I don't believe there's anything in my neighborhood to stop that, but I wanted to ask you that question, what you thought about Greenbrier.
I can't remember whether she mentioned Meadowcrest. I think she said Meadowcrest has some restrictions. So Meadowcrest some of the villages within Meadowcrest did amend their deed restrictions to prohibit short-term rentals. I remember because I was part of that before I came to work with the county. So Greenbrier's a condominium 1 and 2. So there's condominium documents. And I think the frustration that she's having is that the board has folks on it who have rental properties. So there doesn't seem to be an impetus to change the deed or the condo docs to prohibit the rentals. I think that's the frustration. But it wouldn't be anything that the county could get involved in. It needs to be done with the condo docs.
So the condo board needs to amend their condominium documents. Okay.
But what I'm talking
Ma-
That is the future.
Yes, okay, so talk to your board, tell them what you want. That is out of our jurisdiction. Yeah. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you better news, but this is out of our jurisdiction. Okay, okay, so I think that's it. Now we can go on. Any other further discussion? We can move on to E, regular business. So, board, would you like to approve the bids in its entirety or approve individually?
In its entirety.
Would you like to make a
It's
motion?
E1, right?
It's
I gotta get-
E1A through G. I'm looking for a motion. Do you want to do entirety or approve individually?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve bids E1A through E1G.
Very good. I have a motion by Commissioner Bays,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E1A through G?
Yes.
Give us your name and where you live.
I'm Joe Azzarelli, and live in Sugar Mill. I work for Pave Right, and I would like to see you table E1A until you can review this further, so that you can save the $220,000. I'm sure Cathcart's a wonderful company, but they were not low bidder. I would like to give you a little bit of background with regard to the decision to ban Pave Right. And there was a meeting in August of 22 where the staff originally recommended that Pave Right be banned from bidding any future paving work until the one project of concern was done. And because of the supply chain issues that we were experiencing, they decided not to ban them. When this came back up in November, without any reason that I know of, the ban was for all of county work, not just paving work, and for until all county work was complete. The underground division of Pave Right, which I am responsible for, wasn't having any issues like the paving was. Not to say we didn't have any issues, but we were not late or delayed in the same respect. I don't believe that we should have been banned from bidding on the Cardinal project, and I think it should be awarded to Pave Right. And another comment that I would like to add to Commissioner Bays is I just find banning strange. All of these projects had performance and payment bonds. The county was under no risk that the work would ever get done. It was going to be done. In addition, by banning us, you've removed the bidding pool and therefore subject yourself possibly to paying more than you needed to on future work. So anyway, I'd like to see you table that and reconsider, and then keep reconsidering until you can give it to Pave Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
Mike Delgado. I live in Sugar Mill Woods, Citrus County, the president of Pave Right. And, you know, I appreciate you considering us back on the bidders list, but I think we were, you know, banned illegally, basically. I mean, there was no sit-down meeting with us to show us why we were banned. There should be a meeting, the way the protocol calls for in the bid documents. And to save $225,000 on this bid, I think it's good for the county, good for the citizens. Everybody needs money, and keep it as tight as possible. But like I say, we should get the Cardinal bid. We were low bidder. And that's what this county is about. Local businesses working together. We worked for this county for 33 years. who called us when Citrus Hills had a 24-inch water main leak? They called us. We got it done, you know. We worked with the utility department. So I just think you need to consider us on that bid, get us back on the bidders list. That's what this county needs.
Thank you, sir. Any further comment from the public?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to amend my motion. I'd like to withdraw E1A and ask staff to go back and review this to see what the circumstances are. Couple of things. I know that there is a machine out there now that's used by some companies. I don't know that you use it, but it's pulled by one truck. It has a hopper on it. The asphalt's drawn up. It goes into it. It's programmed by a computer that you put the new product in to mix it up, and then it puts it into a dump truck. You put it back on the ground and rolls it out, and it's done pretty quick. I know that there's a company here in this county that leases those. Part of the issue is that that's not part of the specs of the way we're bidding these jobs, but I think it's a better way to do it. It might cost us a little more money up front, even with, as opposed to using aggregate base, that we can actually use more of a concrete base, which will prevent the deterioration of some of these roads in particular intersections. But I would like to see some of that put into our bidding processes. And if we're going to have penalties, then I would like to see some performance measurements built into our contracts. It says if you're delayed, it's gonna cost you X, Y, or Z. You've got to have some mechanism in there so that we're not just preempting these companies. There's not a lot of them out there, and particularly in our county that we're getting the benefit from. But I would like to pull that off and amend my motion.
So what would your motion be?
To approve E1B through E1G.
I amend my second too.
Okay.
I think, may I?
Can we do this business and then you can talk about the hopper and all that during your comments? Okay. Did you have something about this motion?
I did, and it's very,
Okay.
very, very short.
You say that every time, but go ahead.
If you noticed, I was quickly scanning that, trying to make sure I wasn't about to second what y'all were interested in. I missed it, so that's why, and
I did too.
I have a feeling that that's what happened with Commissioner Bays as well. So thank you for getting up and setting us straight.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for E1B through G.
That was short.
We had a motion E1B through G by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Again, do I have to reopen it? Yes, Madam Attorney.
I don't think you have to reopen it, but before you get ready to vote, I think I might have some input on this
Okay.
issue for y'all.
Go ahead.
Oh, so while I understand you may be sympathetic to the discussion that you've heard today, that's only one party. You have someone who's been told that they were the apparent low bidder. So if you're not voting for them, there may be some repercussions for that, because the board took action and directed staff not to allow PaveRight to bid. So until the board undoes that, staff has been working consistent with the board's direction. And so for this bid, which has already gone on the street, it's already been collected, the apparent low bidder has been notified that they are the low bidder. I just want to make sure you understand that you may be having some repercussions from that entity because you're now changing what staff has done at your direction.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
how could they have been the low bidder? How did they bid on it if they were exempt from bidding? How would the other company even know that?
I don't know the specifics of how it went down, so to speak. I don't know whether I think they were precluded from bidding, so I don't think that their bid was, perhaps Aaron can lend some light on this, but I believe that their bid, if it was opened, it was set to the side. So it was not included, but maybe Aaron knows better than I do.
Okay, Aaron, hold on. We are going to finish this motion on the floor for E1, B through G, and then we will talk about what we're gonna do with E1A. So, that being said, is there any other board comment?
Not for B through.
G, okay.
All the more reason to pull A off, it seems like.
Okay, so that being said, all in favor of E1, B through G, the bids, approving that, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you. Now, E1A, Cardinal Street Force Main Project. This one, I'd like to make a motion to table it. I am going to listen to staff. I'm not saying I'm gonna make any promises to anyone. I want to hear both sides of this story, and then we can make a decision. Put it back on the agenda in 2 weeks?
I don't know how time sensitive this project is. It's not a paving project, it's a looks like a water main project.
So
I don't know how
Mr. Cheek? The horse might already be out of the barn.
I don't know. And I will tell you, I've been in communication with their lawyer. I have been writing letters back and forth with their lawyer, so.
Define there.
Pave Right's
Okay.
attorney, so I didn't know that they intended to go outside of those letters that I've been writing with their lawyer.
This is a sewer force main project. It's a CIP project that is self-funded, so there's no other outside influence that is creating the timeframe for this but us.
Okay. So we could table it, get both sides of the story, find out what happened. Is that what you're saying?
It's just in this year's CIP and it's utility funds, so.
Okay. Well, I think we need to, what is your suggestion, Madam Attorney, on E1A?
My suggestion is that the board's direction to staff was to not allow Pave Right to bid until Pave Right completed all of its outstanding projects at the time. Staff, we put together a letter. We've gotten very extremely negative letters from their attorney threatening the county. Staff put together a course for Pave Right to complete. I think there was 2 projects, maybe with 3 like sub-paragraphs that they had to complete. I believe that they have completed all but 1 project, and there is a disagreement between the county and Pave Right as to the payment. They're requesting additional funds. The county is doing alternative dispute resolution with them at their request to resolve that one last issue. That one last issue per the contract would be determined at the county's discretion. So I understand staff is meeting to determine how they're going to proceed forward with the alternative dispute resolution. So I can say that we are working toward resolving that one last item, and I've told their lawyer that as soon as that one last item is resolved, that we would the staff would bring it back to the board and request the board please to release them to further bidding. So that's everything in a nutshell.
Thank you, Mr. Cheek. Board, what is your pleasure with E1A?
You made a motion to table it?
I'm going to take my motion back.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion. I still want to table this. I want to hear what's going on. We've had a company that's come forward. We set up here. They expect us to have to vet this. I understand what's going on, but this is the second time that I've heard this with companies, and I want to know what's going on. I want to hear it. I want it to be vetted in public. It's been brought public today, and I think we owe it to the citizens and to the companies to get the answers.
I'll second that.
I have a motion to table and get the background on E1A. A motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Davis.
And Madam
Uh,
Chairman,
yeah.
and that'll be including putting their attorney's letters in the backup material so y'all can see those.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so I've already opened this up to public comment. All in favor
Board
say-
discussion.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, it's not on purpose.
It's okay.
Is there any further board discussion?
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Finnegan.
Only because Mr. Cheek, it seems like I'm hearing it's not going to, harm the project or the taxpayers to delay it 2 weeks. I think that we can vet this out in 2 weeks, but what I'm also hearing loud and clear to everyone from PaveRight, it sounds so far like it's your attorney that has kept you from being eligible to bid on this project. So, well, then we'll have 2 weeks to get it all vetted out. Madam Attorney.
Well,
are
just
you
remember,
trying-
it might not be 2 weeks because of the way the agenda's preparation. It might be your, I just want to
I'm
make sure
sorry,
we're
you're right.
as soon as possible.
I said the
Yes.
2 weeks.
Okay. So, sorry about that, Madam
That
Attorney,
was-
not to put
that-
you under a
That was
harsh.
me. Yeah, I put that out there. As soon as possible.
But I
we'll get
am
this back.
worried. I don't know how that works, but if someone was notified and ready to get started, and then, we're a month out, I don't know. I'm gonna trust our attorney on that because I feel like at this point, I don't mind getting the information, but I don't want to put the county in a sticky situation at the same time.
Any other comments? You done?
Yes.
I gotta get a better system. Like, are you done?
Did we get lights?
Not yet. Anything else, Commissioner Bays? Commissioner Davis? Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. That passes 4-0. Moving on. We did E2, we're at E3. Budget transfers, so exciting. Board,
Madam Chair, I make a
yes.
motion to approve item E3.
thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on budget transfers? Thank you, gentlemen. Seeing none, is there any further board comment on budget transfers? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. It passes 4-0. E4, budget resolutions.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E4.
Got a motion by Commissioner Davis. I'm looking for a second to approve E4.
Second.
I got a second from Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E4? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0. E5, waste disposable account agreement for inter-county recycling.
Motion to approve E5A and B.
Thank you. A motion by Commissioner Davis for E5A and B. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0. E6, release on retainage ITB 22-085. I'm looking for a motion. This was a SCOP resurfacing project.
Motion to approve E6, A, B, and C.
Thank you. A motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Finnegan. I was hoping you saw you were the only one there. Any public comment on E6, A, B, and C? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. We're at 3-0 right now until Commissioner Bays gets back. E7.
Make a motion to approve E7, both A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan for E7, A, and B. Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on Fire Service Assessment Program proposal? Seeing none. Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. We're at 3-0 right now. E8, waste disposal account agreement with Right Tree Services, A and B.
Motion to approve E8A and B.
Thank you. I got a motion by Commissioner Davis. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Commissioner Finnegan, is there any public comment on E8? Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 3-0 right now. E9,
Motion, oops, sorry, go ahead.
TDC request for local lines television partnership.
Motion to approve E9.
Okay, I got a motion by Commissioner Davis. I'm looking for a second.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
You can still vote against it. If you have questions, you need to second it so I can tell you what it's about.
I'll give you a second for discussion. Is there any public comment about E9? Any board discussion? Commissioner Davis?
Do you want to tell me what your concerns are so I can address them?
Sure. So, as pointed out before, there was a budget for marketing, $527,000 that was allocated. I haven't heard that no tourists are coming to Citrus County, so there's like a full court press on more advertising dollars, and it seems like that's what's been heading down the way. So that's one. Two, just the amount of money, for boat, it's basically to put a little logo on a boat is how I understand. I'm sure you'll explain it better, and not familiar with any of this. It sounds like a really good deal for Madden Media and one boat captain. But probably mostly is that TDC's been getting so much hot press, and my understanding of the board's pleasure was to use that special project money and start pushing it to the other side of the county. So we're back, instead of marketing being under the marketing budget, we're taking it from special projects, and after the last vote, it seems like we need to move or save some of that special project money for the other side of the county, and we're back in the Cross River area. So that's
So
in second.
I've actually had a discussion with Mr. Pritchard about this because it took me, even as someone in marketing for decades, it took me a while to figure out our funding is 5 pennies, right? Divided into 5 pennies. So the first 4 are spent on marketing the county by state preemption. 1 cent can go to capital. At some point, they deemed the 4th penny for special projects. It is advertising. So when you build an advertising budget in, I'm going to maybe get in trouble for saying this, in the non-government corporate world, when we are building client budgets, we call it a slush fund, because we want to be able to take advantage of new projects that come up that are in the advertising arena and be able to do that. So a client may give us, a $500,000 budget for advertising to manage, where it's not coming to the agency, and we may, put aside 120 of that 500 to wait for special things to come up. And that's where the derivation of the name is, special projects, but it's incredibly misleading, and it even took me a while to figure out. I'm like, okay, so the special projects thing is actually the same advertising that we're doing on the other 3 pennies. And John said yes. So this is advertising. It's just something that is not our regular baseline. Typically in a marketing budget, you're looking at a baseline that you go back to that same thing because it works year after year after year. If you keep working well with it, like we have with TDC, and we keep getting more tourists, and so the money we get keeps coming in. And just for clarification, guys, this is a state preemption. We cannot spend that tax money, which tourists pay, not residents, tourists pay it. We cannot spend it to repave the roads, build the animal shelter, anything like that. It has to be spent back into tourism. So what we do is a lot of times we'll take in a corporate budget, and I've seen us do this with TDC, is that we'll have a new project come in, a new advertising possibility option, and we go, you know what, this sounds like a really good program. We're going to try it for the 40,000 or the 20,000 or the whatever the amount is. But make no mistake, we get a ridiculous amount of data back from the agency on what happened with that media. How many eyeballs? I mean, the amount of tracking that's on us as humans right now is pretty scary. I mean, it's pretty, his big brother is out there and they know where you're shopping and where you're going. If you dig into deeply into the reports, which is all public record, you will see that we actually are minding those dollars very, very carefully. Hopefully that clears that up. This is something that is going to be centered mostly in saltwater fishing. I asked, and I was planning to get my TDC report later. We do have some stuff planned for the east side, specifically. Jackie Hupner said that they're going to bring a capital project idea to us for that fifth penny from Inverness. So I am beating that drum regularly, trust me. But this local lines is going to be, and you can just nod, John, I believe it's all saltwater. But they were going to maybe do a little bit of freshwater.
John Pritchard with the Tourist Development. No, it's what we wanted to be in terms of, yes, he's primarily saltwater, but the reason we brought this forward was that he was open and willing to put people on the lakes in Inverness as well. Also part of the package that he provided us was when we have media that come in, he will take them out. Previously, we've had to pay for these sort of things, so in a roundabout way, we're paying for it. However, he's going to put them on the lake so they experience what it is, what we're talking about. These writers now go out and experience it. So it is county-wide. It's not strictly on the saltwater fishing areas. So,
May I ask a question?
since I'm senior, oh, you have a question? Or
Commissioner
should I continue?
Finnegan.
Is that okay? I didn't want to interrupt whatever you do.
You're good.
Okay. So it's one boat captain, and of course where I live, there's a lot of boat captains. I don't understand how one person, I mean, if we're relying on one person to do this work of taking, I guess, tourists to places, I mean, it wasn't bid out. It wasn't, we just kind of, one person.
It's an advertising opportunity. He brought us this proposal. He has a television show and he wanted us, as the TDC, to be a part of a sponsor. As you can see in the packet, he has Sodium Fishing, the Plantation, several other, Gibson Plumbing, Power, I'm not familiar with that, but there's a power company with that. So we would get a chance to be a sponsor. So Discover Crystal River is mentioned at the beginning of every show, where there's a commercial in every show. It goes to over 13 million homes through the Waypoint network, which is the primary network where the fishing community is consuming content. It's not on it's so they can watch it on demand, because it's, instead of being there at 9 a.m. to watch the show, they can watch it at their leisure. And we're in front of the folks that are interested primarily in fishing, whether it's salt or freshwater.
How does one watch that? I've never heard of it before.
It's like Hulu.
So it's just its own little app, Waypoint
Correct.
TV.
Mm-hmm. But for outdoors and fishing primarily, it is the leading place where content's consumed. So as you can see in the packet, it talks about reaching 13 million through the social media, web traffic, and other appearances. And Waypoint has over 10 million views through their analytics. So this, as Commissioner Davis was talking earlier about the tracking and things, we know this works. We know this gets us in front of our fishing aficionados, and we can find out, we can see, we have so much data that we can tell when the shows were watched, all those sort of things. They're all provided through Waypoint. As for one person, most of these shows are one person. We've advertised with Rick Murphy annually, who runs Florida Insider Fishing Report. We also, earlier this year, we did the national show where he took, they were on the lakes in Inverness as well as in the saltwater. So on Sportsman Adventure is a nationally broadcast show that he does. So it's, like this is a significant portion of our tourism is being on the water, all four assets, but especially fishing. So with a chance to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't leave.
No, I'm not going.
Commissioner Finnegan, do you have any other questions? Okay. I didn't want you to just have to keep going on and on. I do
Thank
have
you.
a couple questions. So,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a few questions, and please bear with me. The redfish circuit.
Okay.
Where are redfish at? I'm not a fisherman.
Right?
Are there redfish in the lakes in Hernando?
No, that's a saltwater species.
Okay, so salt water. That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Sorry, not a
No worries.
fisherman. So it would be Crystal River area.
Homosassa.
Homosassa, okay. I didn't see in this proposal what you would be putting on the boat.
It's not a boat, it's a television show. The boat is we have a different sponsorship where we're doing that. This is strictly advertising.
Oh, it said
That's what I believe.
it's a custom boat wrap. We'd be featured on the custom boat wrap.
Yeah, but
6
there's a
full
lot
day
more to that.
fishing charters.
No, I know. I'm asking what
Oh, I
would
see.
be on the wrap.
So it would be the logo, which has
Okay.
the Discover Christopher logo with the communities underneath it. Where,
Okay,
where we list
okay.
Inverness, Floral City, and Homosassa.
Thank you. And in this $18,000 television wrap situation, it says 6 full days fishing charters with Captain Brandon Branch. Who gets to go fishing with?
That's what I was talking about, where we take our media partners when we have travel writers come in, or the trade
I missed
folks. That's where we get his exclusively. We tell them, look, we want you on the lakes in Inverness today for this, or we take them scalloping, or out on the inshore. They as a captain, he knows some of the ins and outs, certainly of inshore. So we have a lot of options on that.
Okay, thank you. And I want to tell you, not a fisherman, but I am very aware of Captain Branch. And he can get, I would like to see the data, but he's up to 20 million views. This guy's no joke. But I would like it to be, I'm not going to support this today because I want it to come back with saying where these 6 fishing charters are going to go, because there's no way I would want it to all be Crystal River. You can say Homosassa, but I want to see it. I want to see it in black and white. I want to see where we'd be positioned for 18,000 on the boat. We're going to be behind the motor. What's going to? There's just some questions I would like to see, but if I just had a little bit more data, I would definitely support this because of Captain Branch. And but I want to see what you plan for the lakes, what you plan for Homosassa, who you would be taking out, because I don't know who you'd take out. You got a lot of perks in a lot of these things, but I never know who goes out, what media goes out. Or is it just you, John, going out on the tours all the time? Is it Commissioner Davis? Are you out there fishing all the time? And I don't know it. But I just would like a little bit more information, and I do think I understand where you're going, but I think that you need to give us a little bit more information.
If I may.
Yes.
Thanks for throwing that out there. No, I have never been on one. I believe the only staff that may go out there is possibly Terry, that I'm not sure who handles the FAM trips.
It's everybody but me, pretty much. It depends on where we are in terms of conferences, trade shows, but Terry and Jody are our 2 primary dealers, and Terry works with the travel trade, the people that are booking the rooms, and Jody generally handles the media.
So I just want to introduce a different thought here. if we are to work as a team, we really need to try to respect each other's experiences and what we're doing. The TDC board is working very hard on this. I have heard everybody loud and clear. I do understand that the perception is that we're not working outside of Crystal River. I've already put multiple things in motion to assuage all of those concerns. I believe including Mr. Pritchard will be giving a full presentation of everything that the TDC does.
Next meeting.
Yeah, to make sure that the commission is comfortable with all of that. And so I would just like to suggest that we need to still try to keep things moving. While those changes are taking effect, we have much, much, much bigger priorities that we need to focus on. And all I would say, we keep knocking it out of the park with our budget keeps going up and up and up and up because we are doing things right. And so ultimately, you know, we've had a staff morale problem in the past. I think that's getting a lot better. We need to not go backwards in that area with the VCB staff as a whole because they all watch this.
Well, I'm glad they watch it, and I hope they hear me when I say this has nothing to do with trust. I want to know what the plan is, that if this is coming before me, I'm not going to just blindly, because I think you're a media genius. I want to know where they're going to be, what the plan is. Just saying, hey, we're going to do this, there's 6 trips, and I mean, there's a lot of questions. So, like I said, it has nothing to do with trust or morale of the TDC staff. This is give us a little bit better information with more information so that when we get the emails and we get it, because I get the heat, I want to say, I voted for this because I'm going to tell you right now, they get 20 million views, but I'm not seeing any backup data in any of this. I'm just to trust that is right. And that's all I have to say.
Would you refresh my memory, John? Was the presentation more detailed than what is in our BOCC? Because it's been a couple of weeks.
No, this is what was provided by Captain Branch.
But he was there.
He made a verbal presentation at the TDC meeting.
So that's on camera, on video, on exactly everything that was included.
Mm-hmm. It was at the January of 23 meeting.
Do you know the date? I'll go watch it.
Second Wednesday of January. I mean, that's when we meet. I don't remember the digit currently.
111.
Very good. Commissioner Bays, you had something?
If somebody was gonna go out and buy this media package, because that's exactly kind of how I see it, is that we're subsidizing this person's advertising media, what would this package cost anybody else to go out and buy?
I don't have an answer for that one. This is what was presented to us, and it's, I don't know if we got a hometown discount because he's a local versus a national show. I thought it was for the amount of what we're getting, I thought it was very much in line. We've paid more for other things, and I think this one was, like I said, I think it was very much in line. I think the ability to showcase a homegrown talent is important as well. That we show that the county is supportive of the local entrepreneurs, and I believe that, like I said, through Waypoint, if it was just on some other type of network, I don't think we would have been as enthusiastic about bringing it forward. But because of the documented views that Waypoint generates and its lead in the fishing content area, made it something that we were excited about to bring forward to the TDC and ultimately to the commission.
Anything else? Why is there a time limit on this? You said that this ball is moving, and why can't I have the time to go watch this?
Is it time sensitive?
But I mean, if you need 2 weeks to quench, I think 2 weeks would.
Well, we don't meet for another 2 weeks.
Well, I know, but that's what I knew that was the next date. So if 2 weeks is sufficient, then yeah, that would be fine. I'll making the presentation that day, so that will be just another item that we could do, so.
It was more of a global comment that so much attention's been focused on every single thing that TDC sends forward to BOCC right now. It seems to get gummed up in the works. And I was trying to make sure that you knew that everyone has been heard and we're working on this stuff, but there's some things that I thought were easy approvals. However, let's wait 2 weeks. Fine with me.
Yeah, because it just mentions redfish and found out that's only 2 areas of the county, 6 trips, didn't tell me who was going on the trips. There's a lot of, yeah, and things are being watched, and the staff needs to hear that. Everything is being watched. Every department is being watched. So it doesn't mean that this isn't a good project. Like I said, I'm very aware of this, Captain. If I had a little more information, I'd be voting for it right now because of Captain Branch's track record. But
Madam Chair,
yes,
I guess I sit through these meetings, and so I hear everything firsthand, and I prepare for the meeting and all of that, and it's obviously been a while. I didn't even re-review this. So
what do you?
I'm just saying that the more detail part and everything like that, like I see all that detail. So I understand what I'm hearing you is that you need to see all that detail to double check the other board's work. And that's fine. It can wait.
So we have a motion on this. Would you?
I will revise the motion to table it for 2 weeks.
And I will revise my second to table it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before, there was one correction I need to make. Earlier, Commissioner Davis talked about the division of the pennies. This is actually a reserve fund, the special projects, and Commissioner Davis and I had a discussion about, is that the right name for it? As it's really an advertising opportunity fund. I found out that it's part of our admin regulations regarding the VCB reserve funds is why it's called special projects. So somewhere along the lines when this reserve was created, that was the name it was given. So unless we change the AR, no matter, we can't really officially change the name, but the use of the fund is advertising opportunities. And some of these things I heard Commissioner Finnegan talking about the budget and allocating it. We do that. These are opportunities that come along that we didn't know about, as I've already submitted the budget for review in March. It had to be in the system, and we're talking about things that were presented in January of 23. I can't forecast everything. So this having the opportunity to move money into our advertising budget allows us to utilize the successes of the program. The last 2 years have been record years, but unless we have access to these transfers, the department doesn't get a chance to utilize some of the spoils, so to speak, and reinvest those things into the marketing. So,
Madam Chair. Yeah, hold on. I appreciate that. I'm gonna say it again. I hope your staff hears this. The only district that doesn't have tourism don't get anything from y'all. But I did hear Commissioner Davis say, I'd like to start doing something in District 3. I appreciated that. But that being said, you are under a microscope, especially from me, because I'm very sensitive to this. I want to know where this money's going throughout the rest of the county. I know you're saying that, but if you don't show me that it's going to go somewhere, then I just have to always trust you that you're doing that.
It's not an always thing. That's what I was saying. It's all in the works.
Right, but that's what I want. So if you're hearing me, I want to know what area that this is going to target and where we're going.
Government makes my head hurt.
Don't do that, Frank, because I'll ask them. Don't be disrespectful. Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan, you wanted to say something?
I have a question for Mr.
Yes.
Pritchard.
you're saying that this money maybe shouldn't be called special projects. So my question to you is this in the same pot of money or a different pot of money than special projects such as the river restoration money that we just expended?
That is the capital 1%. What we did for Save Crystal River and what the river project received comes from the capital portion that is set aside. This is so for example, we budgeted 1.8 last year for our budget, that's 80% of the money. We collected 3.1 million total, so 80% of that is, 2.6 in that neighborhood. So the difference between our budget, what we generated revenue-wise, that gets fixed at the true-up time, and that goes into the special projects fund.
Okay.
So anything we do above budget goes in there as a reserve.
So to answer my question, is this out of that same budget line pot of money where you can do the river restoration projects or other special
No.
projects, or is this a different line item? I have the budget.
It's a different fund. The special projects is a different fund. The capital items is its own fund, and it only so.
So on your budget, what?
We are 2122, and the special project, not special project, and capital is 221H. So that's the, I don't believe the capital one's listed on that. If that's our summary of accounts, I don't believe it's on there. If it is, it's on the very last numbers.
There's a indirect cost budget adjustment, reserve carry forward budget adjustment, reserve cash forward. I don't.
Yeah, so I don't believe the capital gets budgeted in that
There's
because
special
that's
projects 58221,
correct.
which it looks like it's over $1 million,
That would be right at the beginning of the fiscal year.
and that's where this money is coming from, or no?
The 18,000 is coming from that number, correct?
The river money is coming from this, or no?
No, that's coming from the capital, which is a different fund.
Thank you for clearing that up for
Yep.
me. And if there is money in this special projects budget at the end of the year and it's trued up, does it still stay in that category, or does it get pushed into capital, or is that not
No,
allowed?
it stays in that reserve fund.
Okay,
So
thank you. That
it
clears a lot.
rises and falls depending on how well we do.
That clears a lot up. And I do want to say, for Commissioner Davis's benefit, that you're well experienced in marketing. It seems that I think to wait is prudent for the community, because for whatever reason, the
That's fine.
community has been emailing a lot about this fund, TDC. So for us to have all the information, and I hope when you come back that you don't rely on us watching a show. I think there was a lot of questions asked, and I would really like to see everything in great detail in the backup documentation, because that is public record. And I think that only benefits you and the TDC and all of the commissioners, so that when we do get emails asking to explain things, we can explain things very well. And I would thank you for that.
It's all in the works. Thank you.
Ms. Lynn?
Yes, thank you. I asked Ms. Parker, the agenda cutoff deadline for the next meeting was April 20th. So I think the motion was to bring it back in 2 weeks. Again, if we could just say, bring it back on the next available agenda rather than 2 weeks, because we're not going to make it.
Okay.
Wait, April 20th is a Thursday.
That's the agenda cutoff. That's when we have to have all the materials in the system.
Our next meeting is until May 11th.
And your agendas come out a week in advance.
I assume Mr. Pritchard will need some time.
Okay.
No, that's the day you're giving the presentation. Can
He's
it
giving
not
the
be rolled into that?
he's going to be here giving a presentation. I don't think it's that hard, the few questions we asked.
No.
What I'm saying is it's just the agenda cutoff.
I think he's on the next agenda is what she's saying. He's already on the agenda, and this could just be included with what his presentation on the next agenda, right?
The agenda's already done for the next meeting.
I understand, but he's on the agenda for the
For a
next
different,
meeting.
you want this agenda item, you're tabling this agenda item, which means this backup material is gonna go forward. I don't know what to say. If the
Madam
agenda's-
Chair, if I may ask Madam Attorney, what do we legally have to do to allow staff to add this item into his presentation and make it a voting document? What motion do I need to make?
How is the agenda done if I don't get the agenda until May 2nd?
Because it takes time for all of the departments to review, and we have to have deadlines. Like,
I understand that, but the commissioner deadlines are this Friday,
correct.
this coming
Staff-
Friday.
staff-
So I'm asking you, what motion do I need to make to take this agenda item with all of its backup and put it into his presentation and making it a voting item?
I don't know the answer to that because that's outside of our rules and regulations.
Can you
So
put it under yours?
we try to discourage commissioners from putting agenda items on that staff is supposed to put on. I don't know. The administrator and the assistant administrator are here. I don't know how they want to handle this. I'm just the
Mr.
lawyer.
Howard, can you stay for?
I'm just the lawyer.
Yeah, I think we can take it. I think we've got direction, I think, from the board, and we'll.
I think
Yeah.
that Commissioner Davis can put it on her agenda item if her deadline is Friday. I mean, this
But-
isn't, brain surgery.
Yeah,
It-
I was gonna say rocket science.
Is it, nobody wants to wait? Like, do we have to put it on the next agenda?
It's
Is it
just
that
we can
important?
handle the whole thing in one fell swoop with this presentation. That would
I'm
be my
indifferent.
druthers.
I'm indifferent. However, the board
I
is
think
happy, I'm indifferent.
staff work it out. You have a motion on the floor to table it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a second. Do I need to open it up? Did I already open it for public comment? I don't even know where I'm at.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we're tabling it, figure it out. Staff will figure it out. And,
vote on
it's,
it,
I know,
table
I
it.
need to open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on E9? Mr. Davis?
It's been a very long day.
Hi, Gene Davis. I'm a lifetime resident of Inverness, city council member, and I just want to commend you for opening up the dialogue on the Inverness east side and west side. I can tell you that from council and me as a resident being here, we feel like we're a redheaded stepchild to Crystal River when we see millions of dollars that are being collected. And I honestly, I watch the fishing shows and I see a little blurb, Inverness, Hernando, Florida City. It's at the bottom. It's all about Crystal River. And I would challenge you to say that, number one, perception's a funny thing. My perception of it can be different than your perception, depends on where we're from. But I would challenge you to say that when somebody comes to Crystal River, the common thread we continue here, well, we don't collect bed tax dollars over here. That is true. We don't have the hotels and the motels you have. But I can challenge you to say that those people go over, they may go see the manatees one day, they may go fish a day, and most of the time manatee observers and the fishermen are two different classes of people. Then they're coming over to Inverness. They want to see the bike trails. They want to see our 27-mile chain of lakes. They want to go downtown Inverness. This is the county seat, but yet we get no credit for that extra night or two that's being spent over there. So anyway, for transparency, commend you. We look forward to working with Commissioner Davis and the TDC and how we can make that a little fairer process as we go forward. But anyway, thank you for looking at it tonight.
Thank you, sir. Any
Thank
other
you, Brother
public
Davis.
comment? Any further board comment? You have under it, visit Crystal River, and then it has Homosassa, Inverness, Floral City. Can we add Beverly Hills in there?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Bays.
I would just like to tag on to that. Sometimes I think the translation gets lost on tourism and bed tax and, hotels. But that bed tax is collected on anything 6 months or less. And we have a lot of rentals, a lot of houses that we're collecting that tax on this side of the county. You know, I know the Cove has things, you have all the RV parks, you have a number of things that we're collecting that on. It doesn't mean because we don't have hotels over here necessarily that we're not contributing. There is that other component where people are coming in. So, you know, I think that would be very nice to bring that in. I would also like to recommend that we maybe, based on the last couple of years of scalloping, that we shorten our scallop period just to give some reprieve. I'm starting to hear that our scallop season is not as good as it used to be, and that we need to give it an opportunity. So I think that's something worthy of looking at as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further board comment? I'm giving you the opportunity. I cannot read your mind, so you have to be out there with me. I'm like a dog with a bone. Once I'm going, I'm going. So
Well, I just wanted to, I didn't know if now was, I mean, we could talk to staff later, but Commissioner Bays and I cannot talk, so I might as well talk to you now. I have thought the same thing. I'm sure tourism probably doesn't like that, but there's not going to be any if we keep having these dismal scallop seasons, which the last year was very dismal, and the year before that wasn't great. I just don't know that we decide that. I think it's state, correct?
No, we expanded ours.
Really? See, this is why I have to see. This is why we have to do it now, because I can't have this conversation with her later. So I guess you want to say something about that?
FWC decides the seasons.
That's what I thought.
But you don't have to. They decide the season. You decide how long you want to open it for.
No, FWC decides when the season starts and when it ends.
I know, but you don't have to have it open that entire period.
I don't know that for sure. I will follow up
And I know
bring that up.
Pasco is opening up their season, so I think,
They are,
and I think
yep.
Hernando is as well. So I think that what I do know about that breeding cycle, I think it's going to further hamper what our production is going to be here.
My understanding was also that it's FWC, but Mr. Howard, if you have the appropriate staff to get the appropriate answers, that would be fantastic.
We will do that.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
Any
Bays.
further board comment? All in favor of tabling this, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 4-0. Commissioner Bays on item E, I'll get it, just give me a second.
10.
E6, I need a vote for the release of retainage. I need your vote.
Yay.
E7, Fire Service Assessment Program, I need your vote.
Approve.
On E8, Waste Disposal Account Agreement, Right Tree Service, I need your vote.
Approve.
Thank you. You got that, Miss Amy?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Okay. Now we are on E10.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve E10.
Second.
I got a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. I heard Commissioner Bays first. Is there any public comment on E10? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 4-0. E11, Bicentennial Park Pool and Pool Facility Use Agreement.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan. I heard Commissioner Davis that time. Is there any public comment on E11? Is there any further board comment on E11? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0. E12. E12 is the FTA fiscal year 2023 certifications and assurances A, B, C, and D. Looking for a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve E12, A, B, C, and D.
I have a motion by Commissioner
Second.
Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 4-0. We pulled E13. E14.
I'll make a motion to approve E14.
A motion by Commissioner Finnegan for the Florida Department of Transportation State Block Grant. I'm looking for a second. Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E14? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Aye, sorry.
It passes 4-0. E15, Transportation Disadvantaged Trip and Equipment Grant Application. One of my favorite boards, by the way.
Motion to approve E15.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? See none. Is there any further board comment? It's like your children. If you have a favorite and you don't want to tell them, but this is one of my favorites. Don't tell any of the other children. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Passes 4-0. Thank you. E16.
Motion to approve E16.
Mr. Finnegan for Citrus County Behavioral Health Transportation Plan. I'm looking for a second.
That's the child I don't like.
Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0. E17, Core Civic Contract Monitoring Update for March 2023. Mr. Howard? You have anything to say?
I do not, other than we continue to work close with them. I think we're getting close to bringing forward an addendum. And then also, I think they also have agreed to a contract monitor, which we're going to bring forward as well at their expense. I think that's all positive news as we continue to, try to strengthen that relationship.
Thank you.
Motion to approve E17.
Motion by Commissioner Bays. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on Core Civic? Seeing none. Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0. F, outstanding commission items. Mr. Howard.
Just one item, being told by staff that Mr. Ashtari will be submitting the permit application this week, is what we're being told. So we'll keep you updated if that materializes.
Okay. Is there anything else? It's all informational?
That's
No
all.
vote? Okay. Item G, G1.
I'm gonna ask Mary to come forward, and maybe this may be a tag team with some of her staff and even Eric, but this is just one item that was brought up during our strategic planning retreat to look at any and all options and potential opportunities, tools in the toolbox. So this is one that staff wanted to bring forward, at least to get some consideration, a little bit of direction going forward. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mary Jensen, Public Works Director. So we have everything in place currently, and we've had it since actually the AR was written in 1985. We have the LDC is in conjunction with the AR. They all are in agreement for the board to choose what roads they accept or do not accept, both commercial and residential and multifamily. All that is in place. It has been in place for many, many years. Previous boards have chosen to have a preference for which roads they accept for county maintenance and which roads they do not accept. In the past, the preference has been commercial, they do not accept, residential roads, they do. And as budgets get, tightened and gas tax is non-existent, it's going down every year. We as staff are just asking the board if it's still your preference to actually accept residential roads, or is there a new preference, perhaps maybe to look at it more in depth? Eric, Joanna, Walt, and I, and Carl would all look at each development, each road. If it's a collector, maybe we accept that road, but perhaps at the board's discretion, maybe we don't accept a blanket of residential, maybe we do. Staff just really wants to see the direction that the board wants us to continue to go on, if it's something different or if it's the same. And as county engineer, I do bring every road up to you to bring into our system, so I would like direction as well.
Who wants to start?
You know me, I like roads. Or lack thereof. I think this is a great opportunity to take as a county to look at this. we know the deficit that we have in funding to maintain our roads currently. We have a lot of new developments coming in. I think, as you said, our comp plan, our land development code right now for any of these PUDs, they would have to build them to county standards, but we don't have to accept them.
Correct.
So from my standpoint, this is an opportunity that we, we're going to have to grow up. We're going to have to start to be like counties surrounding us. Stop accepting these roads. They'll have to put a mechanism in place in these large-scale subdivisions that will maintain these roads. Because I think we're going to hear more discussion. We have, not maybe the next agenda, or maybe sometime next month, we're going to be talking about an MSTU or BU on how we're going to fund roads. So this is an opportunity that we can start to divest ourselves of having to have those funds allocated in these subdivisions. One caveat that I'm concerned about, and we did have that, you and I've had this conversation, and Joanne, is what are we going to do and how would we handle some of these smaller areas that are, maybe dirt or lime rock roads that somebody can just go in and build a house. They might be, 5-acre lots. We used Cardinal as an example, some little roads off of that. That's been developed years ago. But what would be, I'd like to hear some of your thoughts. Maybe you're not prepared today to talk about that, but I do see that as a problem. I think there's particularly on the east side of the county, there's some areas that you almost need like a sand buggy to get to them. And then I'm fearful that we'll end up in a same situation like we did with Inverness Villages IV if we're not cognizant and have a plan of action for those type developments.
So I'll color outside the lines. I'll look to our attorney. She's phenomenal. And also Joanna. But unfortunately, we do have plats that exist that are old, and we could potentially end up with situations like Inverness Village IV again in various places throughout our county. We don't have, and this is where I'm looking to our attorney, the mechanisms in place to stop that. There's nothing legal that I'm aware of necessarily that we can do to fix the past acceptance.
No, I'm talking about going forward.
Going
forward, if we have a situation where we just have some roads that's not really a subdivision, but somebody can go in, buy a piece of property, develop, put a house on it. It could be maybe, 2 houses, 4 houses, 6 houses, whatever it is. It's not really a subdivision, it's just a road. What is your consideration or your ideas or thoughts about going forward with those types of situations?
I think it all depends on the plat.
Do we have a way to require them to build those roads to a county standard? Or can we have step zones for development of those?
So I don't think Joanna's here, and I don't know if Eric knows off the top of his head, but we do have a provision in the LDC that you can't build a single family, or you can't subdivide something like you're describing. Like if there's one lot of record and there's there's one house to be built on that one lot, someone can't go in and build 5 houses without providing actually. They would have to plat that. I don't think they could.
I think we're missing the point. What I'm trying to say is if we had, I'll use Thomas Road off of Cardinal as an example. So it was a road, but there's like maybe 5-acre tracts. And so there's several homes that are built along that particular road. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not talking about a parcel and somebody dividing it up. I'm saying if it's already been platted, but there's no real road to it, and somebody wants to come in and buy 10 acres and build a house, and the next person wants to build, buy 10 acres and build a house, is there some mechanism in our land development code that we can get to so that they just can't build on dirt roads, and then, or can we have step zoning that you have to have a lime rock based road that you're going to maintain, or
Now, I see what you're saying. So you're talking about an existing plat that's old,
Yes.
and somebody wants to come in today. Today, just like with Inverness Villages IV, we do not have anything within our LDC that would require someone to have a paved road before they build a house. So we have nothing in the LDC at this time. You could certainly put something in your LDC that says that you can't build on a non-paved road, but you are going to, you seriously, I mean, I think you would need to look and see how many parcels or properties you're going to affect and whether you're going to affect the rural nature of what some people want. But you could certainly put that in your LDC that somebody can't, build on dirt or clay, or, I mean, you could do it. Our former building official wanted, he mentioned that many times as a solution, but it was always, it would affect too many, there would be too many unintended consequences. That's the word I was looking for. But you could do it. It's not there now.
So if all things being equal, if just these new developments, we could deny accepting those. But I think that to me is a good start point. But I think we need to have that look at how many old developments are sitting out there that could potentially be a problem one way or the other. I would like to see that information. But my preference would be not to accept these major developments in their roads.
May I just, when we're saying accepting, I don't think you're saying you don't want to accept the dedication of the roads. You're saying you don't want to accept maintenance of the roads. I just want to make sure we're all clear on the record, because those are two separate things, and that's one of the issues we deal with in Inverness Villages IV, is that the dedication has been accepted by the county, just not acceptance of the maintenance of the roads.
But even accepting the dedication, they could come back and say, hey, these are county roads, you're responsible for paving them.
They cannot say that, because the statute says that the statute provides that even if we accept a dedication to the public of the roadways, we are not obligated to improve them, build them, construct them, or maintain them.
But the perception is we're ignoring a neighborhood and we are responsible for these roads. And that is what is out there and what we get all the emails about. And we're still going to be in the same situation, PR-wise.
So what you're proposing then is they would literally have to create like an HOA or some mechanism as these developers come in, they build these subdivisions, that they have to collect so much money from each one of the residents to maintain that road.
Correct.
On a
There's got to
schedule.
be some sort of a vehicle, because the county is no longer that vehicle.
And they
in
would be
future
required to
developments.
do that.
Yes, if that is the pleasure of the board.
They would be required to do that in order for you to accept the dedication of the roads and to accept the plat for recording.
Perfect. Okay. Board, any other?
Sure. I concur, but I would just add that there's really no, for those that are existing neighborhoods or not a developer, there's always ways to get an MSBU through if it's already paved, or if you want to go from Sand Road to Lime Rock Road to whatever, you just need 50% plus one. So the mechanism is there that we can still be the person that does, or that funds
Correct.
it, basically.
Yep, we have an AR for that, correct.
So.
Mr. Finnegan.
So, just to clarify, if we're still accepting the dedication and a new development comes in, paves everything, sells the homes, maintains the roads for 3 years, and then we never accepted the maintenance, I guess there would be an assumption that they're paved county roads. So then what happens when there's potholes and the roads need resurfaced? And obviously they're not ours to maintain,
I guess, how does the public in that development know if there's not a HOA or something established? I'm trying to look forward before all the stickiness happens, because I'm sure it will, because we're dealing with it now. Just another question, and maybe you're ready to answer them all. So can we say if we're not accepting all these roads and they are paved and they're maintained for 3 years by the developer, to say we're not going to accept them, but we will put an MSBU immediately on that subdivision? Like, can we do that so that the roads will always be maintained?
So to answer your first one, that's where fact versus perception comes into play. Just like the chairman said, the law does not require you to do it, but people just assume since they pay taxes that they will have a road to drive on. So
especially if it's already paved.
I'm sensitive to your concerns in your question, and that's the perception issue that you all have to make a decision about. And when you're saying put it on 3 years developer's maintenance, that's the current regulation. I don't know. I don't think we would have that same 3-year requirement, because
it would be 0.
It would, yeah, we wouldn't be involved. We would, it would be y'all are on your own with your roads. So there is, I mean, the subdivision would have to petition us, the homeowners. Like, let's say they're in a homeowners association, in a neighborhood, there's 20 houses, there's a homeowners association, and all of a sudden all the homeowners association people get old, pass away, go in assisted living, whatever. There's no officers or directors of the association, and then there's no one to maintain the roads. That's when they could come to the county, whoever's left, and say, force an MSBU on us, or we'll vote for an MSBU. But it wouldn't happen immediately. They would buy with the knowledge, known or unknown, that they were buying into an area that the roads were not going to be maintained by the county. Now, one of the biggest subdivisions that I understand that's coming before you, I've had conversations with lawyers on their behalf, and they're setting up a community development district, similar to the way things are in the villages. So in that situation, there's so much more than roads that the folks are buying into. So that wouldn't be a problem. The problem that you're describing would come into smaller subdivisions, like when you have 20 lots, 25-acre lots with one road going in and out. That's the areas. And that may be one that your county engineer recommends that you do take the roads in that neighborhood, because it's just one.
At first blush, I like the idea of not putting all these extra roads, because I think developers do that. They make all the money, they leave, and we're left footing the bill. I just want to make sure before we move ahead and starting to do that we look 15 years down the road and see what all the problems could be, so that whatever we're deciding makes the most sense.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
I believe this is what we talked about too at the retreat, is we're looking at alternative funding mechanisms for this whole thing. So I guess right now where I am is, if you're in a hole, you stop digging. So we probably shouldn't accept any more, in my mind, at least for the first, for the near future, until we figure out exactly how we're going to wrestle this existing problem. But your points are very well taken, and I agree.
Commissioner Bays.
Is there a way to require the developer to put in place either through their HO, like an MSBU? And I'm just going to use hypothetically, let's use rock crusher, let's use anything that all these new ones that we're doing. How do we get there? Legally, how do we get there so even at the end of 3 years, the developer goes, I'm built out, I'm out of here, I'm gone, I don't care, it's on you, you figure it out. How do we make sure that we get to the end result that we want and keep it moving forward?
So any that have already been approved like you've just described as examples, those, you can't do anything about those because those are already under the existing approvals. So those plats have already been recorded, that we're stuck, we have those roads. Going forward, the way that you protect the county is there is no 3 years developer's maintenance type language anymore. It is upon acceptance of the final plat, the developer is on notice that we are not and will not, won't ever accept the roads for maintenance. And then they have to create the mechanism, whether it is a homeowners association, property owners association, community development district, something. And we're gonna look at the documents that they've prepared to create these things. We're gonna make sure that they're recorded in the public records on the date that the plat is accepted. So that's the legal thing. Now, whether the developer is honest and forthright with the people that are buying the lots and tells them, hey, by the way, you're in a homeowners association, which I, the developer, am going to control for the period until I sell out X number of % of the lots. And once I'm out of here, it's on you. Now, whether the developer is going to be honest with them or not, you don't know, but you hope you hope they are, and you hope that we don't have people coming in 5 years later saying, well, I thought I was paying county taxes to take care of these roads.
So would the reverse then just be to say everything that comes in, we're going to have an MSBU on it so that you're guaranteed that?
Well, I think you are looking at.
I know, that's why I'm saying, going forward, I mean.
I don't think, I mean, I don't know, but I thought the MSBU was for resurfacing. So the initial road construction or whatever so I don't know how long it takes a road to need resurfacing, 5, 7, 10, I don't know.
25 is what we're hopeful
Oh,
for.
25.
25 years.
See, I'm just the lawyer. So for the first 25 years, I don't know who's going to maintain them.
Can I help Commissioner Bays? I think correct me if I'm wrong, what Commissioner Bays is trying to say is, so do what we're doing, county accept the maintenance, but immediately say, this is a new development, you're getting an MSBU. So 20, 25 years later, that pot of money, is that what
Yes.
you're trying to ask her? Okay.
That certainly is you all have the ability to set up MSBUs. So
are we, may I keep going? Commissioner Bays? Okay.
Yes, you can.
I didn't want to cut her off. So we have a whole county and everyone wouldn't be paying that. So for people that are just moving to this new development, are we allowed to say this development, this development, this development, because they're all after X date, you all have MSBUs? Is that allowed?
it's so hard to answer in the abstract, but theoretically, you could put an MSBU on the subdivision, but it sounds like what is being offered to you is that you give that all that responsibility to the developer and just don't even make the county responsible. My only concern, based on your questions, is that whole perception thing that the chairman brought up. Because no matter how many times we all know what the law is, you're still getting the emails. So.
Hurts my head. Commissioner Finnegan, are you done?
Yes, I'm just wondering before I don't know, does this sound like a workshop? I mean, I think that the people in the community would maybe want to have a say. We're missing a commissioner. Obviously we're not changing anything, and this is
this is just preference. This is just preference, and every road we accept or don't accept, I would come up and it'd be an agenda item. So it's just a preference. It's just to allow staff direction and just say, we're interested in vetting this. We're interested in this and that, and so it's just a preference.
And then there's the MSBU idea. So obviously we need to decide which way we're going to do that for developments.
Yeah. And there is not a vote. It is just discussion, and so it doesn't matter that Kennard's not here.
So the preference would be not to accept roads.
My preference would be today not to accept roads. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, my preference is to slow our roll, pardon the pun. What I was going to say before that came about is I have two words: blighted neighborhoods. If they don't take care of it themselves, then we've got a paved version of IV4. And we have to keep a tidy county, and everything needs to be paved and in good condition. So I am concerned about that, and that's why I think we're gonna get ahead of it this year in figuring out alternate funding mechanisms, so.
Well, to Commissioner Davis's point, then I would like that information. You know, what does that look like if this board in the future said, we do want to accept them, but no more burden to the taxpayers? People that are moving here are going to take care of these specific roads. What does that cost? What does that look like? I would like to have a little more information on that option too, and I don't expect you to answer that today, Mary, but just in the future.
What is your question?
If this board decided when a development comes up, Mary's given us the option of saying, she might say, hey, this road we need to accept, these roads we don't, or maybe she'll say this community, you don't need to accept these roads. But there would be another option. The county could accept them, but that entire community from the get-go is going to have an MSBU, so you'd never have that blighted neighborhood, to Commissioner Davis's point.
Okay.
So we would be maintaining them, but that community would pay for that community. So if that could be an option, I would just like more information of what that would look like financially to each homeowner, which I'm sure it differs. You know, we need scenarios because I'm sure it depends on how many homes and lot size and things like that. The best you could do, because I have zero knowledge of where that would start. So, I mean, I'm sure you would give us a range,
Yeah,
This
it's like
scenario would look like-
$186,000 a mile for a general road, and unless you get into the Citrus Springs and Pine Ridge, and it's closer to $350, $380.
Okay.
So
Does
per
that make
mile.
sense? So just the more information, if we did want to say we'll accept them, but all these communities, they're going to be paying for themselves, no extra burden on our current taxes.
But if I may, that's what I was saying, is that I believe we talked about that at the retreat in the alternate funding mechanisms. Isn't this gonna be like a big presentation this year?
I thought it was
Did
MSBU for
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
It is.
It is, but that's what I'm saying, but you're asking for the detail more, is that part of
Just
that
the new
larger,
communities.
but also as part of that larger conversation, because we need to fix the old communities, so.
Valid.
I
I
think,
think we're heading in that direction
and
anyway.
I think that we've all,
Beat that to death.
thank you. I was going to say talk this to death, but
And I'm sorry, but so tomorrow, if developer Lynn is putting in her application.
no.
You're already an
Developer
attorney.
Lynn, I know, all right.
Do you wanna be too bad?
All right, Gene Davis is sitting in the audience. If Mr. Davis submits an application tomorrow for his 20-home subdivision, is staff going to process that application only if he tells them how he's going to maintain the roads? Or is this gonna come back and, staff needs to know what they're telling people tomorrow when they drop the application off. I know you said you're not voting, but
It was my understanding that you would bring that to us and make your recommendations. So I would assume she would just tomorrow make her recommendations.
And I think now that Eric and Joanna, Walt, Carl, and I would get together, we've heard your direction, and we would talk about how this would go. And I'm speaking for Eric, but we definitely would need to discuss this with the community. And there is a point on us, once you submit the plans and we approve them, then you're cut off, and we actually have to accept the roads. But there's a certain point. So we do have time to be able to get this out and have the developers understand what the preference is going to be from here going forward.
Yes.
So my preference is that all new subdivisions would require a recorded HOA and would provide perpetual maintenance of the roads and the DRAs within the subdivision. That's my preference.
And DRAs.
And DRAs.
HOPOA, same thing.
I think just to provide for perpetual maintenance, and then they can decide whether that's going to be a HOA, POA, CDD.
Okay. I like that. Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan?
That works.
We have a consensus.
You have a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, G2, contract with Duncan Associates for impact fee analysis. A and B, approve and authorize the chair to execute the contract. And B, approve budget transfer. G2.
I was gonna make a motion, Eric, but if you wanna talk.
I don't have to.
I'll second.
Okay,
Sit down.
and then you can talk. So you can talk. I'll make the motion to approve G2, A, and B.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Finnegan,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any staff or public comment?
If you wish, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any.
Okay.
You're just so quick to jump up there. I thought you had something to say to us. Why don't you say, it's dinner time?
I'd be happy to talk about it, but if you're ready to move on, I'm happy to move on.
Yeah. Is there any public comment about G2? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Thank
We
you,
have a
Eric.
3-0 right now.
Was there a comment on G1?
G1 was just a discussion and no vote, no nothing.
Good job, Eric. Way to.
Okay, and now we are at item I1. This is to nominate and appoint the Citrus County Veterans Service Advisory Board. I sit on this board, and I would like to say that I wish that all 5 of these gentlemen could be on the board. I would like to make a motion, though, to nominate Andrew Brewer, Bill Merriman, and Greg Pelletier. That would be my recommendations and nominations to appoint for the 3 individuals to fill the regular member seats on this Veterans Advisory Board. 2 of them already sit there. They're very active. It really, truly, the other 3 I would love to have on the board. We do get a little benefit from David because he is Gus Bilirakis's representative, veterans representative. So he's there anyway. So we kind of get a freebie with him. So that is my motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Commissioner Slabaugh made the motion to nominate Mr. Brewer, Mr. Merriman, and Mr. Pelletier, and a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment about this advisory board nominations? Any board comment? Did you have any recommendations?
Yes, my recommendations, you hit 2 of the 3, was David Halbstein, Bill Merriman, and Greg Pelletier. But I do notice that Mr. Watson is here, and if Mr. Howard, I would love to hear Mr. Watson's thoughts and recommendations, if that's fine with you,
Yeah,
sir.
please come forward.
And, David's there anyway. That's why I said I get a freebie with him.
Well, I think it's nice, for him to get the appointment. He's putting in the time, he has put in the effort, and I would wholeheartedly recommend him.
Well, I have a motion on the floor. I'm
I
not
know, I'm
cutting
not
you
voting
off.
for it.
I'm okay. That's right. I
I'm
just want to
voting
make
yay
sure
on your
Okay.
motion. I'm just letting you know.
Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Phil Watson, Veteran Service Manager. So, obviously we got a great veterans community. We have some great folks to choose from. I can only speak to the people that I've engaged with throughout the community doing veterans issues. So obviously Bill Merriman, he's been on the board, and Greg Pelletier. Between the programs that they run, I deal with Greg a lot with the shelter he runs for homeless veterans. Bill does a lot for, he's one of the post commanders. He helps with flag disposals, things like that. Dave, I know quite well from Gus Bilirakis's office. I've engaged with him in a lot of community activities across the board, not just veteran stuff, but across the board. The other 2 people, honestly, I cannot speak to them. I've never met them. I've never engaged with them in the community. So I can only kind of focus on the 3 that I do know, not just on a personal level, but from community engagement across the community. So that's my my assessment on that.
Thank you. The resume of Mr. Brewer was something I did not want to pass up. And like I said, I have Dave there anyway, and I would also get the benefit of Mr. Brewer. That's why I did the motion the way I did. And I also Harry's resume also. I mean, there's just no losing with these 5 veterans. So I would encourage all 5 to attend, but
Mr. Watson, so you're saying you get the benefit of David, which I think if he's put in the time, he should get the appointment, my opinion. But I don't know Mr. Brewer also, but would he still be allowed to attend also?
Yeah, they're public meetings, so they get advertised, so anyone in the community can attend, and they are advertised. Legally, you have to advertise them, so anyone can attend those meetings.
So I would say if we appointed David, since he's already in the community with veterans, he is a veteran putting in time, maybe Mr. Brewer could just be the added benefit, and then we could vote on him another year.
you're just going to have to wait for your motion.
I guess the last thing I would add is so I got nominated. I'm sitting on Gus Billarax's Veterans Committee for his district. So we had our first meeting on Friday. Obviously, Dave was at that meeting, but Congressman Billarax had a town hall here in Inverness in February. And so he announced at that town hall, he's the point person for the House for veterans issues. So, that's a pretty big deal for our district, for our veterans is our sitting member of Congress is the point person for the United States House for veterans issues. So any connection that we can strengthen with that, I think would be a long-term benefit for our community as our 19,000 plus veterans. And, we continue to grow with our veterans, and obviously we got a new veterans clinic that's on the horizon. So, I can just speak from my personal experience working with that office compared to the previous district. It's night and day. And so I just want to add that for context.
Well, I would be happy to, you guys gave a very good argument, and I'd be happy to amend my motion to nominate David Halpstein, Bill Merriman, and Greg Pelletier if Commissioner Bays is
I'll second that.
all right with that. So very good argument. And I would encourage the other 2 gentlemen, very, very impressive. I did ask the veteran community, and that's how I got Mr. Brewer's recommendation from the veteran community, talking to him, and he has a great reputation. So that's why he was my choice. So that being said, is there any other public comment regarding this amended nomination? I'm just tired and you just beat me down, so whatever.
Well, I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Watson and to the other people that we don't know. Thank you for applying. If you're out there listening, I'm sure they're all fantastic veterans, and I like that so many people are applying.
And they're very well known in the veteran community. So I
thank
did
you all for
do
your service.
my research on the others. So thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Will you reach out to the 2 applicants personally
Yes.
and invite them to come?
Yes.
Because,
No problem.
these are typically very happy, welcoming boards, and
Absolutely.
we did that in the pilot community to get people to show up for the Aviation Advisory Board and be part of the conversation, because
Absolutely.
that's a real interest of them. And when people keep showing up, then, they tend to also get appointed.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on this nomination? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 4-0. I think I'm missing one vote from Commissioner Davis. G2.
Aye.
That's 4-0. And that's the only one I was missing, correct? Okay, so that being done, we're at committee reports. Commissioner Bays. Please don't say roads.
Roads. I just don't really have any reports. I will tell you that tomorrow at 3:00 we have our, oh my gosh, Public Safety Coordinating Council meeting, which we've invited a whole bunch of people to the table to kind of get a grip on what we're doing in our community with where we have gaps or maybe have overlaps on mental health and incarceration and a whole host of other things with public safety. So we will be looking at that. I still want to go back out and say just one more time, thank you to FDOT District 7 for the stoplight at Gospel Island on 44. It'll be a ways coming, but we got it.
You're welcome.
And as of right now, we have the appropriation, the $9 million for the Inverness Airport We just got to make sure the governor signs
Yes,
it.
Don't jinx it.
Hey, put it out there in the universe. Make him tell the people he's not going to sign it. So, anyway, good news.
Thank you.
And I want to
Commis-
thank Frank for all of his hard work, wherever he's at. Our
Thank
economic
you.
development guy.
Commissioner Finnegan, anything? Commissioner Davis?
I just had TDC in the last 2 weeks, and it's only going to take about 30 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I have 4CF day after tomorrow, so I'll have something else next time.
Thank you. And Commissioner Finnegan, do you have anything from board meetings? I mean, that you want to talk about, excuse me.
Committee.
Yeah, just as we're thanking FDOT, I was with them last night with the good people of Sugar Mill Woods and a representative, actually, David Halbstein from Congressman Bilirakis's office. It all started months ago when I was invited as a guest speaker, and the congressman was also there. And then their complaints came up about road noise from the parkway. So I went out and analyzed that and tried to help them a bit. I was not the solution to the problem. So the congressman and I, with a joint effort, we got our senator and House rep involved and sent a letter out, and FDOT came out in great force last night, heard the people of Citrus County, more specifically Sugar Mill Woods, and are offering them maybe not the solution that they wanted, but a solution. So it's nice that a state entity will hear our voices, and I thank them for their time and efforts, and I'm sure the people of Sugar Mill Woods are thanking them also. It was a good meeting.
I'm curious, did they bring up, because this was brought up at the MPO for the future extensions and Pine Ridge and the different neighborhoods that this is going to have the same kind of problems. Did they touch on that at all?
That they will be analyzing and doing the same studies for noise, which they did in the whole stretch that goes by Sugar Mill Woods. But they're not going backwards. So once they get to your district and once they put it in, if people are complaining and saying, oh, well, now there's more people, or when you stretch it out to the next leg, they're not going backwards and reassessing, but they will be assessing it next. They do the noise study, and it's an average of decibels. So it's not like if one motorcycle goes by that hits 90, it's an average of all day. They put in their module, full traffic going the speed limit, but full, and they assess from there. And then they identify the houses that would actually be affected, and they have a formula. I think it's over 15 decibels of what is normal. Or it affects X amount of people, they would give a better presentation. But like in the case of Sugar Mill, it was 3 houses. But then they assess, like if they're going to build a wall, what the cost will be. Well, it has to be under, I think, like the $40,000, which the one house would have been like anywhere from 80-something thousand to 100-something thousand. So they didn't qualify. And those were 2 houses together. And if it has to affect 2 or more homes, so one house was here, it was too expensive and only affected the one home, so they didn't qualify. And then the 2 houses over here, it was just too expensive per home. So those 3 houses didn't qualify. Now more houses have been built since the study, but once they put it out to public knowledge that the road's being built, they don't go back. So the last study was 2015. So just something to think about when the residents are, I'm sure they'll be asking you in the future, but that's how that works. And they're very informative. If you have any questions, they'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard is not here. Commissioner Bays, anything?
No.
Commissioner Davis, you have something on the agenda.
Yes, and I believe, going back to my notes, we may have missed adding 01 to the agenda vote.
No, it's on here. It's on here.
In my motion, did I say 01?
We updated it afterwards. Remember, I had piped
Oh,
up
that's
and
right. I just
said
didn't
that
write the
there was
note
a
down.
second
Okay.
one.
Thank you for keeping us straight, because I didn't take a note on
That
it.
was
My
100
apologies.
hours ago.
I know. It's even, I know it's hard to sit in those chairs. It's even harder to be up here on video, trust me. So update on Inverness Villages IV. The A1 is what I wanted to hear from staff on exactly what we've done to be a real sticky wicket for the builder and the lot owner there.
I'm gonna bring Eric back up. Oh, he just left. Okay.
Left?
Left?
That's unfortunate.
Who?
What I was really hoping for is that every other week, we get a presentation from staff very quickly about this
Sure.
many code violations, et cetera, et
I think there
cetera.
was some document they did put together, I thought. We'll see if we can catch him, but I thought there was a document that they did put together, I thought. We can ensure that
Well, we
is
can move
actually-
on to B and C
Yeah.
and then backtrack to A if
We
we can
can.
get
We can
that
do that.
done. I drove around again. I'm pretty much in there every week at this point, and I drove around again with some more people that are yet also impressed with what a difficult position we're in with that neighborhood. So one of whom who was in the truck was one of our code compliance officers, and he said essentially, and I think we all understand how cases work, right? When there's a code complaint and everything, there's a case number filed, et cetera, and they'll then transfer the property into another ownership. So then they have to start the code over again. And they just keep doing this. He's up to like 11 LLCs.
No, they're
Yeah.
very good at this game.
Yeah, so, yeah, he's threading the needle. So far, hopefully I'm not missing anything because it's a long list. SwiftMud's not happy. FWC's not happy. DEP's not happy. I took the state attorney around and he crested that hill and there's the bait and switch that's happening, I believe, is that first neighborhood is paved, it has drainage, it has beautiful homes with barrel tile roofs and all of that. And you crest that hill and you start to come down and he uttered 2 words. He goes, "Oh boy." Because he saw the vista of what's going on in IV4. And so there's a lot of people, there's a lot of attention on this. And in going over it with the state attorney, he said, oh good, Eric's here. He said, yeah, well, the neighbors have basically gone to every single government agency and every single government agency is saying, our hands are tied, which is their favorite phrase to hear. And I'm being empathetic with that, doctor, when I say that. And so I think all of the different government entities and agencies need to get in a room together. No sunshine thing. It would not be a public, so it'd be one commissioner in the room and one representative from all those entities. And I did not get a chance to talk to the attorney about this before the meeting, so she's now cringing. We can move on from that idea and give you time to gather your thoughts and maybe go to Eric.
What were you talking about, B or C?
That was just,
You were just talking.
it's something that's not A, B, and C.
Okay.
It was me just giving y'all an update. And so
Sorry, Eric, you were almost gone.
That's okay.
it's like the mafia. We just pull you right back
That's
in.
okay. Our office is active on 2 fronts in Inverness Village. One with licensing compliance with the building department where they go and make sure that the trash is picked up, silt fence is up, that type of thing. If they are out of compliance, then they are basically frozen and they can't proceed with any of their inspections until they pay the fine and clean it up. That's a nominal fee, so it's $100 each incident. So the builder moves on pretty quickly from that one. The other one is code enforcement has actually gone out there and notified folks that have cleared property without permits. And that would be the right-of-way or individual lots. And they have in the neighborhood of 30-ish notifications sent out with registered mail. And now that feedback is coming in from the folks that receive those letters. They go after the owner. So some owners, from what I understand, were unaware that their lot was being cleared, and they have hired attorneys. So they're taking action that way because they don't want to be cited by code enforcement for something they're unaware of. So that's working its way through the system. If unresolved,
or they call it unabated, then it would end up before a special master, and the special master would have the ability to give a daily fine, which is a little more substantial until it's remedied. So that's what our office is doing is on Inverness Village.
And that is exactly what I heard, a couple different things. Number one, they're clearing land without permission.
Why are they doing it?
And they are, so the height of professionalism, this outfit. They are moving dirt from one place to another without any permits. And so when they're cutting their new roads, which they're not supposed to be doing, they push dirt onto unbuilt lots that they do not have permission to push the dirt on. And they're pushing the dirt onto gopher tortoise burrows. And there's all kinds of just very bad things happening. One gentleman said that he bought the lot specifically, but it had an old live oak canopy. And there's some beautiful trees that have been cut down over there. And they're like, it's down to like 5 or 6 trees on the lot now. The canopy's gone. And he's one of the ones that is just like that. He was outraged because he didn't give permission for that to happen. And so also it's, there's a lot of houses being built in my neighborhood in Citrus Springs. They go up, I watch it, they clear the pad, they put the foundation down, and boom, that sucker is occupied like within 6 months. And it's all tidy. There's no trash. There's one big dumpster out front, one porta potty. That's it. You drive through Inverness Villages IV, and the officer that you sent out around with me said, they have like one dumpster per street. Okay, and there's piles of trash, and they're making these little net fence boxes to throw trash in, and there's dust everywhere, and there's trash flying everywhere, and I get the sense that they are also doing this, do a slab. There are houses that look like they were half built 3 years ago. I don't know when they were built, but there's that whole middle section of roads that have a slab. They have bare cinder block with a big spray painted address on the front. Some of them don't even have roofs. They have the underlayment only. They didn't even put the shingles or the metal on top. So tell me how good that structure is going to be if it's been sitting fallow for 3 years and they just keep starting new. And my sense is that he's trying to mow through all of the land he has without any of us figuring out a way to stop him. And to a person, every person I've taken out there, and these are all people that are very engaged in this, are just like, this can't happen. This just can't happen. We've got to figure out a way. And that's why, Madam Attorney, I would like to get all the agencies in the room together and figure out how we can shut this down, because this is not okay.
And I don't mean to cut you off.
I'm done.
You have a lot of good words there, but I want to pull you back a little bit, because one, you said where you live is Citrus Springs. You meant Citrus Hills.
Citrus Hills, yes.
Because
Sorry.
we both don't live in the same district. And
Thank you.
So that being said, do we have any questions for Eric? Board, do you have any questions for him?
I do.
Commissioner Finnegan leaned in.
Go ahead.
Okay, let her go first. I just put a cough drop in my mouth.
If you hire somebody at $20 an hour and you put them out there 10 hours a day, I don't know, whatever, make it up. It's cheaper than legal fees. Hire somebody, put them out there, stop them from daylight to dusk.
Well, we have a code enforcement officer that is assigned to that neighborhood, and he goes out there with regular frequency, and every time that there is a violation, we have to go through the process. So they mail a notice of violation to the property owner. The property owner has 30 days to respond, and then that's what gets the ball rolling.
What happens when they're moving dirt?
It would depend if it would fall under the building inspection enforcement or the code enforcement. So each one has their own process. The building inspector enforcement does have the ability to stop them, but it's just a $100 fine. So they can show up with $100 and they move on. Oh, and move the dirt to the correct spot. So it's a little bit of a chase game where as soon as we notice a violation, it can be fixed. I mean, ultimately, we're looking for compliance. We're not looking to build a war chest. We want it to be fixed. So as soon as they go out there and fix it, then we have to release them of that violation because it no longer exists.
I think what Commissioner Bays is saying is maybe we need to hire a subcontractor with an umbrella and a chair and a cooler and have them sit out there day after day with a notepad and a camera and let them know every day, every little thing they do, we're watching them. Now, I don't have the money for that, to pay that person.
It's cheaper than legal fees. So, I mean, you've got B and C on here. Request consideration for a moratorium or request consideration for outside counsel.
If I may.
Are you done?
Oh, sorry. So first question, and I think you touched on that. We're obviously out there red tagging, but they're fixing it quickly and moving on. I guess they're fixing it to our standards if we're
Yes.
removing the red tag. And I don't know if you know, or maybe Commissioner Davis knows, or somebody knows. Just curious, because we just had this discussion about roads, and that was my point. If someone goes out and the roads are all paved and they assume county owns the roads, I'm assuming these people were told something not accurate because they literally were moving 2 dirt roads that are not paved. So the developer that's not a developer, that's what I call him, lied to all these poor people. I want to be part of a solution to stop the madness. I was just curious though, do these individual people, do you know if they have lawsuits going? Because you're saying they're cutting down their trees, they're on their property, they've lied to them. Are there active lawsuits with these individual homeowners? I mean, are they pursuing that
I don't know.
subsequently? And I don't know if you have any good solutions to stop the madness. And I know you're saying all the elected officials in a room, only one commissioner, but agencies, but I mean, it could be a publicly advertised.
Not a good idea.
Okay.
Do you want to elaborate?
No.
Okay.
Did you have any solutions? I didn't give you an
I
opportunity.
don't.
Okay.
We're pursuing every lead, every option that we have. So I know we had at one point over 90 violations on one office of our building, and then we had another 30 violations in a different office. So it's not a lack of pursuing this and a lack of violations. We've issued at least 120 within the last 60 days. But they fix it and move on.
So I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So just to throw it out there, I know some of this probably isn't popular conversation, and maybe Madam Attorney could help, but only because Commissioner Bays had said, cheaper than legal fees. I want us as a county, if we can stop the madness, to stop it. I might be missing where we would be on the hook for legal fees. That's why I asked if the homeowners are suing. Maybe I'm missing something where the county's deficient.
I think that we, as a commissioner, we might want to be careful about some of our words, just so that they don't come back and bite us. So that might be why the Commissioner Davis said no, she doesn't want to elaborate. I am curious though if this board is thinking. I've said it twice about a moratorium. I don't know if it was. I've said the word moratorium twice, and if that is something this board is leaning towards today, and there is a motion for that, I will support that only if it's new permits as of today. If there is a house with a construction loan and interest and all that, I would not want to put that additional burden on somebody. But like she said, you have a choice of putting a moratorium. You don't know. I'm going to garner my words. Don't know how that would go. You could pay for somebody to be there for the county and to just keep gigging them. But this person, like you said, is, how many different LLCs?
11.
11. This is a shell game. These are grifters that are that they know the game, and they have really, we keep saying, we're not responsible for this. We can only do so much. But the perception is, oh no, these are our roads. We need to fix them. So I am at a loss as to what to do. But if this is one of the options, I will support it.
Are we legally allowed to do a moratorium on permits moving forward?
You are legally allowed to do a moratorium under the proper circumstances.
Which would be?
Well, you would have to make a determination.
Public safety?
No. You are able to do a moratorium, and the courts look at a test as to whether or not you can have a moratorium. And it's basically, if I can summarize it, you have to be undertaking a new regulation, a new law, a new project, or something that you feel that the current state of affairs is going to conflict with what you intend to do while you do it. So the best example I can think of is like when you're implementing a concurrency scheme. You can stop allowing development for the period of time while you pass your rules and regulations implementing concurrency. So you have to have an idea of what it is you're going to do, and then you can stop the behavior which would be contrary to where you're trying to get. So you would have to, in order to do a moratorium in this regard, you would have to say what it is you intend to do and how what's going on now is contrary to what you intend to do, and you would have to limit it to a very specific time, and you would have to implement whatever it is you want to do by the end of the time period. If you don't do it correctly and very limited, then you are subject to a takings analysis by the court. Basically, you have taken their ability to utilize their property for whatever period of time. So the answer is yes, you can do a moratorium. You just have to craft it properly, and I don't know what your intention is that you want to do.
If there was ever a case that we need the courts to decide on something, I think this is the case. That is my personal opinion as a commissioner, but if there was ever a situation that we needed a judge to say, this is my ruling, it would be this situation.
And my fear is that the judge would not agree with what you want to do. But I'm with you. If y'all want a judge to decide it.
We always have that fear, but if there was ever a case we need a judge to say, to rule on something, to me, it would be this situation.
Madam Chair,
No,
just
well-
to Madam Attorney, could the thing that we're trying to accomplish be, because if the county gets involved and the good people out in IV4 want to MSBU and the county to take the roads and the stormwater, that would be what we're trying to accomplish. And if they keep building where we need drainage and stormwater control or DRAs, that interferes with how we're trying to move forward. Would that not be plausible?
Absolutely, that would absolutely be plausible. However, what we're hearing is the cost to do the MSBU is making the MSBU prohibitive. So if you're going to tell someone they can't use their property for whatever period of time, 6 months, 8 months, a year, 3 years until you get roads built, that's a significant amount of time to tell someone they can't use their real property. So the longer out you are, the less likely the courts are going to support what you're doing. But at the end of the day, if you don't have a road, I'd say you're gonna be subject to some problems for telling them they couldn't have used their property for 6 months or a year. But I'm happy to let y'all do the moratorium. I'll draft it up, or if y'all want another lawyer to tell you about it, I'm good with all of that.
May I?
Commissioner Davis.
So B and C were a little bit intertwined, is to do the moratorium, but also get outside counsel to help us with this, just to get a second opinion. We do second opinions all the time, so seems to me like we ought to do that. And then I would really like to do the meeting of the agencies.
The meeting of the agencies is fine. I don't know, y'all probably haven't seen the letter that we got from SwiftMud, or no, you have seen the letter that we got from SwiftMud in response to Mr. Eastman's questions to SwiftMud. SwiftMud is not pleased by the tone of their letter they're blaming us in the letter for not taking action. I would say that I know that they watch our meetings also. So the more times we talk about things and so forth, just know that people are watching and they're taking in, what we say at these meetings. I'm happy to sit down with any agency, with any lawyers to talk about any of this at any time. Absolutely. May I finish?
No, I wanted to cut you off a long time ago. I really did, because I think that you're tipping our hand more than any of us, because people are watching.
I can't, so I'm not supposed to answer the commissioner's question?
Go, I'm just saying, please answer just the question. And don't elaborate that you think we wouldn't win in court or whatever, what you said earlier. Go ahead.
I think I have to tell you what I believe your risks are.
You have done that a lot. You have done.
This is the first time I've done it in a public meeting.
No, we've talked, when I first said moratorium. Okay.
You and
go
I had
ahead.
a conversation.
I disagree with you, but go ahead.
I'm happy for y'all to hire outside counsel to deal with this issue.
I didn't say anything about outside counsel. I said moratorium.
I'm happy for y'all to craft a moratorium, but I need to know what you all want the moratorium to be.
I want to hear what you were trying to tell us. And I feel like you cut it short. You said you were going to work, you were happy to talk to
I'm happy,
the other
Commissioner
attorneys.
Davis, yes, I'm happy to sit down with any of the other attorneys, other agencies. I'm happy at any time to do that, absolutely. So to Commissioner Davis's question, absolutely, I'll be doing that, or we can have, staff there too. I don't know what happened when you went out with the state attorney. I didn't know you had completed that, but I've been out of town, so we haven't caught up on that. So I'm happy to do any of that. And I'm happy to draft a moratorium. I just need to know direction from y'all what you want the moratorium to be. I'm also happy to contact lawyers to get outside counsel. I just need y'all to tell me what opinions you want from them. I'm happy to do any of that.
I'll take a crack at it. I think that Neighbors in Giblin, I'd like to go to outside counsel. I would like them to review this from a level of how we acquired this position, the person that acquired the property and has 11 different entities, and he's changing them around and moving the ball, and he's able to go out and move dirt, do things that are basically against our rules and regulations. What I want is something that definitively puts it out there that stops this impasse that we have with SwiftMud. Either we can get on the same page or we're going to find out the differences. But the time is up. The ball has moved, and I don't want to hear that either we're at fault, we're not at fault. We've been talking about this for years. And it's time. Let's just move the needle. Let's go to Neighbors in Giblin. Let's get an outside resource that will tell us what our role, what our responsibility is, if we have any, and if Swift Mud has any, or let them look at this developer and tell us what options we have. But we keep dragging this can along, and I want some answers, and I want to move on. We're told it's $100,000 or some weird number to pave roads and do everything that we need to do. We're told we can't keep up with the things that are going on in the subdivision. It's just too much. It's just time. I want outside counsel. I want to get this reviewed and close the books on it, one way or the other.
Commissioner Davis?
I agree, but do you also want to do a moratorium on building because they continue to build on all the low lots and it's going to get more and more expensive to fix it?
No, I've done my own research on that. As much as I would like to say a moratorium, I would tell you be careful of what you want. So I say let's get outside counsel. If outside counsel tells us, I think we can do that in pretty quick order. They could tell us you can either accomplish this or you can't, and then we can put the moratorium in. But I don't think putting a moratorium on right now, I don't think that we can come up with a measure that meets the test standard to get us where we want to go.
For the record, I didn't come in here with an actual yay or nay I wanted the discussion is what I wanted, so.
I like action.
May I?
Commissioner Finnegan?
If Swift Mud is not responsible for the roads, and we're not responsible for the roads, but we both have an interest in it, could our attorneys not talk? I mean, obviously they're punting it back with a letter and saying, why aren't you doing anything? So could our attorneys not put their heads together and say, what direction do we go to? It seems like.
We have been doing that, and we're still at the same spot.
You've been speaking to Swift Mud's attorney?
I have not been, I didn't make the request.
She said.
Yeah, I didn't make the request of Swift Mud. Mr. Eastman spoke to Frank. I wasn't party to the conversation. I didn't know the conversation was happening. I didn't know anything. I have a very good relationship with Elizabeth Fernandez with Swift Mud, and she and I have talked many times about this. But I wasn't part of the discussion that led to her writing to us. And at this point, and I was on vacation, so I just got back, and I don't know how to go forward because there are so many inaccuracies in my opinion, in the letter, and I would like to talk to her about it. But I'm in a quandary now because this agenda item was here and I didn't make the call. So I think that I can speak with her about this issue. But I don't know if the well has been poisoned. I don't know. But I would like to talk to her, and I could. But, I mean, if you guys,
I don't see that it would hurt.
Well, may I?
Commissioner Finnegan, are you done?
Yes.
To your point, that's why I'm suggesting putting all the agencies in the room. And I have no animosity whatsoever towards Swift Mud. I just want to get this solved for the residents so we can all get on to other issues. And so it does need to involve FWC, DEP, state attorney, Swift Mud, and us. I think I get all the agencies.
I don't know who would be in the room. I mean, if we're gonna have, anyway.
Room full of attorneys, sign me up.
I'd much rather be in a room full of attorneys than executive directors and people that have other agendas.
Yeah. For the record, I would be more or less, believe it or not, silent. Because I would be worried about opening my mouth in an attorney environment.
So
We don't bite.
In this hypothetical meeting, I would assume it would be you,
She just said she wanted all attorneys.
Mr. Howard, and Miss Lynn. With
I
the
didn't-
other agencies?
I didn't mean our only attorneys. I meant from the other
That's
agencies.
what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. As opposed to having department or agency heads, she wants the attorneys from those agencies, not staff.
Is that possible?
I know that I can speak with the state attorney. I know that I can speak with Ms. Fernandez. I don't know the lawyers at,
I would say that all of those agencies don't live here. I do, this is my district, and if there can be duct tape involved to make sure that I don't open my mouth, but I want to hear the conversation and know what the parameters are so I understand what's happening. But if I'm overruled, if Mr. Howard thinks that's a bad idea, if it ought to be just attorneys, then I will cede to the
I think
groups
she
and-
was being halfway serious.
yeah,
halfway kidding.
because
Okay.
She was just saying she would rather deal with.
I
right?
think that Mr. Eastman's question was filtered before it got to Ms. Fernandez.
Right.
Just by the, I don't know. The response we got was just so inconsistent with the request that was made.
Got it.
Commissioner Bays.
No matter if you have this meeting, what resolution is there at the end of that about knowing whether we have the right to stop this person? How is it going to stop this person? What's the end game?
It's two separate issues.
He's threading the needle.
He is who?
Well, the collective they are threading the needle of managing to work around all the various agencies.
What is having
rules,
this meeting going to stop him?
because we can get all in the same room and discuss where things might overlap or things might be able to be stopped or rectified or whatever. It's worth a shot after this many years of dealing.
But in the
with this.
meantime, while you're waiting for that meeting to happen, he just keeps pulling more permits
Yep.
and keeps moving. That's why I said I would entertain a moratorium with new permits only until we can have Neighbors in Giblin or somebody say to us, this is our case. So I would like somebody, if you don't like that suggestion, somebody to give me another suggestion. You gave, talk to Neighbors in Giblin. Commissioner Davis said, let's get them all in a room. What would the board like to see us do? What is your pleasure? Because I've got two separate things going on and there's only 4 of us.
My only desire is whatever you decide, I want answers. I'm tired of talk. I just want answers.
You and me both.
So give me an answer.
Hence the attorneys in a room. We're not attorneys, and we're talking about doing something that may help the future, may hurt potential property owners. We don't know who else, or I don't know, maybe everyone else knows who owns the rest of those lots. And we have one commissioner that doesn't think a moratorium is going to work. Our attorney has some reservations about it. So if Commissioner Davis has a possible solution of getting brilliant legal minds together, they know the law better than the 4 of us, that's for sure.
Right. And in the meantime, waiting for this meeting to happen.
Just curious, when you say moratorium, I mean, what's the time length you were?
Tomorrow, no new permits.
No. A moratorium has to have an end date. Like what's the time frame that you're looking to?
Until we get I just think we need to stop. You talk about talking. We need to stop this. Any new permits should stop from today on, and then go to Neighbors in Giblin or go to the different agencies. But in the meantime, they're probably watching the meeting. They're saying, oh, I got 2 months. Let's tear down the trees. Let's move the dirt. Let's make sure that there's no area that it's built on. That's all we're doing is talking. That's why
I'm just saying, if someone put a motion on the table for a moratorium, it would need to have an end date. And then if it needed to be extended, I mean, I'm assuming something like that could be done, but you can't just say forever and ever amen because they're still property owners.
Could a moratorium go in effect tomorrow?
No,
What's your answer?
It can't, because it's got to come back before you. There's got to be a resolution. It's got to be drafted. I'm sorry.
And then you have your meeting.
Okay, so that's my idea.
When would
Government
May
at
I-
its
may I-
finest.
What
Let me
is,
just ask one question. When would Neighbors in Giblin come back?
I don't know. I mean, I would call
Guess.
them and,
I mean, time frame of, is it 1 month, 6 months, a year? Like, what
I
is
would
the
say,
sort of
I
time?
would say by the time we get them retained, narrow the questions, they do their maybe 3 months. I don't know, maybe quicker.
Then, if I may, what I would suggest is that we draft the moratorium for the next meeting. Although you're then gonna tell me that it can't go until the following meeting, but it, anyway. And make it for whatever period of time it takes to get Neighbors in Giblin's answer back, and that would give us time to have the agency meeting, to try to bring this in for a landing. Because we can still vote the moratorium down, everyone.
I just think it's interesting that we're following the rules, and it's the wild, wild west out there with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this, I'll do as the board wishes, but I think like what Commissioner Bays said, enough talk. Let's do something. Excuse me for one moment. You're in charge, Commissioner.
Yes, Madam Attorney, did you have something to
Well,
say before I said one more thing?
Yeah, well, if you want me to draft the moratorium, I just need to know what y'all want. It needs to be based upon the county taking some kind of action to change a rule, build something, tear something down, change a regulation. I mean, it needs to be something that you are doing. So I just need y'all to tell me what you want it to say, if that's what y'all want me to do.
Do you have any suggestions, such as environmental destruction, wildlife destruction, tearing down trees on people's property without permission?
Well, they're already not allowed.
Repeat code violations,
They're already not allowed to do that.
okay?
I mean, they're not allowed to do
So
that.
if they're not following the rules, why can we not wrap a moratorium around that for 2 months?
What if the law you were working on is strengthening the existing? Because Eric had said they're slapping them because they're not allowed to do all these things. But we need to, if we're doing a moratorium, it has to be based on something that we're trying to accomplish. Could we set up a new law or tougher penalties for the existing ones that we have?
Unfortunately, code compliance is not the tool that that I have experienced board members want it to be. Code compliance is not a, I felt like what Commissioner Bays was saying, she wanted to hire someone to sit out there to make them stop doing the things they're not supposed to do while they're doing it. Unfortunate, and I felt like that's what she was trying to get at, like, let's hire a person and have them sit out there. What I was hearing from that was she wants somebody to immediately stop doing what they're not supposed to do. Unfortunately, these are not criminal acts. There's no police officer or anybody with authority that can go out there with a gun and say, stop driving that tractor. So it's a civil thing, and unfortunately, civil remedies are never immediate. They're never what you all want them to be. So when you say strengthen it, I guess I could craft something that would say that we are increasing the penalties for clearing lots without a permit. That could be one thing. And we could go into the ordinance making process of changing that. I don't know I can't remember where it is. I think it might be in the LDC, but we could figure it out. Yes.
That would be a start.
Just curious, is there anything, because we had talked about how do we stop this from happening and other developments in the future that maybe are on dirt roads. I go back to these people bought a home on a dirt road and obviously were lied to because they thought or they think that it's getting paved and it wasn't. Can we put anything in place as a penalty to any sort of these developers that are doing the same thing? Like if they're misleading in sales, can we come back and make that any sort of a law?
Well, there are already laws that say that you can't be fraudulent, you can't misrepresent things in the sale of real property. But none of the homeowners that I'm aware of or at least, yes, that I'm aware of, are actually suing them. The homeowners have come to you all to fix their problem. There are remedies that they could have if they hired a lawyer and went after these people. It's a common scheme that these people are perpetrating on the victims. I don't know whether the state attorney believes that it's risen to a criminal level or not, because I haven't talked to the state attorney. But if it's not a crime, then those folks have civil remedies. I don't know of any of them that have sued. So there are already laws.
When I step back in, Commissioner Bays said she would like to say something.
And I have not been out there in probably 3 weeks, so I don't know where they're at in their development. The roads where there is no development. Could we put a moratorium on that for stormwater drainage, mitigation? I know I'm stretching, but is there a way for that particular, that we can put a moratorium on for 6 months to figure out stormwater drainage? Environmental permit issues.
I think that getting back to what Commissioner Slaybaugh was saying earlier, why don't you let us just craft something rather than discussing it?
Showing our hand. Commissioner Davis?
The state attorney did say that if there's been, and I am in a
Are
state.
you sure you want to say all that?
Okay.
I mean, I'm just, I don't know what you're gonna
Please,
say.
can we move on? I hope y'all see how hard this is. I really do. This is criminal behavior. Maybe I shouldn't. It's hypothetical criminal behavior. Commissioner Davis, do you have a solution for us that you would like to see us move forward?
There's no motions here, because you would have to bring the Neighbors and Giblin contract back. Do you just want a consensus at this point?
It's up to y'all. If y'all want me to reach out to Neighbors Giblin, get a retainer agreement from them, sign it, and then bring it to you for ratification afterwards, then I can certainly do that, similar to what the next item is.
Okay.
I can do that.
With a time frame, an immediate time frame.
Immediate time frame for what?
For them to say
Turn
they
around.
can do something. Either they can do it, they find something, or like,
Can I get
let's move on.
clarification on what they're doing? Like if
Second
we hire
opinion.
second opinion on what we've talked about, a lot of different things. We've talked about a moratorium. We talked about our code violations. We talked about if it's even our responsibility. We talked about the responsibility of the homeowners for a lawsuit. So I mean, obviously we possibly couldn't sue on their behalf because we're the county. So what exactly are we asking them to do? Is just what I need clarification on.
My issue is, I want to know, and again, I mean, I am cautious about what I'm saying here. I want to know what our rights are and what they're not, and how we move forward. We just keep bouncing the ball and we're not getting anywhere. We keep talking about this. I mean, I don't know how many hours of time we take up, all of us, staff, us, doing this. And then the homeowners are sitting out there, and I know they're tired of it. I hope they all band together, go hire an attorney for criminal lawsuit. And maybe if we're all in this together, between them and us, maybe we get somewhere. But I'm ready to figure out what we can and can't do and move forward.
To stop construction.
To stop the criminal activity. Okay. Is that safe to say?
Oh,
stop.
Well, it feels like at the county we can just stop construction. It seems like the homeowners would have to, you know, if there's criminal activity, they're the victims. So, like correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Attorney, we're not allowed to sue on their behalf. They would have to do that
Right.
because they're the actual victims. We would need to know how we stop this contractor from moving forward. That's the only thing I see that we're allowed to do. Am I missing something?
Thank you for saying that. I have a question. Is it the not developer, not contractor pulling the permits in their name, or are the homeowners pulling these permits?
Both.
I'll have to go back and look.
I think it's both. I think that
Contractor and the landowner are pulling the permits. Those are the
Okay,
only
thank you. Will you save that for open to public? Save it first, because I want to hear.
I think it's sometimes both, because sometimes the property owner, they're using the property owner's name if there's a third party, but I think sometimes also the contractor and the property owner guy. But I think there's two issues, and this is what I need to know for Neighbors Giblin. Do you want them to tell you what your rights and responsibilities are as to construction of the streets? And let me finish, as one question. Or do you want them to only focus on how do we make this stop while we put this MSBU together? Because ultimately, putting the MSBU together, I don't know if that's going to be your answer. Because I don't know if that's going to be feasible.
I do not, I have said before that I thought that the MSBU, the price that we got was so high, it would not be something that some of these people could even afford. And I do not feel comfortable saying to people, we're gonna put an MSBU on and you're gonna pay this much money. I do not feel comfortable with it, so I think that part would be a waste of money.
So if there,
But I'm only one vote, so
Right.
maybe
But
everybody else is comfortable with
if
that.
more of you thought that, then stopping the construction gets you nowhere. Because if the goal of stopping construction is to facilitate the construction of the roads, and you don't intend to construct the roads, then what are you stopping construction for?
I'm sorry. Let me finish this. There is construction happening where drainage, DRA needs to be. And if we could stop that until maybe we figure out where the stormwater system needs to be on the vacant land that we have access to now. But he just keeps building and we don't have areas where aren't there some homes being built on DRAs that were laid out?
DRAs are only going to be relevant if roads are constructed.
I understand that, but it's just the cart before the horse, and it's just this vicious cycle that we're on, and if we don't stop something, how are we ever going to fix it? I don't know.
I'll try to bring this in. The point would be is to hit the pause button, Madam Attorney. So number one, the rights and rights, responsibilities, et cetera, as Commissioner Bays said, would be point number one. Point number two, which is actually a little bit flipped. The point number two should be the first thing that they work on, is figuring out a way that we can do that moratorium to hit the pause button, because I used the phrase earlier, if you're in a hole, stop digging. This one really is bad. It's getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and we need a legal way to hit the pause button so we can figure that out. And it might make the associated parties a little bit more reasonable in working together to figure out the DRAs and associated roads and all of that.
I got it.
Are you going to make
draft you a moratorium, and what are your rights and responsibilities?
And are you going to do any kind of motion in seconds so that we can?
Yes, so I make a motion that we direct our attorney to.
Is there already a motion?
Oh, good. You got it. Sorry, I couldn't see out of the side of my head.
Motion to approve the county attorney to create a moratorium and to acquire outside counsel, Neighbors in Giblin, to review and advise the county on what our rights and responsibilities are.
Actually, it was to have Neighbors in Giblin advise us on the moratorium as well as the rights and responsibilities.
So I'm not drafting a moratorium. I'm going to ask Neighbors Giblin to advise on whether a moratorium is appropriate.
Yes. The moratorium is the other issue that we need to decide whether we want to just go ahead and do something now, and we can always vote it down later, but at least get it in process. That would be a second motion. So that's my motion, just Neighbors in Giblin for now.
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
I'll second it to make it go away.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this motion? Come here. And if you ever meow at me again, Mr. Frank, if there were four gentlemen up here, you would not meow at a gentleman.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, trust me, I would. Children don't like to see their parents fighting. But anyways, getting back to why I'm here, okay? I've been in construction since I was 15. I'm 81 years old. I stopped construction maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere in the entire country, other than here in Florida, do they build housing projects without building the roads. And I don't understand why you turn around and still let people turn around and build all these houses with dirt roads. Why aren't they paved? That's what's supposed to be. The homeowner, when he buys the house, assumes there's going to be a road there. When I moved here, I assumed there was going to be roads and found out, no, they're not. And not only were they not, they never will be. But you're building houses all over the place. You're building projects. What is happening on 485 and 491, where they're building this big project? And are they putting roads in there, or are they going to be dirt roads? You know, if you tell me you're putting dirt roads in, then I don't want to say what my thoughts would be. You know, but you should have as of January 1st, all projects will have a 25-year road, and they will be inspected, and you'll have an environmental protection agency out there checking to make sure that you're not screwing up on the drainage, you know, and just get it over with. I don't understand why you still want to build dirt roads. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. That was very good. I have several concerns. The issue that I have is that we're not compliant with SwiftMud. There's no ERP in place, so this is a big issue. Not only do we need retention areas, as you well are aware, there's homes that are built in what may end up needing to be torn down to build a retention pond. Because there's so much homes already built, we don't even know where they're going to be putting anything down, what kind of roads we can have and so forth. That's why it costs so much money. Ms. Lynn made the comment, you know, that they can't stop permitting, you know, in the past because you're not allowed to do that. But because you continue to give permits and they continue to build, that's why an MSBU is out of reach for a lot of us. So the county, Ms. Finnegan, is also responsible because you continue to make the problem worse by doing that. I don't know the answer. I'm not a lawyer. I wish I did go to law school because this has become a real headache for me and for some of the residents. But something needs to be done. And you're right, it is criminal, but Like Mr. Frank, we assumed we were gonna get roads. We were told that it wouldn't cost us a lot of money. But $80,000 to $100,000, really? That's ridiculous. That really is ridiculous. I want to go back to G1 that you all kind of, for our information, you really are not addressing the fact that they need to be complying with SwiftMud. They need an ERP before they can build. Nowhere in that statement is that said. You know, I've been to SwiftMud meetings. I've had discussions with Mr. Frank. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to call him on the letter that they send you because I really don't understand the verbiage. And I do appreciate, I know how difficult it is for you because this isn't something that many of you were on the board at the time when all this mess was going on. But someone needs to put a stop to this. And I really don't have the solution. It's a big headache for all of us, you know, not just for you. And I do appreciate the time that you put in. But Ms. Lynn, you need to give us some guidance also. You know, when we have meetings, you don't attend the meetings, so you don't even know what our concerns are.
Miss Lynn is this board's attorney.
No, I understand. But the board is also present so they can guide the individual.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Don Martin, and I do live in Inverness IV. It just seems like there's a lot of kicking the can down the road. We've been to several meetings. It's always the same stuff. I and some more residents would just like some answers as to where we are on the roads. I'm in my home, where we are on the roads, one way or the other. When we came in January of 21 is when we bought our lot. We go in this guy's representative sales office. I asked him about the roads. When the street is finished, then they will pave the roads and put it in your taxes. The homes that have the paved streets and we're told that's phase one. Okay, I live in phase two, which when I walked out of that office, I took that guy at his word. Well, evidently it was a lie. So, but you guys, the board needs to do whatever they need to do to stop this builder tomorrow from cutting the next road or clearing the next lot to save the next innocent home buyer that moves into Citrus County because we come in unassuming. I mean, I'm almost 73 years old. I was raised up, a handshake was your word. You take a person at their word, like the guy's sales representative. But here we are today. We've been to several meetings. It's a headache for everybody. I mean, just give us some concrete answers one way or the other, what's going to happen, and life goes on. I mean, but there again, to save, especially the people that have built their homes and are sitting on what might be the recess pond later, the home might have to be torn down. Well, as far as I know, I'm not on one of those lots, but it's just, I can imagine if I was on one of those lots. And it's just, you need to do everything you can to shut down Vanderbilt construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sir, can you fill out a green card?
Gwen Martin. I also live in Inverness Village IV. The county knew this was all going on back in 17 and 18 because you were getting letters from SwiftMud. They were addressed to the county. It's not like this just happened overnight. You've known for 2 years this guy's tearing up trees that your LDC says he needs a permit to take out. You know that. It's not something that we keep kicking the can. I agree with that. But you've known all this for 2 years. You knew back in January, I brought the LDC up with the cutting down the trees. And I just don't understand everybody saying, it just happened.
Ms. Martin.
Excuse me. Could you just bring it down a little bit and just, you're yelling into the
I
microphone.
apologize, I won't use the microphone, how's
Okay.
that? Because I'm Hungarian, it just protrudes out,
That's
okay?
None of us were on the board then.
You were on the board.
No,
You were on the board.
no.
When this
You just said
originally
17
started.
and 18. We were elected in
You've
20.
gotten letters from Swift Mud 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I have a stack this much. I showed them to Mr. Howard. I showed them to you at our personal meeting. I have a stack. It went to it went to the county. It went to Randy Oliver. It went to, and I can't help who past board is. It's not like the county just stopped. We got a new board. Now we have a new county. You're still responsible for the county. So it's not like this. It's just started. And as far as them coming out and checking what he's doing, I didn't see anything on the attachment where he's stuck on a house at the present time and dumping his concrete left over into the ground. It's all over the front yard. If the county's out there every day, they had to see that today. I seen it coming in. And I believe that's an ERP issue. I believe that's an issue with your resources, my resources. But nowhere on that attachment does it list that. They're in the listing homes on Rejoice, and I don't even think he's cut that whole street in yet. And he moves dirt on a daily basis. He'll move a pile here, he'll move a pile here. And if it wasn't for staying up 48 hours, he's burying his concrete, his construction material. And I believe the county knows that too. You come out there, you don't have basements in Inverness Village. So why is he building 20 feet, 15, 20 feet wide, 20 feet down and that wide? What's he doing? He's not putting infrastructure in.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that has something to say? I know that you're coming from a place of frustration, as are most of your neighbors. But Dr. Kubicek, you said the county needs to do something. The county needs to stop this. What about the homeowners that are pulling these permits? You're putting all that on us. But I'm just saying, this is not a one-way street. This is not. And you've been sitting there the whole time. We're trying to find solutions for you. Now, we are the oldest ones up here today. We were elected in November of 2020. Okay, but I'm just saying, pointing at us and saying, you're the board, you've done this, you've known that. Commissioner Bays said that this has been going on for forever. We have been 2 years. You hear every time we bring something forward, nope, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do it. That's why I have said 3 times a moratorium. So we're trying, but coming up here and yelling, recording us like we're doing something wrong, we're trying. I don't know. I mean, you come up here and tell me, what would you like to, what do you think should be done to this non-developer? And we're still open to the public. Is there anybody out there that hasn't spoken that would like to, please, sir, come speak, come to the microphone.
My name is Dave Littlefield. I live in Inverness Village IV. I think that the board really needs to be working more with Swift Mud. I realize that there's been bad feelings between the 2 boards in the past, but I think if you were working together and all working towards the same goal, maybe something could be resolved.
Thank you. I don't think that any of us here have any bad blood for Swift Mud. I really don't.
I've heard Mr. Kennard.
Yes.
He's not here, but he's got some bad blood.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else? You've already spoken. Is there somebody else that would like to speak for you? You've come up here already. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna close the public comment. Nobody else is coming forward. I could talk to you after the meeting. Commissioners?
Yeah.
We have-
I had so many thoughts. One was, I'm actually a little bit shocked. I did not know this was going on for that many years. Truly, that's eye-opening. But something the last female speaker said.
They can't, I don't know that they can hear you.
Oh. Something the last female speaker said made me curious. Maybe Eric could help with this. She said they're on whatever street, they haven't even cut the street yet. So it's my understanding in that village there were no streets, if I'm correct, and that although we have the easement for that, and that they don't have permission to even do that. Is that correct? And if so, are we able to block our easement?
I think she said they're advertising on a particular street, which they haven't cut in yet. I think that's what she said. And unfortunately, as SwiftMud found, when SwiftMud went out there, they are doing this covertly. I don't know how they're doing it covertly, but they're cutting in these streets by the dark of night or stealthily or something, so that whenever any of our inspectors are out there or whatever, SwiftMud wasn't able to catch them doing it. We haven't been able to catch them doing it, except now that we're doing more enforcement. The letter was written in 2021. I don't know what letter the woman was speaking of, but the letter from SwiftMud to us with the violation was September 7th of 2021. It wasn't as long ago as 17 or 18. But we can't, I mean, it's kind of like the whole idea of this isn't criminal. It's not like we're the sheriff's department and we can, haul them, pick them out of their backhoe or whatever they're using. I mean, if our people are out there, we can tell them to stop, but we can't use self-help methods or anything like that. The only way we could stop them is by going to court and getting the court to give us some kind of an injunction. And then the same problem SwiftMud has is, who do you sue? Because they're like the shell game.
And I would be willing to vote, because I know we have the motion, but before you did open to the public, I thought I saw Eric pop up. And if you had anything that you would need to offer, I just didn't want to miss out on any information before we did the vote.
I don't, and this was originally platted in the 70s, I believe, or 1970, so it's been around a long time. But we had just recently caught them in the act, clearing the property with the code enforcement. And that process is playing out. You have the notice of violation and then 30 days to respond. And then if they fix it, then it's resolved. And if they don't fix it, then you set a special master hearing. So it takes time. It's not you catch them in the act and it stops. You notify them that they're in violation, and then the clock begins. And it could be several months before they get before a special master.
Thank you.
You know what this sounds like to me? You know how squatters know the system and they squat in a home and they know they've got a year before they get a year free rent until they have to go to the next place and squat. This is very much what this sounds like. This person knows the law better than most of us in this room, and they know how far they can push it until they go to the next new LLC and go on. So it's a difficult thing, but we're going to move forward on this motion that we have today, and hopefully we can get some answers. We've opened up to public comment. Is there any additional?
I just have one last thing.
I do.
Commissioner Davis.
Since I got yelled at, I think I need to be able to respond. And I will keep it as brief as possible. Frank, you're absolutely right. It is the definition of insanity, but this is a 51-year-old development, and that's why we're in this pickle. You don't have to worry about the new developments. Several people said it needs to be stopped tomorrow. The good news is we're not a banana republic in the United States. Rules are here for a reason. Government takes time. Mr. Martin said it best when he said, nobody wants this headache. And so just, you can see by my expression and my reaction, I don't want this headache. This board doesn't want this headache. Trust me, I have spent so many hours on this in an increasing amount in the last 2 years. Finally, this is a new board. The last board and the prior administration basically said, it's on them, it's buyers beware, we got nothing to do with it. Okay, so understand that I am your commissioner, I represent you, and I have been working my tail off on this. So I don't appreciate being yelled at for that effort. Because I can just go, you know what, this is buyer beware. You do. Wash my hands of it, and I'm not doing it because I do care and I do think you've been sold a bill of goods. So I'm doing what I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bays?
I have a question.
Your
Since this
microphone.
all started back in the 70s, and there were we were not required to do roads, but now if we do roads, why are we under the current standards of swift mud as opposed to ditch and swell? Because I think swift mud and their requirements is what's making this project so much more expensive. But if it doesn't meet the test standard for what we do in present day under the roads, why do we have to conform to the current requirements of swift mud?
Anyone who's receiving a government permit has to comply with the regulations that are in place at the time they're requesting the permit. So unfortunately, this development has sat fallow for all these years, and the permit would be applied for today, so we have to do current day standards. I will say that when phase one was done, when Mr. Frank was here, he was able to work with Swift Mud to get Swift Mud to agree to a lesser type of lesser system than is was currently required. In conversations with, I guess some of our folks have talked to some of Swift Mud folks, and I don't know if there's that same attitude today to let us do the lesser, but I don't think we've ever asked. And I think that might have been along some of what Mr. Eastman was trying to accomplish. But like I said, I think it got filtered, unfortunately. So the reason is because it's being done today.
So in addition to the motion on the floor, and I know you're supposed to have some conversation, can we have that conversation with Swift Mud if we can find a less intensive method for drainage? And in addition to that, because of the bad actor building on all these spots, can we at least send a letter and ask, are you willing to do something in lieu of this? Or if we can't go that route, then find out if there's any legal recourse to him for doing this.
Send a letter to who? Swift Mud or the bad actor?
I would like to have conversation with Swift Mud to find out if they would be amenable to a lesser standard of drainage than what's currently required to try to bring the cost down. I don't know if it's worth having the conversation with the bad actor to see if he's willing to give up some land for this. And if not, then can we have that conversation on a legal basis to find out if we have any recourse for that?
So yes, we can talk to SwiftMud, but I believe earlier in your agenda, you approved a contract for Burrell to do some additional studies to determine if you'll recall, county engineer did the preliminary, and of course, that seems to be the worst case scenario, and they've asked to hire Troy Burrell to do some more studies. So that is being done to see if maybe we're estimating high, and perhaps he can hone those numbers in. You guys did that already today. So I think that when you get that information, you'll be in a better position to approach SwiftMud, because you'll know more about the topography. I think they said I don't know if they said they're going to do borings, or I know I heard a drone was going to do some mapping. So I think you might be in a better position to bring that to SwiftMud, to the engineers at SwiftMud, not to the other folks at SwiftMud. And maybe they can help you. So I agree. I think we should approach SwiftMud, but I might suggest it might be better to wait until we have that better information. Then the second thing, as to the bad actor, he and his lawyer are keenly following this issue. In fact, I know that our PIO got an email from them not too long ago. So they are following this. He has always offered to give some of his property at fair market value for drainage. He's always offered that. It's been from the very beginning. Now, unfortunately, he probably doesn't own as many as he used to. That might be the most important ones.
And then my other question is I mean, they do it, I know they model, water tables with things. Is there a way, some kind of a radar system that we can fly over and find these areas where they've actually buried this debris in the ground?
I don't know the answer to that, but I don't know that we have regulations that I don't know. Are they allowed to bury debris? I don't even know if they're allowed. They may be allowed to do that. I don't know.
I don't think you can bury debris.
Trees or vegetate. I don't know. Does anybody know?
I can't speak to that on the spot. We have to go back and see what the regulations are.
Well, aside from a moratorium, are we allowed to stop issuing permits tomorrow until we can have a moratorium put in place?
That's the same thing.
I understand, but you're telling me a moratorium is going to take time. I'm telling you, they are watching this and they don't care. They're going to do whatever they want to do. And if we don't wrap this up in a bow, bring him to the table. If he wants to sue us, good, let's go to court.
So in the past, Randy Oliver issued a directive to staff not to issue any building permits, and I believe that was in place for about 3 months. During that time period, we got, letters from we didn't get letters from the quote unquote bad actor. We got letters from the contractor who's out there. We keep talking like there's only one person, but there is a scheme of people. And the contractor had his lawyer write a letter. And after about 3 months, Randy relented and started, told the building official to start issuing. But if the board, knowing the risks involved, wants to tell the building department not to issue permits, then the board can do that. The board is.
I hate to keep doing. Please, I said that
Short
an
answers.
hour ago. I said that an hour ago.
Turn on.
And I said it an hour ago that if there was ever a case that we needed the courts to decide, it was this. So we have a motion on the floor. We have beat this to death. We have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Bays. We have public comment. At this time, I would like to call the question, please. Nobody has anything else. I'm begging you, please. Can we vote on this?
Yes, I was just curious if Commissioner Bays was going to make another motion after this.
Okay, let's get through this one.
Let's just do a consensus right now at this point. What does everybody want to do at this point? I don't want to throw something out there and retract it. I mean, what do you feel like?
I mean, if we're, if the moratorium is going to take a few months and we need a little time for the attorney and we want to not issue permits like we have already done for a few months or, wait for letters and then maybe we'll relent, maybe not. I mean, all that takes time. So, I mean, I would be okay with issuing no permits.
Then I'll put that on the table when you're done if you want. Or if you want to amend your motion.
It sounds
to-
like Swift Mud has problems issuing permits, so
They don't issue permits.
they don't issue.
Well,
don't we need
nobody's
some-
asked them to issue a permit.
Sorry, what?
I said, let's call the vote.
Do you want to amend it or to?
No, it was
stop?
separate motion.
Okay, so all in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That motion passes 4-0.
I'd like to put a motion on the table that we stop, as of tomorrow morning, we issue no permits for 3 months
For Inverness
For-
Villages
for
4.
Inverness Village 4.
Second.
No new construction.
No new permits.
No new permits. I have a motion by Commissioner Bays. Did you second it?
I did.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on this new motion? It's your chance to come up and talk and say what you want to say. It's a new thing. I mean, we're here. Let's just order pizza and let's just do it.
We've only been here since 9, and on camera is very stressful.
I have a severe migraine. First of all, I did mention that you all were not here, so I don't know if you heard that or not. I do appreciate everything you all do, but you have to understand our frustration just like yours. It's just that when repeatedly we've been told we can't hold permits, we can't do that. This has been going on now for 2 years. Had it stopped 2 years ago, maybe we didn't have to come up with 80 or 100,000. Might have been maybe 30 or 50. You know what I mean? So the longer that this is delayed, the more expensive it is. I think you all agree with that. And I do appreciate what you're trying to do. I just don't have an answer for you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Matt, would you all consider going together in your subdivision and getting your own legal so that we fight this together? I mean, they're the ones that lied to you. We didn't. And our hands are we're
I'm going to be
handcuffed to a
honest with
certain
you.
degree.
There have been homeowners that have gone to legal counsel, and unfortunately, we can't seem to get anyone in Inverness to take the case. So if you have someone who's willing to do that, give us the name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bless you, Frank.
Thank you, Frank. Anybody else? Okay. So we have a motion. I'm going to close public comment. A motion on the floor by Commissioner Bays. A second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further board discussion? Praise the Lord. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 4-0. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that helps. Okay. I will give you a quarter if you can do your next agenda item in 25 words or less. Am I allowed to pay a quarter to another commissioner? Is that
Taking
against
a
the
bribe.
rules? Yeah.
Yes, I said this before on the last time we voted on this, that I wanted to go see if NACO was worth my time to invest in going. I went in February. It was like being a freshman commissioner all over again. And it is worth our time, so I would like,
Permission to travel?
yes. So I'd make a motion that we approve item N2. Travel to NACO for Holly Davis.
I'll second that. Is there any public comment on travel?
It's not fun, it's all work.
I'm seeing no public comment. Is there any board discussion?
My only question is, does it fall within our travel budget or our individual travel budget limits?
We'll have to figure that out on the backside. Clearly, if I end up in the red, then I understand that it's on me. I will also further say that I am going to Washington, D.C. on personal travel, on my own personal dime. very soon. So if anyone wants me to do anything while I'm in DC at Congress, I'm hoping to get in with Congressman Belarakis, so let staff know. And that's on my own dime.
So the question was, this would come out of your travel budget?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, as long as it falls within your travel budget, and if it falls outside of it and you want to pick it up, I'm all good with that.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Sorry about that. I couldn't quite hear Commissioner Bays in the bathroom, but were you asking if this exceeds the travel budget? Is that what you were saying? I didn't hear the answer either. That was going to be
The
my
issue
question.
is that if we each have our own travel budget, and if you travel outside of the state, then you have to get permission. And I said, my only issue is if it falls within your budget, I'm fine with it. And if you, if it's over and you still want to go, then it's on your dime.
I would agree with that.
Commissioner Davis?
Just to clarify, the reason that this was a walk-on and it was very tight timing is that the early bird deadline passed last week. And so we needed to just get this approved because we have a special AR for out-of-state travel. I haven't had time to get with staff and try to figure out where we are with the budget and et cetera, but I have been asked to speak there, so I am going to be there.
And
So-
as speaker, they usually pick up the tab.
Doug has a question in for them on that.
Okay, thank you.
This is a worst-case scenario, in other words.
That was actually going to be my point. If you're a speaker, why is this an issue to pay? So, and just respectfully, I mean, you're a grown commissioner. You know, should choose your own. But, you know, when we talk about travel, I just worry if you're outside of your budget, could you be at places where the travel wasn't so much like out of state to be more of a benefit to, you know, the board. So, you know, if it was in-state travel, obviously you could do a lot more of that and have a lot more education and benefit. That would be it. But I agree with Commissioner Bays. If, you know, I'm hoping if you're speaking, they should honor you and pay your way.
As I said last time, on the last time this was voted on, I travel extensively over the years for fun and for my own work, and I'm used to doing that, but mostly for my own work. And I don't do these as junkets. I would only invest my time to go there if it is good for the county, and it is nonstop work the whole time. So,
Thank you. So if there's no further questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Congratulations, you get to travel. Mine's the next 01. I think that I'm actually outside of my travel budget. I spend a lot of my own money on travel. I think it's ridiculous that we have to ask for permission to go to these conferences, but because I do have a budget, why do I have to ask for permission? But that's, you know, something you have to figure out. Because I am a grown blank commissioner. And, but this was incorrect. I actually am using my own points for the airfare and my own points for the hotel. I just was, one, you need to get permission to go outside of the state, so I need that permission, and the registration fee can come out of my travel budget. So I'm asking that I get approval of this.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bays. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on my travel? Thank you. Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 4-0. Thank you. Okay, and where are we at?
We have one more item.
Madam
Madam
Attorney.
Madam Chairman.
Madam Attorney.
I called you Your Honor. I apologize.
Oh, thank you.
I just am asking for a motion and vote to ratify my signature on the engagement letter with Schutz and Bowen to defend the county in the boat ramp lawsuit.
Very good. I am looking for a
Motion to
motion.
approve P1.
I am looking for a second. Got a motion from Commissioner Davis. Looking for a second. I will second that.
Oh, sorry, I was reading.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. We will wait. We have 3-0 right now.
And commissioners, just so you know, I've already emailed Neighbors Giblin, and when I get that retainer letter, I'll sign it and bring it to you, just like we did here.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I have our final open to the public. Frank, got anything to say? Final open to the public? What a great job we're doing, how hard we work. That we care about you.
I actually enjoy coming in here with these things. I actually enjoy you people, and I appreciate the efforts that you put out. And I do have one little thing that relates back to your zoning. I remember hearing the man say that there's a $100 fine. And the board could turn around and say the second fine is $500 and the third fine is $1,000. I mean, you could, penalize these people that don't comply to different zoning problems, just like they do it elsewhere. I mean, just a thought.
Thank you.
But you have a nice night.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I'm going to close that public portion of the comments. And our upcoming meetings are May 11th, which will be a Thursday at 1 p.m. here. May 23rd, 2023 at 1 p.m. in this room. And that is a regular scheduled Tuesday meetings. And then a regular meeting June 6th, 2023 at 1 p.m. right here in this room. We have upcoming workshops. We have a pay and class study workshop May 11th, 10 a.m. I suggest on May 11th that we all pack our lunches and wear comfy clothes because it's going to be a long one. And we have, that's May 11th at 10 a.m. for the pay and class study. Then we have a workshop for the airports, Crystal River and Inverness, Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at 9 a.m. in this room. We have a strategic planning retreat, which I believe we have to reschedule because we're signed up for DC and you might not have a quorum. Texas. Did I say DC, Texas? I do not know where I'm going. Yeah. Okay, so July 19th, just putting that out, 9 a.m. here in this room. Then we have a preliminary budget hearing Wednesday, July 26th, 2023, right here in this room. And it doesn't say the time because the governing body of special library districts at 8:30 a.m., fire protections special districts 8:45, and then the BOCC is 9 a.m. So we start at 8:30 on July 26th. And then we have a tentative budget hearing September 7th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. right here in this room. And then the final budget hearing is Tuesday, September 26th, 5:01 p.m. And don't have any public hearing.
Chairman, I think we need to get Commissioner Bays' vote on that
thank
last
you.
item.
Thank you. Thank
Sorry.
you. So that P1 is a 4-0 vote. And it is 7:36 and I am going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you. And thank you for your time, ladies.